it now, sometime today. Sending data. Yo, what is up, everybody? This is your SuperSight, and welcome back to another video, another stream of Rootland. So, yeah, I haven't done it in a few days. I've been meaning to, and today just ended up being a good day because I won't do it tomorrow and possibly the next day. So I was like, okay, yeah, let's just get it done. So we're gonna focus on getting those done. I'm not feeling all stressed about how much we need to catch up on because I've sort of I don't know. Even though it's just about as many days as last time, it's sort of sweet. There is an event on where you can get those golden mushrooms again. It's like, oh, I could just keep doing that. But yeah, anyway, we'll get on with it and do that. Yeah, what was the other things I was gonna say? There has been an update in that. It was a real pain because I couldn't update my device. It was only like this tiny. Also, our clan had 200 stars, which is awesome. And yeah, because it was just this tiny update, which is like UI improvements and that. Actually, a good update though, because people can see the thing on the leaderboard, which is awesome improvement. But it was just like this tiny update, and they don't make an optional in that. I don't know, maybe it's hard to maintain two different versions, but then it was a pain because my device didn't have enough space, so I was like, oh, I can't update it in that. But I have taken the photos of the various days, so it'll be cool to track how we're going. There was, yeah, the unfortunate, because there's 3 of the other clans, and although it's kind of cool if we're the only clan that makes it on all 3 events, I'm actually rooting for the other clans to get on. I'm like, kind of like, I hope they actually make it, because otherwise we'll be the only clan in the game to actually get on all 3 events in that, in the top 16. Technically though, now that they have that number, people could send me it, and I could include them in that list. Technically, whether I'll do that, I don't think I will, because, maybe, because I guess if there's hardly anyone in the stream and one person wants to have their clan added, I could do that, but I don't think I will. I think I'll just stick with the top 16, and, yeah, I hope they expand a little bit, but, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, and that, and what else have I got to say? So, yeah, anyway, so it's cool that they've got that done, and I'm going to be able to do the stream catching up. Was there anything else? Oh, yeah, also announcing my intent to retire from Rootland within about 2 months. Yeah, I'm not confident in the game. I'm not confident in the game. It's sort of a time thing in that, because I'm like, I don't know, like, I could just spend less time and just do a little bit each day, and that. It's tricky, but I just don't see it going global unless they're willing to put in a whole heap of effort, but they weren't with Everdale, and I don't see why they'll do it with this game that isn't even, I'd say, nearly at the level that Everdale was. So, at least the mechanisms, like when you harvest stuff, the fact that you have to wait for it to harvest all of them before you can collect anything, it's a pain, and that. So, I do enjoy the game, and I do think it's a good game, but I just don't see it. I just don't see it going global in that, and I'm sort of somewhat moving away from gaming in that. So understandable. Yeah, I'll see. I'm not sure exactly when, because I'll definitely finish this event in that, which will go for another couple of days and that, and maybe go for like, maybe 1 more month, maybe 2 more months. We'll see. I mean, I could just do 1 month intensively and then another month and that. I also was thinking about, yeah, which member I'll give the leader of the clan to in that, and so obviously it will have to be a member that's still there, so if any of them quit, they'll then not be viable options in that. I mean, so many people have quit the game, it's real sad, and it's just, yeah, I don't know, and I don't want to be quitting it, and I don't have to quit it, but it's like, there's so many other priorities I have in life in that, and if I'm covering, and it's moved into the territory of, originally when I started playing it was, hey, this is for fun, this is a cool game, I'll, play a bit and see how it goes, but now it's moved to the territory where I've got the mindset of, I'm just seriously going to heavily invest in this on the basis it will go global. But as soon as I cross that threshold, it's like, then it's a new mindset, and I'm just spending a lot of time per day. I was trying to look at the statistics as to how much time I'd spent on it in the last 2 weeks, which is a lot, but the screen time wasn't working, perhaps because my device is so low on space that it stopped working like late February or something. But anyway, or mid-February. So yeah, welcome to the stream, Garnsey. Good to have you here. Gazi, good to have you here. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but it seems like a lot. Like, I don't know, some days not as much, but I'd say like 2 or 3 hours a day. I don't know. I don't want to say an incorrect time. Genuinely, like, at a guess, I'd say 2 to 3 hours. Well, no, I don't think 3 hours. I'd say maybe 2 hours a day. Although some days I was spending so much time in the last 2 weeks, like ages and ages, and you can tell because like I'm accounting for like about a third of my team's total score, even though on average I'd count for 12.5%, so that's about 2 to 3 times the average in that. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, and we're doing so well in that. I mean, we've done well, and I've led my team to victory in that. We perhaps will be the only clan in the entire game that is featured in the top 16 on all final events. So that'll be go out on a bang. We've done really well. We've got our act together, and I think because I mentioned last stream how it was like, I guess it's like, well, what do I do to make it work? I just kick people in that for inactivity, but it's a lot. It's a lot more than that, but also like it's not like extremely difficult, but it's like it's like, well, I'd kick them relatively quickly if they go inactive, and I set out the expectations of it, and I allow people to say sort of if we want to get draws, okay, yeah, we can. That's a doable thing. I'm scouting out members regularly, posting, hey, look, this is a clan, this is what we get. I think to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only clan that ever put a level requirement to join our clan on it and that. Well, I mean, and I know it's a thing in Clash of Clans and all that, but I never saw any clan in Rootland do it. But I'm like, hey, look, you have to be level 8 was the last time I did it. And now that is one thing going in our favor for being on this leaderboard. We've been really lucky to have 8 active members. Most clans don't have 8 members. I mean, technically the only ones I see on the leaderboard, that I can see that you could join don't have 8, but I'm pretty sure that most clans don't have 8. So it's a massive thing in our favor that we have 8. So even though we're not getting those events that help us much, we do have this thing here, which is in our favor. We have 8 active members, so it's been really good, and we've finally stabilized. For the first like 2 months, we're just churning through players. It was so unstable, and we almost lost an event as a result because we hadn't got. Because I don't want to kick people. I hope that they come active again, but they just weren't. But now the last ones, I haven't seen like last logged on yesterday for like weeks. That's how active it's been. It's just like the whole thing's just been active. So it's absolutely stellar of a clan in that. It's really good and that. But yeah, just those different things, those different tactics I've used has ultimately led to our clan doing so well in that. We've ended up with a highly a pool of highly targeted people that are like really active and doing really well, and we're doing so well. Another couple of things to note. I also noted that there's a strong correlation, because I was noting how James and Avuke were doing worse. Neither of them have the route pass, and neither does a level 12 player. So that's then completely understandable. I didn't think about that, but it's like, that's a massive factor, because even I said like a month or 2 months ago, like, I wouldn't even play the game if I didn't have the route pass. That's how massively, I mean, you go about 50% faster. In the coins here, it's 50% faster exactly, and that's a huge part of progressing in the game. So it's certainly not 50% overall, because like when you put your animals on, well, that's equal, but then to get the animals would take 50% longer and stuff, excluding no gems. So that will be why they're not as progressed in that. So the top few players, I don't know, like, it was almost perfectly correlated. Like, the top 4 players had it, and there was, but those the 3, there's a level 12 player and the 2 level 11s, neither of them had it, those 2 level 11s. That's why they'll be, not because they're necessarily playing less, although it seemed like they're playing a tiny bit less, which is fine, but it's because they don't have the route pass. That's why the less progress. But a level 11's still good in that. It would be nice, as of this point, as of March, to be level 12 and above. That would be nice. But hey, I'm still really happy. All 7 of them have done a fantastic job. We're doing tremendously well as a clan. Really, really happy with it. We're just doing absolutely stellar. We haven't got first, but we've got in the top 16 all 2 events, both events. Only 3 clans in the game achieved that, and then this upcoming event where it looks like we'll make it again and possibly be the only clan in the game to do it. I was getting pretty like we started strong in this event, and I thought over time would start catching up as those ones that got a boost at the start sort of leveled off. But actually it didn't happen, and I was kind of getting concerned because like a few clans were leaping above us. We're never in the dangerous like 15th, 16th territory. We're always around. We're about 8th to 10th has been our range for the last few days of the event. But I was like, this is not looking good. Like, are we going to last? Because I thought we were going to start catching up, but we're sort of just holding, but sort of dropping a little bit. But the event is sort of starting to come to a close. It's been a long event, which has been great. Cool for the statistics, but it looks like we'll hold on in that. I saw Ricky's was back on it again. He did feature near the start and then fell off, and then anyway, just jumped back on today. I tried to get it about 12 AM each day, although today that was because I couldn't update the route land. It ended up being like an hour and a half late. But overall, an hour and a half, maybe an hour 20 late. But it's sort of overall, it's sort of, you could argue, well, if you weren't in it in that late, you know, if you're on it at 12 a.m. but then at 1 a.m. you're off it, well, you're hardly on it anyway. So I don't feel too bad about that. I remember that ages ago that happened once, and I was like, oh no, what have I done? But now I'm like, it just doesn't really matter. Like, it's just a snapshot. It's not perfectly at the same time. I aim for about 12, and if you're in the top like 10, if you're in the top 10, it doesn't matter if I get it within a few hours of that. You're going to be on there, but it's the ones that are borderline on there, and it's sort of like, then it's sort of could go either way, so it's nice whoever gets on there, but then it's sort of like, I wish I could have more on so I wouldn't have to just worry about that. So that was, and another thing I want to say, so yeah, very happy with how the team's done. If I give the clan away, which I will, if I quit, which I probably will within the next 2 months. Not a guarantee, you know, if it went global, I'd be like, sweet, let's go for it, but I doubt it will go global in the 2 months. I doubt it will go global in the next 3 or 4 or 5 months for that matter. It might not even go global in 2023. In fact, I don't think it will go global. But if I do, I've decided I'm going to give it to either James or Vuke. So I'm gonna, my highest factor of weighting is those that have been the most loyal and been with us the longest in that. So James has been the longest member from day 1 and Vuke from day 2. So as of now, my option would be between those. Now, if I play for another month and one of them quits, I will give it to the other one that's still there. So that's my reasoning process. But however, if they both quit, well then there's a pool that sort of joined in it. But we've done incredibly well. Super strong clan. While we were at it, we did so well. Now I'm not ending it now, you know, and there'll be at least one more stream, possibly 2 or 3 or 4 by the time I actually stop playing it, which is sort of weird. It's like with other games, like with Everdell, I just, hey, I'm quit, I'm done, that's it. And same with Battlelands, it was sort of, I made the video right at the end. Same with Clash Mini, I just like, yeah, I'm stopping. With this one here, I'm sort of warning you, and I'm telling you in advance what my intent is. I'm not guaranteed, but I think more likely than not, come May 2023, I will be stopping. Also, a prediction, I'm going to predict that in April next month, I reckon April, I'm gonna say April or May, but I'm gonna lean towards April. But April or May, I reckon, possibly June. I mean, it depends. You know, you could just say sometime in 2023, which was of course be true. But I reckon it'll be sooner than later. I reckon it will be in April, May, maybe June, but probably April or May. That there'll be the announcement as to whether Clash Mini is going global or getting killed. I don't know it. I haven't got any information. I shouldn't say that because otherwise, then when if I ever did have inside information, then if I'm always saying I don't know, that like then you know it gives me cover. If like you know, anyway. So yeah, I reckon April is going to be the month that they announce, hey, look, we're going global or it's getting killed. Maybe May, but I reckon it will be soon. I reckon it will be imminent because the game's been out for so long. Soon to be the longest game in beta ever in Supercell history. I'm not sure exactly when that happens, what month that happens, but it's already older than most. I'll see if I can find it actually, but it's getting up there. Maybe it was January did that, but it's been 2 months since then, and yeah, it's getting up there, so we'll see what happens, but that's my prediction. I reckon, I said it like about a month ago that within 3 months, I think it will have the announcement. I reckon I'm going to say it's going to be April or possibly May. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's my speculation of it. Assuming planned retirement. Indeed, and welcome on Facebook, Trovo, and Twitch. There we go. Yeah, he's been so loyal. He's been here since day 1. And yeah, I've updated the chart. So, Super Muffin, there we go. Boom. So, oh, this is good to be getting into. We'll go here. Yeah, here. Okay, and so we've got the Rootland charts, and we're going to get the photos. We're going to open up Rootland and show you the updated thing. Come over here. Boom. And so that's that. And then this here is the original chart. So I just updated it because it was at about February something. So I've added it in. So yes, for 19 days straight, that's a huge run. We've had the same 8 players, which is awesome. Same 8 players. And then prior to that, who do we have? We had that guy for a little bit. Because there's the ones there. So Tango is 3rd. Boom, Tango. Oh, Tango came on board. Oh, wait, I haven't got that right. Something doesn't look right. That's Tango then. Oh, you know that's right. Tango is there. And then, yeah, so, and Tango was there, go January, so about a month. So those two are pretty recent. And then, what about these two? Who is this one? Who's this guy? Because oh yeah, Manawatu, interesting. And then, because those two came on board reasonably. Oh yeah, so right at the, interesting, right then. Wow. There we go. And then, oh yeah, these two joined on the same, wait, why have we got, oh yeah, two of them, one of them would have been a third person that's gone. That was when I stuffed it up, and we got, like, too much inactivity, and then they joined, and then we almost lost an event around that time. But yeah, so, yeah, the green ones are the ones still in it. So James, that was just ones that have Discord, but actually, all the members in the clan have Discord. Yeah, so James, yeah, he's been here since day one, and that, so some of these, yeah, these two lasted, they lasted a good amount of time, but well, yeah, they lasted ages, but as of that time, they've been inactive for like a week, but yeah, that was only, felt like they lasted ages, relative to the other members, but it's still ultimately in December, they were gone, and then, yes, he sort of joined in, like, yeah, no, like, reasonably early. Not right at the start, but pretty good, like, November. That was only a month later. And then another month later, yeah, then those two joined in that. So, yeah, that's the, yeah, James. I'd give the clan to James or Avuke and that. But who knows? In the next month or 2 months, one of them could quit, and then the other one will be the one. But both of them could quit, and then, yeah. But even if both of them quit, these two are so recent, I wouldn't give it to them, even though it's great to have them in the clan and they're doing well, but I definitely value loyalty and longevity as it. Oh yeah, another thing, I do like Pocahontas. The song "Colors of the Wind," "Colors of the Wind." I do like that. I think it's a good movie. I haven't seen it in years, but I saw it at least once when I was a child, probably twice or more. And yeah, I think it's a good movie. I do think it's a good movie, and I would like to watch it again. But then I don't like where Disney is at the moment in that, or where they're going. They don't seem to be slowing down in their woke rampage. So, and then I don't want to get Disney Plus as a result. I had Disney Plus for 2 months in 2020 when I had a collapsed lung, and that was so cool. I went watched through all the Pixar films in that, which were the older films in that, so they were fine. But yeah, so then it's like, then you have DVDs and that you can get. But then most New Zealand stores don't sell DVDs anymore. So yeah, it's sort of an interesting conundrum. Okay, so a few of them are channel viewers from before. Never seen Pocahontas. Conflicted on supporting Disney. Yeah. Okay, so we'll open up the game. We'll get our guys in action at least, and mass inefficiency, because yeah, it was such a pain that they made that thing, and then what I did is I offloaded Word. That's what because I've offloaded so many things, but I don't know. It seems to just keep forcibly taking up the space. I don't know how it does it. It's real dodgy. Like, you know, I have like 10 gigabytes of space from deleting, well, it said 10 at one point, but I delete Risk, and then it just somehow uses up all that space, and I delete Bomber Grounds, uses out the space, delete Everdale. It's like, dude, this is like over a gigabyte of free space. Like, what have you done with it? Like, it took a few snapshots, but definitely not a gigabyte worth of snapshots, but somehow it's all full again, and it's like, I feel like the system files or whatever is just claiming it. It's like, dude, stop. Okay, here we go. So this is this is the cool change that you'll see, and then we've got the beautiful pictures, which we'll then do the awesome leaderboard thing of. I do really, it's a cool game, you know, it's a cool game, irrespective of if it's Supercell or not. Here's the board. Maple Forest, okay, Maple Forest, because the Shire was on it by 1 when I took the snapshot like an hour ago, but yeah, Maple Forest is one of the only clans, one of only 3, Maple Forest, myself, and Everdale Moles. Ricky's has just overtaken us. Ricky's has just shot up. But yeah, I don't know. Everdale Moles was on it for ages, but sadly just dipped off. But yeah, all 3 of us, like, we've been struggling. Like, there's a perfect picture of maybe like 2 days ago that I'll show you of the leaderboard, and it's like the real leaderboard is on the right, and I think we were like 1st or 2nd on the right, and then on the left they're all like 1,500 and above, and it's like they totally got events. Not totally, but highly likely they got events, and so that was just ridiculous leaderboard on the left, and then on the right, then it was like the actual ones in that. But we're struggling. Like we were only we're on it by like we had like a 200 gap between us and the bottom for ages. Although now that gap's increased to 400. I even wondered if they'd removed some people on the leaderboard because it looks surprisingly low. But we'll be able to look from the statistics if they actually have. I don't think they have, but just like earlier today, Everdell Moles and Maple Forest were on it, and I was going to get a photo, and I wish I had, because now they've updated it, and it like looks like it's quite low. I'm sort of surprised. But like even now, we're like only kind of on it, but now the gap is massive is between us and 16th. It's like 400, which is huge, but for ages it was just 200 and that, which overnight that's fine. But and if someone in the clan is actively on and going boom 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 boom, you can normally stay on it. But it was like the left leaderboard was just all these people that like probably got events or paid or whatnot, and then the right side was like we were like first or second on it, and so like 9th or 10th and that. And then it was like we were struggling, and so was Everdell Moles and Maple Forest. And in fact, Everdell Moles is now gone, and Maple Forest is barely on it and that. So it is really annoying because I'm pretty sure some of these like this Bath National Park, never heard of them. This guy, he came out of nowhere. He wasn't even on there, and then oh, there's my score. I see. Well, you already can see your score, but it's cool they added that change. Very cool. For me, it makes no difference because naturally it does on this board. But but everyone can see that anyway. But the clan, it makes a massive difference to the hundreds of clans that can't see themselves because otherwise they can't see the total points. So it will make it slightly more competitive because clans will be like, oh wow, we're almost on the leaderboard. So then push a little bit harder perhaps. But yeah, like Bath National Park just came out of nowhere, and all these ones keep coming out of nowhere. Yeah, I will say that the Philippines one and the Paradise Falls and Sweden have been consistently high, both on this one and last event as well. All three of them have been. Also, Canada Rocks and Canadian Bacon have been also pretty consistent in the last few. So that's an interesting thing because they might be emerging as like consistently knocking out those leaderboards. But yeah, as you can see, we are getting quite close to completing it. But yeah, we're struggling to keep on this board and that. And I'm actually not on the in other events. I think the very first event I'd been on it, or yeah, I did get on it, I think, and then I sort of was close to getting on it, or on it for like tiny bits or whatnot. And Hey still on there, but for the last two events, I just have never got on it, and I'm sort of kind of get somewhat close, but not close enough. Oh, Miss J will be from Miss J's ones. Wasteland shot up again. Kales goes there, and then this other guy. It's suspicious how like they just go boom, just to like not on it to like insanely high. But yeah, we've been struggling to hold on it. I think we'll manage till the end, but I feel sorry for Maple Forest and Everdell Moles who are trying hard, but with these other clans that maybe they're completely legit, or maybe they're just really lucky with these events. It's so hard to compete and stay on, but we've tried. We probably will make it. I'm incredibly amazed at Ricky's one, which wasn't on it like. They were on it like once and then like haven't been on it for ages, and then boom, suddenly they're so high even above us. So it looks like they'll even finish at the end, which is really impressive. But it'll be interesting. I'm really watching Maple Forest, and most people wouldn't know or wouldn't care about it, but I think it's an incredibly significant thing of like it will be like a rare achievement. Like if I start, because I did that awesome list in that I thought up of world records for Rush Wars and that. Well, and I got the idea from the Clash of Clans, because Clash of Clans had done that, and I thought it was amazing. I didn't see anyone do it for Rush Wars, and I actually then sort of did it a little bit for Everdell. But with Rush Wars, it was extremely easy to do. It was like very obvious what things you'd have. Without a leaderboard, you can't do it. You need a leaderboard to know fully in that. Otherwise you can't tell stuff. And in Everdell we had to search clans, but at least we could, in this game you can't even search clans, which is a real pain. Otherwise we could get a lot more data, but that would take a lot more time, but that's okay. I guess it doesn't matter if I don't collect the gold caps if I'm going to stop playing in the next month or so, but that's still a hang of a lot of progress. Like in the next month, I'll probably get next level, to be fair, depending on how much I play, which is 14, and getting very close to maxing out. Well, this is the other thing I was going to say. I've already said a lot. Yeah, no, in Rush Wars, it was just epic. Like, first player to hit that Elite League X amount of times, and I was me, and I knew it, because I was the only one that got it. There's only, like, 2 of us that made it on the first time, and then that guy didn't make it, so I was like, boom, 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 boom. And Kizza with the level, he was so high, and somehow I knew, or assumed that he was the top player in the game. I mean, because even in Heyday, I did that with, like, the highest coins ever in that, because I got all that data. Someone else could have done it with API. It would have been way easier than me manually snapshotting all of them and then typing it all up on Excel in August 2017. But that was, and I sort of just assumed, okay, well, these of the top 200, I assumed that the person that has the record for most deliveries is on the top 200. Can't prove it, but I assumed that. But yeah, and with this game, it's much harder. But with Rush Wars, we had that amazing, awesome list of the records I kept that I made. It was actually based on the final data. I think I made it in like the last week or something. And I commentated on some of it, and then I didn't finish the commentary because I'm like, oh, I'll do a video of it. And then I never really did a proper video of it, and I was in the mood and the like going for it at the start. So I sort of wish I'd just gone through with that. And finished it then. But yeah, this is, we can do some achieve, because I was going to do like first player to hit X amount of points, but this is kind of arbitrary and sort of, I could do like total amount of points. That would be a legit thing. So like first team to have achieved 10,000 points or whatnot. Because I was gonna, because if it was a more easy, like a more obvious, clear, distinctive leaderboard on, like, you could get to level 100 and that, and this point system or whatnot, like Everdell, then I can do like that list like I did of, first clan ever to hit level 14 and 15 and 16 and 17. And it was real cool. Whereas this year it's sort of like, you could argue that like every 100 points is a level, so the top clan's at level 23 in that. You could make the case in that, but it's not very distinct and obvious. It's just like a thing that I'd make up. Because I could have said like first clan to hit, which would have been, was it Moose Crew? Or Moose Matters? I think it was Moose Crew that would have hit like all those early thresholds. But now you could still do it. Although, for example, to get to like 3,000, you wouldn't know because you can't see all the data on those ones. Or you can eliminate some possibilities, but it'd be possible that Moose Crew was then slightly under the leaderboard and was then the first one to hit 4,000 total, because you could do the total ones, but then, and you could then eliminate certain possibilities in that, with the ones that were on 3 times, well, twice, you could say, are highest, but we don't even know that, because it's possible that Moose Crew has more points than the 3 of us that were on both leaderboards, because they could have finished slightly below the top 16, giving them more total points. We can't prove that. We don't know. I don't think they even know, because it didn't have this green thing, and so they couldn't even snapshot it unless they asked all the members in the clan how many points and added them all up, and then I trusted that that was the true amount, and then added that. But by now they will have forgotten, probably, so it's not great. I wish it had, like, with Clash Clans, they had the real cool thing where you can see previous seasons, and everyone could see it, like in Clash Quest, they had that system as well, which was real cool. That's why it's such a shame to sort of be, like, leaving the Supercell world or whatnot in games. Well, I currently have got nothing that I can cover that's new, but it's, other than Clash Mini, because I know so much about these different games, the different leaderboard systems they have, and some of the first people to achieve this or do that, so it's like a shame, because I just have so much knowledge of the Supercell circles. It's a shame to then end up leaving it. But yeah, anyway, we made an awesome leaderboard like of all these achievements in Rush Wars, which was a massive thanks actually to, I'm pretty sure it was Sahad that then used the API to get all that information and then pasted of the top 200 players. And yeah, no, so it must have been like Heyday, and I just assumed I did, yeah, the records based on the top 200 players. Yeah, no, that I must have, just like with Heyday, the top 200 leaderboard. So it's not 100% the case with some of them. With the ones with the top on the leaderboards, the first one hit level 20 when there's a leaderboard and you can see the first person hit 20. That's like guaranteed. But like the top total amount of defenses, you can't prove it was in the top 2,000, that it was a player in the top 200, but perhaps mathematically you could, because you couldn't possibly have got X amount of defense stars and not be in the top 200. But with other achievements, it would be possible to have achieved them without getting in the top 200, though it was unlikely. But yeah, we did that awesome list. I probably still have it on the computer, actually, of top records. I'll just check, actually, which was Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame, yes! Oh, Rush Wars Hall of Fame. I see Hall of Fame. I had Hall of Fame 1 and Hall of Fame 2. Oh, yes. There we go. We'll do that. And then like that. Yeah, okay. Here we go. So I'll just quickly show you what it looks like. Oh, yes. Okay, I didn't obviously finish that, but I know guys still aren't in action. But yeah, and so, we could do sort of somewhat for the minimal, with Everdell was easier, because you could see all the data on who's the first person hit this level, or, and that, there's no way there was someone that just wasn't on the Discord and wasn't in the top few players that had that. Like, I mean, it's possible. Like, there was, like, when I did that list of top people with a reputation, there were rare people that wouldn't be in a top 50 clan that actually did have a high amount, and they're just not with other top players, but that was not the norm. Okay, there we go. So we'll come over here, and this here, this beautiful thing here. It doesn't have like graphs or anything, but it was a list of, oh wow, so these were breakable, and then there's some unbreakable ones. So for example, well, actually they're all unbreakable now because the game's gone. But yeah, player with the highest all-time trophies was Kizza, so with 33,000. Wow, that's so many. Well, I thought I finished for... No, there's that other guy in Carson that overtook me right at the end. Man, this guy had so many of them. And on this guy, I remember this guy, he was from the Indian clan. Oh, that's probably why the IND is, yeah. So players with the most gold donated. I don't even remember how you donated gold, but 78,000. Most free boxes opened. Wow. Oh, and I think I figured out there was like 2 people that had like almost the max. And well, yeah, no, it is. Look, it is 2 people that had the max. I just noticed after I said that. Yeah, and so that meant that they opened like every single box. And I think you could only go like 4 hours and then it like capped out. Oh, they opened every single box because of the amount of hours. Because you got it like every 4 hours or something. And then 4 hours times 567 was like the length that the game was out. And most obstacles removed, 6,000. Most gold looted, all these different things. Kizza, he was a YouTuber as well. Yeah, what's come of him? Nothing as far as I'm aware of in terms of the game, which is real sad. Yeah, he was a promising YouTuber. So was Psycho. So was Clash with Style. And who knows? They might, but so was Comman. So was Zanzard. So was Sammy Chow. What happened to all them? Even ones that do get to 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and then the game dies, and that's it. It's hard, man. It's life, but it's just so in conflict with like people like the many YouTubers that are just ultra optimistic in that, and almost have like no regard for the fact that so many are trying so hard and failing. It's like, can you please just acknowledge that, like, you're, like, real, like, that's not the norm, what's happened in your case, that you've done super well in there. I mean, they don't have to acknowledge it, but I don't know, it's just, like, people just, like, pretend, like, like, they'll say, oh, no, it's just, just keep YouTubing or whatnot, and oh, you'll make it. It's like, no, most people won't make it in terms of becoming in the top 4%. Yeah. Anyway, so... Yeah, this guy has so many records in that. This guy, it's insane, 97%. But this was all data thanks to Zahard. Otherwise, they never could have figured out a lot of these. Some of them I could have. This 9,000 attacked people, and this guy defended against 2,000. He also got quite a few as well. Well, I haven't even seen me on the list at all. Cola, Orange Juice. Oh yeah, that was crazy. He got the first clan ever in that. He had an Everdell as well. He was there. He's still doing relatively well, I think. With the most... Oh, yeah. Oh, so there's a few of them. 32 each. Wow. We didn't do too well in that. Astron France. That rings a bell. There we go. First player to reach level 34. Yeah, here we go. Because you could have done a separate award for each of them, but then it sort of looks like, oh, you're just inflating your own records because you're the first person and the only person that can ever achieve that as long as I keep achieving it. But nevertheless, that was an incredible feat to keep being the second, because I had to keep hitting Elite League every time, which was it was a good game. Like, we just played for like 2 hours a day, and it was enough to sort of stay high. Dates unsure. These ones I would know the dates, but yeah, I don't know who reached those. And this one here, it was funny. I could never confirm. That was because that was like obviously all on like the first day or something. Was all just those ones. Because yeah, that's right. Rush Wars came out delayed for me, which I was really annoyed about. No way, no way. Somehow it's the first person to reach champ, and then that guy took over, and only just. I can't believe that was in the span of a week, and I played Rush Wars for 100 hours in the first week. It was like 99 hours according to my statistics. That's insane. In 1 week, there's only 168 hours in a week. That was an insane week. That was insane. That was, not much sleep, but yeah, he only just put me at the post. Yeah. I suspected there was two people in that, but I can't confirm that. But yeah, that was that. Yeah, but I can't believe I actually got to one of those leagues first. That's insane, man. This was 2019. It was so long ago, and I love it how with this one, it was like it was one of those 3. Like, I know it was one of those 3 somehow. No, it's 4 of them, but it's like I don't know who it was, but it was one of those 4 that hit it. There's probably a snapshot of 4 of them having hit it, and I'm like, okay, well, it must have been one of those 4, but I don't know which one. And Bobby Brawl Stars, I remember him. He was and then. With most days as #1 global with... How do I say unknown or unconfirmed? Yeah, I don't know how... Yeah, excluding banned players. Shout out to... what was his name? Like, started with V, I think. Yeah, wow. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll just back in a minute. I had just so much hope for Heyday and Supercell and all that, but just, yeah. Hall of Fame, because I had 2. I don't know, Hall of Fame. I'll just check the other one, see if there's anything interesting on it or not. Oh no, this was the good one. Oh no, this one looks way better. Yeah, okay, this was the, yeah, okay, that one was just text. That's why I'm like, no, this one's way better. This one's way better. I think it's the same info, but it just looks like way better. I'll just check this. Ricky, yo, 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 yo! Welcome to the stream. And look at this leaderboard. Look at this. Who is this? What's this? It's you. It's you. You're beating us. You're beating us. You just got a point then. Slightly ahead. You're beating us. There we go. And 100% Ricky. 100%. I like that they've added that. It's good. Yeah, there was. Sorry, I was missing it. But yeah, I was just talking about good old that game. Rush Wars. Remember that we were part of together. But yeah, very close in that. We'll see who ends up. How did you guys get so? Did you get a good event? Ricky, be honest. Don't normally say that because I assume or like to assume that people would be, but sadly a lot of the time people are not. But yeah. Mega hogs, that's such a pain. All the mushrooms, you have to get like 100. But if you have a thing on the board which is like 2 melons for like 100 mushrooms, you're sweet. But they only last for an hour, and you can't cycle it back in time. Like, I don't know, I just find I can't cycle back the hog that requests 260 mushrooms, because you have to do like 3 cycles. I don't know the math of it, of how many there are in a cycle. I don't know if it's like 50 or something, because they go around 3 cycles, so you do them, bam, so that's, let's say, the very start of it all. Then you have to go like the entire cycle to get back round to that, but then it's the second one of the 3 it eats, and then you have to go another entire cycle to get back, or you could argue the whole thing's a cycle, but, you know, but then gets back to the third thing it eats, then you do another whole cycle, and then you're back to it. But I, like, never get back to it. Although one of them's, like all mushrooms, and then one of them's, like, just the apples, and then one of them's, like, mushrooms and apples. So even if you, I don't know, but it might go mushrooms, it might go the apples, and then the other, but then you could still go from the half mushrooms to the full mushrooms one. There we go. Remember the scene. Rush Wars. More Rush Wars. Okay, see ya, Ricky. Thank you. Thank you for coming by, Ricky. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. Anyway, yeah. So, and also I got another flippin' copyright claim again today. It's just ridiculous. For 5 years, I've had demonetization / copyright issues and that. It's just so stupid. Like, my page, literally I've got an email thing. If I search up the term, a copyright claim has been created. It's like 50 copyright claims, like, well, 1 or 2 are just emails that have the word copyright in them, and then it says 50 of many. That's how many flippin' copyright claims I've got in that. So annoying in that, and lots of them on the NCS, on Rush Wars streams, on a 2019 Rush Wars stream, number 42, about a year ago, it had a someone falsely copyright claimed it and that, and this random crowd and that, and then I was like, this is stupid, this is like 2.5 years after the stream, they're falsely copyright claiming it and that. Eventually, well, I don't know, it might have been a day, it might have been a week, might have been a month, they retracted it. I don't even pay attention anymore, to these claims. I never really watch well, no, sometimes I'd be like, oh yay, they're retracted. I think maybe it's when I send you an email, and then a year on, another claim on the stream and that for copyright. And not only, it's not just like the normal, like, this is the song that we're claiming and that, and sometimes you can then search the song and link back to the song. It now has like retracted, or says like the metadata can't be displayed, so it won't even show you what song the claiming to claim your song is. So the only way you can find it is you click, at least they show the flippin' time. They didn't show the time. That would be like so insane. Like if it just said, like, you know, especially my 8-hour or 12-hour streams, and it's like somewhere in this song we've copyright claimed it, one of the sounds in this one of the tunes in this thing. I'll be like, are you serious? So at least they show that, but they don't show what song the claiming it is in that. So you then watched where it is. It's like, oh, it's Fade from Alan Walker in that, which is in the description in that. But then I noticed he's actually removed the video from Spectre and Fade and that, the NCS release of it. So I was like, interesting in that. And so, and Spectre is one they use in like all those early Heyday videos they did, like or something like that, and it had like the green thing, and it was like the intro was like 5 seconds, but then I was concerned because I thought back to that other guy, Nova at Herix, who was an NCS creator and released a song, and this famous one, Nova, there's this dun. No, it wasn't that. Dun, 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 dun. No, it was this other one. It was a real cool song in that. And then he then retracted and then like reversed course and said, actually, no, this is no longer a copyright. I'm no longer releasing the song with NCS or whatnot. And then masses of people that use that song all got hit with copyright claims. I thought it's so wrong that someone can retract this, that, hey, this is copyright free, and then retract, then not do it. That said, in his defense, he did say that people that had previously used it could then uncopyright claim it, but they had to go through this process and claim it and say, hey, this is, I was using it before this, or I'm using it and here's the accreditation or whatnot. They had to do that whole process and that because heaps of people that previously used it. But the fact that they can just do that and have a non-copyright song with NCS and then just remove it and then copyright claim people for it, it's like, what the heck? Like, that's not cool. So I stopped using. Well, there's a few reasons why I stopped using NCS, but I stopped using them over a year ago. One of the reasons was just the copyright stuff, just copyright claim. With the Fat Rat, I've been largely fine in that, but then that's not like NCS's fault / the Fat Rat, like as not being at fault. It's just like, that's just the abusive copyright system that YouTube allows. But NCS, it was happening way worse too, and I'm just like, I'm done with this. Plus the ability that they can just do that and just say, hey, there's a non-copyright song, and then just change their mind and say, actually, nah, it is a copyright song. Like, what? It's like, no. So, but then it's sad because there'll be creators with NCS that would never do that, and they'd never remove their song like that. But so then it's sort of sad because some of them then are stuck with NCS, and then people just don't trust NCS. Like, I don't trust NCS songs because of the fact that creators can go back and just say, hey, yeah, nah. Because it's like, imagine then if just like tens or hundreds of my videos, however many I used Alan Walker, and he suddenly just said, hey, like, I'm copyright claiming them now and that. It's like, well, that's so not cool. And then I also don't know then if this is the case, if Alan Walker has just done that, or it's another false copyright claim. Because I don't want to at all make Alan Walker look bad if it's like with the Fat Rat. I trust the Fat Rat never does this and that. And so I'm just like, dude, if someone's claiming his video, like, it's just slander. Like, it's just, they're just like slandering his name by pretending to, which is illegal, to pretending to be the Fat Rat. And then people think, oh, the Fat Rat is just like being annoyed. It's like, no, the Fat Rat doesn't do that. And I'm just like, I trust the Fat Rat that he wouldn't do that and that. But since it's happened with NCS, this other dodgy thing in the past, then I'm like, well, maybe it is Alan Walker. But then it's sort of sad because if someone's falsely doing that, that is making Alan Walker look bad for no good reason in that. Other than the reason that other NCS creators, one in the past has done that before. So, but then also maybe he has done that. But I don't even know which is the accurate thing because I've just had so many false copyright claims in the past that I don't know if this is him or not. So either way, it's just such a pain, such a mess. And it's just so annoying, just all these issues in that. So I don't play songs anymore in my videos. The Fat Rat I did use, I used them in the Risk ones, like maybe a year ago, or maybe it was 2 years ago. In a time-lapse video, but yeah, it's just such a mess, really. It's not cool to retract free music. Yeah, the Fat Rat posts in a way to avoid false claims on his songs. I guess you've seen it posted away. I hadn't, no. But I very rarely, even though I've used the Fat Rat in many videos, definitely not as much as NCS. Like almost all the Rush War streams have NCS all through them. So if any of them, and there's like maybe a loop of 17 or 50 songs in that, like if any of them just say, hey, no, we want copyright, it's like, oh, well, that's gone. There goes like 80 of my streams. Not that I earn almost any money from them anymore, but it's still just wrong that can happen. And that like, yeah. Well, yeah, the false claims, that's just so, like, insanely wrong, and although in legal rights that people can just retract, like, saying, hey, you can use a song, and then just like, oh, no, actually, we want the money from it, I think that's wrong. I mean, that's still their legal right to, but it's like, flipping heck, man. Like, these aren't even, like copyright songs and that. I mean, like, as in, like, Disney songs and that. There's so much I would have loved to have played throughout my whole streaming career, well, of these on stream, but I just can't because of copyright. Even edited videos, all the cool sound effects, I did just maybe copyright. Well, our copyright. Even the song like Nini, where it goes, Hironi, and the like rear decorations had a video. I was like, oh, I don't know if this is copyright, and I don't want to get my whole video like hit because of this like funny 2-second soundbite. It's like, it's not worth it for them to copyright. But then, because a lot of like what Quack did, I loved his videos on Battlelands, but probably a lot of that was copyright. But it's like so many of the editing sound effects and all that, or little tunes, copyright. So it's you sort of like, Coleman used to use Yoshi from Nintendo, which was real cool, but again, copyright. So it's like, and then even with the ones that when you are going with them, like the Fat Rat and the NCS, you still have trouble with them in that. I think I've had the Fat Rat false. Yeah, no, I definitely have. At least on 2 occasions, I've had, because I've reached out to them and he kind of his team reached out back, claimed. But normally it's NCS. But it's like, dude, I'm just like, I don't want to even play songs anymore. And then some games you can't even, like Ghost City. I got one legitimate copyright claim on it because you're apparently not allowed to use the Ghost. They haven't got they haven't got they've got copyright to use the Ghost City song in their thing, but it's then you can't as a YouTuber do it. Which is like, okay, that's annoying. So I'll have to just play on mute going forward, which I then did and stopped ever recording the music from in Ghost City and that. Same with the Infinite Galaxy. Apparently that song was copyrighted, I think. Or I don't know if that was a false claim or real. I'm pretty sure that one was real. And then I got a huge amount of claims on the Risk one, which I was legally allowed to do, but there was like no communication between, like, the creators of the Risk app has AMG or whatnot, not AMG, but SMG. They then said, like, you know, like I was allowed to use it, but then the people that then had the song just kept hitting with copyright claims. So I got a heap on the Risk ones. But yeah, it's just such a mess. So I'm just like, don't really want to play. I want to play music, but I just am like, I don't think I will unless I'm like, hey, I'm clean to do so. And I actually could play the Fat Rat songs on loop, and even the Fat Rat songs, which is not his fault at all. Even some of them are not copyright free in that. Like some of them are, and some of them aren't. Most of them are, and so I have a list of ones that are guaranteed that are fine to do in that. But then there are some that he's done in the past that weren't copyright free. So even how you have to be mindful of, which is not his fault. It's just that's just how it is. But yeah, he's got some amazing songs in that. But I don't know about all the new ones in that. Like I haven't got like a list. It'd almost be nice if you like could just click on them and then it just had the full details, like you are allowed to reuse this with accreditation, or no, this is completely copyright or whatnot, so that you just know, because otherwise he releases new songs and with different groups and I'm like, I presume he's probably made it copyright free. I don't know, I'm not sure exactly where to find it. He sometimes helpfully puts it in the description, but yeah, it's a bit, it's like, ugh. Anyway, okay, so we're gonna play this game for a little bit and then wow, that was 47 minutes. Boom, 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 boom. Which I've showed that. And then this event. Let's get these gold caps. There's this wonderful, I finally got it, where I got the thing where you trade in 3 gold caps for... Oh, this guy is... I finally upgraded him. So he's then got a nice big range. 3 gold caps for 600 coins, which is like the price that you'd sell it to an animal for. And that's just such good value. And so I exchanged like 200 of them and got a huge amount of coins for that. Because it's just so many coins. Like, it's like an insanely high income source. Because then like just 5, that's like 1,000 coins just right there. Which is like, that's huge. It only takes like a minute to collect them. Which is just like insanely good rate. What is that? That goes back 3 days. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not even exploiting it. That's not even exploiting it. It's being smart with your resources. Like, if you collected a whole heap of gold caps and then at the right time sold them. I mean, there was the couple that they'd made it that, like, it technically could go infinitely back and forth because it was, like, slightly beneficial trade. That was rare, but possible. I didn't see it on my board, but I saw some photos of it. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying that they changed that. But yeah, it's just so... oh, well, now no longer you can. But yeah, I had this real cool... Whoa, look at that! Oh, that is so cool! That is so cool! Oh, I've never seen it so dense. Never seen it so dense. Oh, it looks better with that one there, because it looks... That's crazy. I want to try and quickly get this load before the next one. But then again, I want to... I could... Yeah. Oh, there we go. These ones here. How are we looking? Whoa, 100. Okay, we have got ages to get there. Not sure if we have any strategy. I think we can probably manage a few of them. Definitely get that guy. Oh, that's a nice one now, yeah. Fishing. Oh, that's doable. There's the one that is, because lots of them are easy, like Dandelion, it's like sweet. And then there's, they're all like 200. And then there's one now that they've got, which is of a beaver and a duck swimming or something, which is 500. And I think that's fair enough, because like, I'm not going to go to the efforts to try and get them swimming. It's just a pain. So I don't worry about that one. But for people that want to go for the efforts, good on them. Then they can get 500 coins. Oh, sorry. This one's, I don't remember this event as having all these gold caps. It's like really good. It's just so much income. What are the, I can't, yeah, it's so annoying they've capped that again. Because originally they only had one, which was like so low. And then they obviously changed it to, oh, that's huge expensive. And then they must have changed, oh, how's that, why is that so long? They must have changed, and then they changed it to unlimited, and now they've changed it to, who knows, we'll see what, in the middle. People progressing. Whoa, there's 3 more of them. There's just so many coins to just rake in. Wow, how have we only got 12? Oh, I must have been totally sold out before. Found the fat rat instructions of how to avoid them. Bit involved, I'll send on Discord. Oh, okay, thank you. I don't normally have any issues with his ones. It's pretty rare to have an issue. I have had it a couple times, but that's definitely not the norm. Where's the NCS ones? And it's like, it's not even recent. It's not even like, hey, I just posted a video on using NCS. It's like 3 years ago, soon to be 4 years ago. It's like they're claiming my 2019 ones. And probably that other 2019 one I have has now been over 1,000. I think it was already 1,000 days as of then. That still is under review by YouTube. It's been over 3 years now. I started the copyright climb. I mentioned it many times over the years. They demonetized it when I was live streaming it. Nothing demonetizable about it. It was completely family friendly, 100%. They just demonetized it, and so so it was still live, and so I requested a view. I'm like, okay, well, can you look at this, because shouldn't be demonetized. It's completely family friendly. It's nothing wrong about it, and well, they didn't. They didn't just get straight back to me on it or anything. And anyway, then the stream stopped. And then they were like, it's still under review, and then it's unwatchable. It's unwatchable back because they didn't review it when it was live, and then because of what YouTube does, they just say, hey, if it's over 12 hours, then you can't watch it anymore. That's their choice to do that, but it's still demonetized. And so then in 2020, I asked them, I'm like, hey, can you, has your system forgotten this video? So this was like months later. I said, has your system forgotten this video? Because it says that reviews normally take a week, and well, it's been months and it's still not reviewed. And the YouTube guy told me, oh, no, it's still under review. It's still in the system and that. And so I'm like, okay. Anyway, well, fast forward another 2 years on from that, and 3 years actually on from that, because that would have been about March. I'm not sure exactly. And still pending review according to the YouTube thing. It says it's still under review. It's like, really? 3 years? 3 years? It normally takes a week. Well, this must be the most exceptional case in YouTube history for it to take 3 years. I don't even understand how it's still in the system, like how they just don't do an update, and then they it either just like auto denies or approves all claims that are over 3 years. Like, how on earth? It's like, that's seriously not right. Like, they like, or either like something's not right there. Like, way understaffed, or they just like intentionally ignoring it, or I don't know. I don't know. And it's a lot of these situations. It's not at all like it's hard because you can't really make claims against them because you don't know the details in that, and they would know 100% on their end exactly who saw it and when they received the approval, and if anyone's looked at it. You can't. all your claims are speculation in that, and then they can just like, they can just claim, like, just be like, oh, you're just making up all these things or conspiracy things and that or whatever. It's like, well, I'm not saying they have done this. I'm just saying what has happened in that, because I don't know. I can speculate that they're intentionally ignoring it. I don't know. Do I think they're intentionally ignoring it? Probably not. Probably not, to be fair. No, I don't think they're intentionally ignoring it. You know, but, you know, it's all you have is speculation. Same with these false copyright claims. It's like, well, is it Alan Walker that's done it? Is it someone that's fraudulent that's done it? See, I'm always, and not me, everyone that's in these positions and that, you're just in this sort of like, and hence, you know, you just got to be moderate in what you claim about it. You just sort of say, you can speculate what you think and say the details, but you can't definitively say, like, look what Alan Walker's done. He's just gone back on his word. Because, like, well, no, I don't know that's true. And it as easily could be a false claim. Or nor can I say, like, 100% this is a false claim and that, you know, that absolutely making Alan Walker look bad in that, because it might actually be Alan Walker. So I can't say either way. I'm just like, hey, look, this is what's happened. There's been a claim on my video. Probably false, because lots of they normally are. On the other hand, Alan Walker's removed his videos, which is Nova Herix did the same thing a few years ago, removed his videos, and then, you know, maybe it's Alan Walker's doing this, but I don't know, and it's just so annoying, because then you can't really, you can only say as much as you know, which I don't know much, and I won't get to know any more details about it, really, and you can't really research it. You can look up the company Believe Music, which is the only detail I have. I'll reach out to him, I'm sure he wouldn't respond. Reach out to YouTube, I'm sure they won't tell me any more information. Look up Believe Music, see, is this a legit company, or is this just made up? But then there could be a company he's with that is legitimate, but then just doesn't have anything that features online. So, yeah, and it's such a harsh position, like, you can't, yeah, it's just not great. Yeah, and same with this video. Hence, it's like, well, I told you what I know. I requested a review back in August 2019 when it was live. They didn't review it when it was live, and so then eventually I stopped it. Or like hours, like maybe 24 hours later, it was stopped it. Or I'm not sure exactly when. The stream's about 60 hours. And so it was family friendly. Their system claimed it wasn't. It was demonetized, not suitable for advertisers. So I requested a review when it was live. They didn't review it when it was live, and then it stayed pending review for month after month after month. So then I asked them about it in early 2020 and said, hey, look, is this still in your system and that? It's been under review. And they say, yep, it's not been forgotten. And so he obviously checked or whatnot to check that it was in the system, but didn't review it. It's like, well, can you just review it then? I don't know what the system is, because you could say, well, so is he supposed to spend the next 62 hours looking through it? That's like 2 weeks of work just for that stream, but I don't know how they review things. I assume it's like in a minute, but I mean, their system would say what they flagged it for and what part in the stream, so they can just check that, but he didn't. So assuming that then they can still view the stream even though they don't allow it to be viewed, but maybe they don't. Maybe they've then wiped it in that, and so then that's why it's not coming through, which could definitely be definitely be the case, that then they'd just say, well, we can't review it because we can't see it, and I'll be like, well, that's not my fault. It was you that demonetized it, and I requested a review, like that's the system that you've made, and it's also you that makes it not viewable after 12 hours if it's a stream that's, so that's not my fault. That's on you. Like, you're demonetizing my video and having this yellow thing on it saying it's not suitable for advertisers with no proof, and I can't defend myself because you've wiped all the footage of it and that, and well, it was irrelevant. The point is, you've marked it as demonetized. You check it. You look at it and just see for yourself and that, you know. And if you can't look at it, well, that's not me. That's not my fault that you can't look at it. Even if I'd made a recording, I'm not. It's just stupid to send a 62-hour record. I don't even know what you think is wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. So it's on them to do it, but they haven't, and they just keep it demonetized, and 3 years later, you know, if they're not going to review it, they can just say, hey, look, no, we can't review videos over 12 hours. They haven't said that. All they've just said, hey, look, yeah, it's under review. It's like, okay, well, can you review it sometime soon? It's been not 1 year, not 2 years, but over 3 years, and you still haven't reviewed it. And what's happening? What's happening? Like, what's going to happen with this? Are you going to review it, or are you just going to leave it perpetually in review for how many years? Forever? If you're not going to review it, just say, hey, look, we're not going to review this. And I'll think, well, that's stupid and wrong. Like, you're the one that demonetized it. You should have then reviewed it when you could and said, oh, yeah, no, it's fine. But instead, you've just got this mark on one of my streams saying, oh, yeah, it's not suitable for advertisers. It's like, well, that's not true. And I'm not the one that can prove it's not true. It's you need to look at it. But they haven't, and it's been 3 years, and they still haven't found time to look at it or tell me, hey, yeah, well, no, we're not going to review this. Instead, it's just like, no, it's still under review. It's like, okay, we'll review it. It's just so stupid, just so ridiculous. It's just unbelievable. It's just unfathomable how terrible of a company YouTube/Google is. It's just insane. But again, this is what monopolies can get away with, because, or near monopolies, they just have so much market share, and they know that people won't stop using YouTube, and so they just can just sit there and just do that. Oh man, oh, he's the King Frog. Ah, okay, that makes sense now. Oh, but using that, oops. Yeah, he's the King Frog. Okay, what do we got here? What's our situation? So I do want to get that other stuff done. Definitely, like 100% I want to get that stuff done. Which will be cool to get done and see the updated charts of where things are at. Hopefully we can get through a lot of the cycle. Oh, cool. Boom. Oh yeah, we should get these going. Toad. Okay. And I think we'll start getting these. Do we need mushrooms? Oh, because we got a few mushrooms in the other place. Maybe I should get it from there. Yeah, yeah, let's get some stuff in there. Although, actually, do we need them? The squirrels eat them. 17. Refreshed. Ah, yeah, it's refreshed. Because I could have got some of those things. Oh yeah, there's these things here. Yeah, definitely want to be getting these ones. 100%. Yeah, there's actually a reasonable amount of them as well. Yeah, we better stop using them, otherwise then that will become a barrier thing on the chart. I see we got those things, that's crazy. It's a good game. It's a good game, but it's just I'm not going to do another Everdell with it and just spend months and months. I mean, I already have, and I feel like I've already given this game a huge chance, a huge run. Like I've covered it in October 2022, in November 2022, in December 2022, in January 2023, and February 2023, and March 2023. It's like, dude, that's like over 5 months. Over 5 months. And yeah, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a good game, but like they need to add way more, otherwise, like, and I can see it happening. Like most people have just quit the game. Yes, that's such a good one. You know, if the devs were super transparent about it and said, hey, like, look, this is the next update, when it's going to be and what it's going to contain. This is what the figures are. We reckon it's got like a 15% chance of going global in that. I'd be like, oh, okay, that's helpful. It's really good to know these things. But they don't, and I can. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand why they don't, but also then I'm kind of like, well, if you're not going to share that with us, then I'm unwilling to and it's entirely your right not to share that with us, and that I don't expect you to. Most companies don't. Hexonia company, that were an exception. They're an amazing company, but they end up going bankrupt. Well, no, they stopped updating the game, which I presume they'd gone bankrupt. No, that reminds me, I still intend to do another one of those streams. A lot of time I've intended stuff, but yeah. So yeah, it's like I'm just not willing to just invest huge amounts of time into this game. I mean, I already have, and that's why I'm like, I should really consider this, because it's like, okay, then it's at the expense of not covering all the other games that I could be covering, like Clash Mini and that, which I reckon is sooner than later going to be finished, or Bomber Grounds, and covering Risk and a few of these other ones. But I think ultimately I will be moving away from doing gaming at some point. So yeah, anyway. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I think I'll, but I won't stop quite yet. You know, I'm definitely going to finish out this event at least, and then probably the next event after that. We'll see. I mean, it would be a good spot to stop after this event. You know, in such a strong position. Like we've had three out of 3 victories on our hand with getting in the top 16. Oh yeah, this will be ready. Yeah, that will be 2 minutes and that's ready. Any of them? Nope. Oh yeah, didn't pull it back to the other side. $54. Not sure. What? Wasn't that 19 hours? No, it wasn't. All of us on, slowly moving up. Oh, look at all that. Yeah, that helps with that. That easy ones, those 3s. Still takes a while for them to collect them, but boom. That's a shame that they changed the trader thing back, because that then rapidly reduces your ability to what I described as transfer resources, or I don't know. I didn't use the term transfer. I used some other term, like modify them and move them, redistribute them rapidly, and that was really helpful. And even then, it was still like you had to be lucky enough to get the right thing. Yeah. We've had such a long journey of covering the Supercell games. It's just so sad to sort of end it, you know. And I'm not ending it today, right? But I would say or anything because I'm stopping covering this game, which I don't know if it's Supercell or not. But yeah, I sort of just feel like it is coming to a close, which has been sort of a mix of factors, but partly because Supercell's had a decade of failed games. Sorry, half a decade. Their golden days are over, and I mean, it's by no means to say that they're not doing tremendously well with Heyday and Clash of Clans and Brawl Stars and Clash Royale. You know, they still are having tremendous success with those games and that, but just in terms of regard to the new ones, it's just been abysmal. Like, they've just had fail game after fail game after fail game in that, you know, and any of those that are taken off that I'd covered, especially Rush Wars, or especially Heyday Pop, or oh no! Or Everdell, you know, I would have had it, but none of them did, and that was a shame because the other ones I'd invested in, and then that just didn't work out. So yeah, it's a shame because it would have been very different if they had. And I'm sort of fatigued, and I think a lot. Oh no, wrong one. I think a lot of YouTubers of Supercell games trying the beta ones are fatigued, and in fact, many of them have quit or stopped. Which is just it could have been so different, you know. And I think about Finland Trip 2 a lot of the time. But I don't think it's happening. Oh, it's just so annoying then I won't be able to transfer all these resources again. That was really helpful. There we go. That's a nice amount of storage. Hello, Ricky. Hello. They got I don't know how they got so far ahead. They're like way ahead. Like they weren't even, I don't think they were even on it yesterday. And now they're like really on it. Hey, I should put her on another task. Is that full of grass? Could do another lot of grass, but oh no, because there we go. I have to collect that, but I'll still do it. Oh, you're getting towards that. Oh yeah, beautiful. Getting towards that 300, which is really amazing ability. That helps you so much. Being able to, incredibly helpful. Being able to get like having those super resources. It's so many more resources. It's just really good. 16 and 17, or 18 and 13. It's good quick math, being able to like, oh look at them all, there's heaps of them. I don't care as much about the gold ones, although I normally end up doing them. What do we do? Oh, and then there's like 22 and something. 22 and 9 is another combo that works. Let's try and do this one. If I use the... There you go, I always use this guy on it. If you check a 24 on there, then you're like, okay, that's a good amount already done. 19. I'm trying to use the double ones. Okay, not quite that. We get 12 or 13, and then drop one of them to 23. Awesome. That makes it take the exact 8 hours. You can make it faster if you want. Oh, there's a 12. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay, we don't need that many. Maybe a 17. 16. Oh, it's a little bit over. 19. Beautiful. Quick math. We're waiting for those two. 24 seconds. Oh, she's got nothing to do. Could give her something to do. We need... and carrots, although we have a little bit of carrots. We need them. I reckon there's a high chance I'll meet Ricky again in my life. It's I don't know. I just find it so tough thinking about the world and the future of the world. Even just in the next year. It's just the next 2 years. It's I do not think things are going to be good. I do not think things are going to be good. Oh, has it respawned? Why did I just miss the whole heap over here? I don't think it's respawned yet because, yeah, no. It hadn't taken that long. And yeah, I do think that if a world war breaks out, which I honestly think there is a good chance of, sadly, extremely so, but I think there is a good chance that there will be a world war. I think gaming will crash, like just absolutely crash in that, because you know things will get a lot more real. Things will get a lot more real. Oh, there we go. It respawned. I missed a couple of the gold caps, unfortunately. But yeah, I think gaming will just be out if that were to happen. Look at that frog, look at that toad. It's mega. Oh, that's right. And the other thing I was going to look up, sadly, yeah. That's right, I was going to look up Clash Mini because I did that post. I think I did it. Oh, yeah, thanks for mentioning that in there, Lynn. Can't believe we have this gold cap event on again when I'm streaming, because then it just makes me want to just do that. It's even late to a thing. I went to some board games tonight. I was a few minutes late because I saw this and I'm like, oh, I just want to finish collecting these. Here we go. Okay, and then I'll just look up on this Clash. What's that? Oh, it's Tiz. Boost Woods OG. Oh, right. This is fine. So we're going Clash, or just Clash Minis, fine. See if I can find my list. Oh, there's a few. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's very cool. Very cool. It's also, I actually enjoy reading through the Discord of. I have another one on here to keep it going, just so my computer doesn't turn off and doesn't flip and restart. It's the only reason I have it on, but it's not good to have it on all the time. But otherwise, they do push the update. Yeah, it's so Clash Mini. That was when we were chatting as well. All in the back. Yeah, man, look at that. Look at that. And then that one. No, Everdell. Oh, yeah, technically, because of that other thing. Yeah, technically. Yeah, that's, yeah. And then this here, so this year, this was January. So it wasn't even that long ago. But, that was yet to determine. So now it has moved up. But that was 2 separate games, kind of. That was sort of like a borderline case in that. Oh no, this one was 12 months, 90 months, so it wouldn't be unprecedented, but yeah. Oh no, but oh no, because that's 6 months more than that, because this one's now 15 months old. So as of April, it will be as old as Clash Quest and that. So actually, no, it could be like June or July they do it actually. But I definitely think, yeah, within, I mean, say 100% within the next 4 months they'll announce it. But then I said like a month ago within the next 3 months, so April or May. But yeah, as you can see, because that's now up to 15 months in that as of now, and then as of next month, as of April, when I think that they'll make the announcement. Maybe May, it will be as old as Clash Quest. As of May, it will be older than Clash Quest. So the only exception would be Brawl Stars. The only, but even that, I'm not sure if that, I think that's when it went global. But they probably announced it, like, maybe, like a month before in that. So it will then be at, like, it will be, I mean, these ones here sort of, like, were all very old games. So they went live, so it makes it look like it's really far down the list. Whereas if you removed all them, because they never really had a beta phase, and you just had them, it's like, oh, it's like kind of in the middle in that. But it is a huge gap, because it's up to about 60 months between Heyday Pop, and they got killed anyway. You know, with the ones that went live, that was the one, but, yeah, because my argument was if the longer, you know, ones that are longer than 2 months get killed with the exception of that, but, because that then would be up to 15 months, soon to overtake it, and then this one kind of doesn't count, because it was only 12 months as that game, which would push it back, because it was under another game, which was a secret game, so technically that doesn't really count like that, but kind of does. Yeah, so then the only other one was Brawl Stars, which actually did end up going global, but that was years ago, many years ago. That was 2017 it came out, which is 6 years ago now, and then it was 2018 that they released it globally, the end of 2018. Oops. So yeah, very interesting. Very suspicious. No, not suspicious. But yeah, I think it's incredibly interesting. Like, that's a hang of a lot. Like, that's, yeah. I can do an updated list now. And do it here. And Clash Mini is now 15 months. Yeah, so that's then more accurate. Yeah, and so then it will soon overtake Clash Quest. I reckon so, and that would then be 16 months, same as Clash Quest that it's been in that phase for. Yeah, I do like looking at the chat because there's like enough, like there's not too much that it's like crazy to read. It's like interesting. Oh yeah, and then that was how it was like they had like an insane, like a terrible streak. Like, just like almost every single game killed, and if that gets killed, it's like the whole is just boom, dead. And then, but like back in the day, way back in the old days, 2012 to 2016, it was like most of them went live. They only had 2, like, oh, that was unfortunate, but like, yeah. But yeah, not anymore. It's not the same anymore. I did an updated leaderboard. This one here, he told me the details later that 240 stars, but it was, I didn't want to edit this because as soon as you change it once, then it's edited. But yeah, he was at 240 stars. So, but then this was a much better list because that one, because it says 4 more and it's much more updated than that one. So, but yeah, and we have now had 200 in that, as has Alberta. So, yeah, Alberta's then overtaken us. So it must have been like a day behind. So yeah, us to over 200 now. So it's very nice. There's not many that have done it, but these 3 are way ahead. Those 3. So shout out to Moose Crew, Southern Skies, and Moosewoods Crowd, of which I've never actually seen on the top 16 list. These two have featured, but aren't on the current lists. Red Knights is in that. Canadian Bacon is. Yes, interesting, I know that. And I've put the sources in, which is very helpful for me, because then I can get those updates in. Pretty sure that one was me, and that one was me. But yeah, I've put all these sources in. Yeah, so I can then get the updated info. That was the first, and it's the 5th, so I should do an update soon again. And then that one's actually 240. So they're about the same, second equal, because it sort of depends on exactly when you do it. Because like I got that info, and then like a day later I got that they were at 240, but then they're probably at 241 by then. But yeah, that's the prox. That's a good database, a real good database of what we got. Ones like this have just fallen off the list. Like I've never seen beer since 1st of February, so over a month, and I've never seen them. Never seen them on the leaderboard. I've never seen a member of beer in the Discord, and I've never seen them on my like clan thing anymore. So that one has just dropped off. But yeah, I should do an updated list. But that was a real cool, the best database I could do, which I'm really happy with. Okay, there we go. Yes, yes. To be fair, she's actually getting those other things which we need. So it doesn't matter too much that... I don't know how long I play this for, like, as in doing this before I just get on and do that other... Do the Excel, which needs to be done, and I want to be doing. Oh, here's someone. Here's trouble. So if we go here and then we go... Oh, wow. Wow, he's almost done. Cool. Browse clans. There they all go. New Zealander, 197, Devondale. Spring Island. Ivy in the 40s now. Oh, we're getting closer. Still not quite there. I think we'll put that on now. No, I normally like to have a little bit more than that. Oh, that's getting awfully full. 7 more of them. Nope, don't want... Nope, none of those deals. Oh, he's getting close to being done. Oh well, there we go. I'm coming 5th in my clan. It's a leaderboard. It's crazy, yeah, that some of the photos of the old game. It's really interesting. It'll be sad, just like Everdale, where I'll then finally stop collecting all this data. Like, we're making something really cool. And it literally, just like Everdale, and who knows, maybe I'll then return in a year. No, I highly doubt it. I feel like in a year, this game won't be here. Or it will be global, and I will have been silly to have stopped it. Nah, not necessarily. But yeah, it'll be sad, because then, like, we've started this cool data process of, like, all this Excel stuff, and then it will be, like, yeah, stopping. It's nice having that, like, bigger range. It just makes it easier for searching stuff. And then you can get better things. There's a lot of those things, yeah, which we will be able to get and just, like, zoom our way to maxing out. It takes them long enough to get all the gold ones. We need to get her back. Oh, it's again. Wow. Yeah, man, how are we not even getting round in time? That's insane. Sometimes people miss them down here, like little cheeky ones. Shakespeare. Double, double, toil and trouble. I think, yeah, it's a phrase some people... Oh, 5 more. I thought we were... I thought we had 3 more. It must have been 43. It's a saying people say in New Zealand. When someone walks in, people say, here's trouble. But maybe, yeah, I mean, it's said in New Zealand, doesn't mean it's from New Zealand or New Zealand exclusive, but it is in New Zealand. One more, okay. We just want to just get this thing so we can process these other ones. One more, and then we'll send him in. Send him to the ranch. I heard Dr. Phil is cancelled. No, he's self-stopping. But actually, yeah, I just quickly get that already. Yeah, I heard that he got sued by Kashmir Sa. How about that? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think her first name started with D and her last name started with B, and yeah, she sued him, and another one did it. And then he didn't. It said, according to Wikipedia, he didn't send people to the ranch anymore. It's like, what on earth? That's insane. Because, yeah, well, then you think that everyone that he sent to the ranch could then sue him for sending him to the ranch. Anyway, yeah, it's like, that's crazy. So he stopped saying that. It's like an iconic thing. That's like literally why he's a meme. Like that, well, not exclusively, but, you know, PewDiePie is, you know, send him to the ranch. Like, that's his icon. It's like, the fact that he's been sued for that and can't say it anymore is like, what on earth? Well, not necessarily can't say it anymore, but probably will get sued again. I didn't care to watch Dr. Phil. I mainly sort of, yeah, I never watched the show itself, but I've watched a few episodes, and I guess mainly got to know him through PewDiePie, I guess, I don't know, but, yeah. Probably under, like, a cringe video or something, because, yeah, he gets a lot of interesting people in there. She'd be looking. You can see it. I figured out. Yeah, you can see it. Well, that's fine because it's like there's not enough. I'm not getting them in time as it is. Oh, he's here. Here's trouble. Then we can collect all these things which you actually need to complete those tasks. Hurricane Katrina, more like Hurricane Tortilla. Whoa, look at that. There's so many of those ones. Nope, might as well grab them. Couple of them. A minute. Is he done? Oh, he's gone above that. Sus. That's fine. That's fine. I honestly, the reward is overrated. Oh, actually, it's 3.5 grand in this one. That's actually kind of big. Oh, but then again, it's like 2 lots or 1 lot of collecting the gold coins. But I think, like, sometimes, like, it's just, like, really a hassle to try and, like, yeah, like, in some cases, I'm just like, dude, just go for it. I'm busy this weekend. I don't really want to have to, like, spend an hour, like, pushing up. Like, go for it. But it's not easy to communicate that. Oh, it is. You can just say it, but you sort of have to say it right near the start. And yeah, not saying the show was bad, just not the kind I like to watch. Right. Yeah, the ages. The blue ones, yeah, the blue ones take a while. Boom. Yeah, the Kashmir Sahaba. That was so long ago. That was like... No way that was 2016. Surely not. No. No, I think, no, it's 2018. Yeah, no, it was. It was the start of 2018. I remember that was like my start to 2018. And then I'll look it up and it won't be 2018. I'll be like, So was, hey. What's up, BitConnect? That was so out of tune. But yeah, that BitConnect thing. That's just like dodgy. I don't want to like risk tapping those things. Oh, there's, whoa. There we go. Whoa. we're ultimately just gonna have to just stop doing this. And it's just like annoying because these are like, this is like the best time to play the game where you just keep harvesting for literally hours of those gold caps and that, and they just hugely boost your coins faster than like any other point that you can boost them. Why is, what do I need to, oh, we can do it. Alright. Oh, bother. Bum. Da-dum. Shoo-a-doo-a-da. Shoo-a-doo-a-doo. La. Boom. Probably should have done that one. That's okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's the space we're looking for. No way it's respawned again already. Surely not. 3. Cool, that keeps... Oh, maybe it has... I don't know. Anyway, let's come back and get some of these things done. He's still... How many of those have we got? 100? Oh, that's kind of enough. Ooh. Guess we can go through that. Don't particularly want to. Oh, those... we put the wrong... Oh well. Trovo's bugging me. Asking me to donate. I keep having to go to see if it's a viewer. That's odd. Oh, it keeps like notifying you or something. That's weird. Yeah, Trovo didn't... I bet it didn't succeed as much as that hoped. I don't know, I've just never really heard anyone ever talk about it, ever. Anywhere online. Like, none, really. Not since 2020. It was sort of a big thing, and it was, like, exciting with many of us on there and that, and I haven't heard anything come of it. Like, literally nothing. Like, it's not to say, I'm just, like, not to say nothing has, I'm just saying I've never heard anyone ever mention Trovo. Like, none. Like, not a single creator or person in real life I've ever heard mention Trovo. Which is not a good sign in terms of its success. That it's just never heard it mentioned. Not once. Not twice. Not never. Well, actually, yeah, never. Boosts in me up here. Oh, there we go. 2 of us on 66. Okay, another minute. Probably it will respawn again, but I think we've got most of the gold ones. So how many of the gold ones are we up to? Whoa, 83 already. See, that's like 8 grand. Trovo makes a sound when a viewer hops on. Makes the same sound now when a bot keeps asking me. Really? That's weird. I wonder if I can ban the bot. Well, I've never appointed the bot or anything. It's unelected. 28. So we need more of them. Unelected bot. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Messing with. Grace Vanderwell. Haven't heard any of her sort of... I don't know if she posts. I don't know if most people post. Just so much to keep up with. It's unbelievable. They're just YouTubers and politicians and all sorts of people. There's so much to keep up with. Might as well put her on something until I find the next one. Oh, there we go. I guess I can keep doing this till I finish that. This is because there's 2 of them as well that I'm having working, and they're still not really getting through. Even the gold, this time they have, but then H3 was helping. H3. $70, yeah, we're getting up there. As soon as you cross the second star, then you know the mathematical calculation. You can, like, there are people that have uploaded that as a form thing, like to say, but yeah, if you cross it, then you, like, everyone can easily see. Oh, there, that's surely, no, maybe not. Surely, oh, I saw a gold one. Could be missed. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, there? Oh, there, it's respawned. Donate some art. It's called Arena Bot. I'll donate some art to see what it does. I'll have a look. I'll have a gander. I'll have a gaze. Oh, no, that's not Trovo. There we go. Might have to log in. Oh, no, there. Oh, PK Arena. I see the thing. PK Arena. That thing. Oh, there it goes there. Too close to call. Carrying on. It'll probably bug you more saying da 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 da. PK Arena. Oh, maybe this is that the same thing? Surely the game I'm covering is not titled that. PK. Oh, that rings a bell. No, if that might be the game it's supposed to be. No, it's got Clash Mini. I don't know what the heck that thing is. Oh, these all that's kind of cool. Whoa, Clash Quest, Pokemon Go. Do we do a Pokemon Go? I don't remember doing that. Bomber Grounds. That died so fast. It's kind of sad, but yeah. Nothing changed. Suspicious. Not suspicious, no. 1,000. Over 200. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'd only done 200 by... I had done over, but that was by 2020 when I started. Or maybe that was... Yeah, oh, it might just... Because, like, you know, within... Like, maybe that was... Because there was Mad Cat, although I think it was still in 2020 when the other main one came out. Ooh, we did a heap at the time. Yeah, there's been so many fun games sort of come and go real fast. Like Bomber Grounds, that was awesome. And I mean, I never stopped really being like it didn't. Like, I just stopped covering it because I got busy in that. But and then I just like looked at the stats and saw that it had just crashed. Recruiting event to encourage donations. Sounds like a political guy rounding up donors. Send in the texts, you know? Are you a true patriot? Proven by donating by the deadline of 12 tomorrow to get titled the accredited Patriots Award, or you know, like texts like that. Even someone made a joke about that regarding, is it Rona McDaniels, the RNC chair, who won again. Mormon lady. Lee Zeldin. Mike Lindell. That other lady. I can't believe only 4 of them went for the RNC chair. I was really surprised. I thought there'd be a huge amount of people who'd go for that. That was like crazy. That was just this year. It was just like, sort of like a nothing. Well, it wasn't a nothing event. It wasn't majorly covered. I know there was a push to get Rona McDaniels out, but probably Rona. I'm not sure. Nah, Rona doesn't. Rona or Rona doesn't sound right. I'm not sure. Anyway, but yeah, no, she won by quite a strong margin actually. Re-election. But yeah, someone made a joke about her fundraising texts. And a person on the town hall. Can't remember who. I read a lot of articles. I forget a lot of sources. reserve my donation for other methods, like occasional super chat when you hit some big milestone or something. Boom. There's some milestone. Well, I was just thinking that. I'm like, yeah. Depends on how big or small you define the milestone. Yeah. I mean, the levels are milestones. Level 14 would be a milestone. And there's only 3 more of those milestones to get. Level 13, 14, and 15. No, 14, 15, 16. Which that's pretty rare. Another one would be... especially slash only if we then became the only clan in the game to have featured on the top 3 leaderboards. So, but that would then require... yeah, you know, the Shire's back, and once again, Maple Forest is gone. So if Everdale Moles and Maple Forest didn't make it onto the next leaderboard, which finishes when this event finishes here, which is probably like two days or something, I'd say that's a milestone to be the only clan in the game to have achieved that feat. You could title the achievement in 2 ways. You could say it as when one with a breakable, one with unbreakable. Because the unbreakable would be the first clan to have reached 3 times on the leaderboard, on the top 16 leaderboard, and the breakable way would be the most times to have got on the leaderboard. And we're currently winning that with 3, but then it means that a clan could come through and break it with 4. But yeah, you could phrase it either way. But yeah, the unbreakable one would be the first clan to have got on the leaderboard 3 times in the top 16. But as of now, there's 2 other contenders that could achieve that as well. How many's that are we up to? Oh, 78. We're getting there. It is taking a hang of a long time, though, I must say. I like the so do I. So do I. Especially if they're like clean cut, like 100% provable, like this one will be. That we could. It depends on how well the other 2 do, and I like the other ones doing well as well. But also, if we become the only one, that's also cool as well. But yeah, like it's absolutely provable. It's not like you know the highest level player in the game or something. Because you know that's it's unprovable that it's a. Like, there's a whole heap of them that, without all the data, you can't know. Like, with the Everdale as well. No. Like, with some things. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, there's some things, like, with the Rush Wars and that. Like, the most successful attack... oh, man, that's annoying. Like, like even the highest... No, yeah, the highest level in that. Like, the highest level player in that. The first player to hit certain levels in that. Like, I can't prove it was Kizza. Like, it almost certainly was, because he was the only person on the leaderboard in the top 200 that had done it. But it is possible. It is conceivable that someone that wasn't in the top 200 was higher level than him. It's very unlikely, but it is possible in that. Whereas this one is 100% provable, because we have all the data on the final 3 leaderboards in that. There's not even one that I had to be on at the right time to see it. Like, it's just the end points, in which there's 3 end points. There's when the first event finished, when the second event finished, and when the third event finished. That's all the data there is. And then that's provable that, like, someone was first person to get 3 times. Like, yeah, so it's like an unbreakable, provable one, which I like that. Provable, like, last to leave the live stream wins $1,000, $100, yeah. Yeah, that was YouTube stats being stupid, which made that way harder. because they literally conflicted. Like this YouTube studio would show like no, it was 2 and that, and the other one would say it hit 1. It's like what the heck? Like you can't contradict yourself. And also, it had that. It would only show like at a given hour and that. Like it wouldn't show like the whole time, and it might have been like the high or the low or the average of the hour, which then wasn't helpful. Because if it was the high, well, that's stupid, because then it doesn't show if there's only 1 there at any given time. If it was the average, well, it almost never averaged 1. And if it was the low, it may have dropped to 1 for like a minute, but that person didn't then claim their victory. So that was, yeah. There we go. The winner of that, Deborah, had her 25th birthday. Oh, wow. I didn't realize she was 25. I saw her in Gizmo's stream. I'm glad she won it. I'm glad she won it. Because she actually had some connection with the channel, but that was by no means... I was completely, like, whoever, like, I genuinely believe wins gets it. It wasn't like, oh, I like that person. So, yeah. I think we'll start on the XL, because otherwise we're never going to get it done. Technically, the XL is more important than this, especially if I'm going to stop in the next 2 months. It's a big range. I mean, I don't think I'll stop in the next week, but I think I'll go for like another month and then see. Oops, that was the wrong one. See where it sort of, if they then do any other major updates of that. It's unlikely considering they had a big update reasonably recently. With the leaderboards, which is a cool update. Real cool update. Oh, there we go. There she goes. It'd be nice if someone else was on, actually. Because then I wouldn't feel bad. Because it's like, oh, look, someone else is getting them. That's fine. They're not being wasted. But if I just see all these empty ones just every 15 minutes, you'll just have, like, thousands, like, maybe 3,000 just destroyed. I'll be like, no. As long as you get the first star, that's the most critical star. Because if you lose an event, it's real bad. You, like, actually go down. She's a very faithful viewer and server channel. She deserves it. I'm glad she won. I'm glad she won. Because, yeah, someone did a video, Bananagrams did a video doing it with, which I'm sure probably wasn't original to Bananagrams. Sure there was something else in life or something similar that did that. But he did it with $1,000, which was huge. And did he do a video saying... No, I think someone else did a video talking about it, saying that the stream that was never supposed to end or something. But it was interesting because it actually did end up... But it was a smart way. But yeah, I hadn't got 1,000 up for grabs. But I'm like, hey, look, I can do... At $100 US, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. That's a huge amount of money. Yeah, that guy on the bomber grounds with that, like, was it 10 grand for the computer or something insane? It was like, what? There was like, oh no, I don't know, it was a 10 grand or 7 grand, but it was like US dollars. It was like, whoa, that's like an insane computer. Like, I reckon for like, yeah, for like 3 US grand, you can get like a real good computer. Like a real good computer for 3 grand. Not like the best, I mean the best is a supercomputer, but like, cause yeah, you could, yeah, but, yeah. This one here, I was trying to open a file from the Twitter file. I was trying to open a file from the Twitter files to check if I was on the list of Indians that are part of this party that were misidentified by this group that contacted Twitter. It was to do with the Twitter files, and then there was this it said like, I was looking at Real Clear Politics, and it said like, check here to see if you're on the list in that. But it wouldn't open it. And it had heaps of free space, so it must have been one hang of a file. I'm like, mate, I bet most people can't open it if my computer can't open it. I could put the link. I was like, oh, I mean, I doubt I'd be on it, but I was like, I'll give it a check anyway. See, it looks like it's real fast, but it's only like 2, and it's only like maybe 30 seconds or something. Oh, we do need them. Oh, Quinton's getting them. Boom, 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 boom. Really trying to push up our total to get our share for the day done. Very nice. Oh, if he's getting them, I'll happily go for those other things. 2 there. I really want more than 2. 2's not very many. Oh, there are 5. Yeah, 5's good. 30 seconds. I think I'll just sort of have to accept and be like, fine, I want to keep playing, but no, we just got to do the Excel. It's got to be done. Finland, 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 Finland. NATO, Finland. Okay, let's come back. Oh, we need those. We definitely need those 4. So we'll wait for that. Yep. Nesta. Yeah, he's almost done, and we'll just grab a few more. Oh, I don't like it. It's annoying when you haven't got the resource and then you can't see it. There we go. $100 US is what? Maybe. There we go. 158. It used to be. I literally have a chart I printed in 2017. I think, was it 61? Was it 61 US dollars equaled 100 New Zealand dollars? 61. Or was it 63? Let's have a look. 72. Oh, 61 euros. So 61 euros equaled 100 New Zealand dollars. Oh, does it? Oh no, I'm not confused. Yeah, no, yeah. 1 New Zealand dollar was 72 US cents. Incredibly, the Australian dollar and the Canadian dollar were exactly the same. So 91 cents Australian, 91 cents Canadian. Yeah. I had yen, pound, dollar, franc, and Chinese yuan. What are they yarn about? Yeah, that was on the 30th of August 2017. I actually printed that off. I was at school, I remember. Even remember the room I was sitting in and the computer, the direction I was facing. But 72, but yeah, it's, yeah. But yeah, then New Zealand's printed off so much money, which is not great. But then so is the US, so yeah, sort of cancels out a bit. Oh, that'll do. US dollars don't, yeah. Well, trust me, the rate that we're printing out money, we're we're like billions in debt. I mean, I know you guys are trillions in debt. You're way bigger. It's such a weird thing, like how they've just like borrowed huge, like trillions of dollars in that. A lot of it to China. That's super weird. And but then it's because like financially, it's like so bad to be paying billions and billions and billions of dollars of interest. I don't know how much is it. Is it tens of billions or hundreds of billions of interest? Like insane amounts of interest in that. Like that's so financially bad for you, but it's still somehow worth it because that money's worth so much. It's worth so much to have that money. And then they can do all these things like change different things, then print off money in that, or they can do all these weird things with the money that then makes it worth it. But it's just really not ideal. But I think, like, if you think about it, like, I was, like, a couple of hours, before the stream started, I was thinking, like, because if US owes China a lot of money in that, then that makes US in the better position, because you could say, well, the US is indebted to China, but then US could just say, hey, look, we're not going to pay in that. They could say, like, hey, you're, as a your payment for the COVID virus, for the Chinese virus, is like that's the cost. It was worth like 20 trillion worth of damage, so we're not paying it back in that. They could say, I mean, that would then likely cause a world war the next day, but as in, the US is in the better position, as in, like, they've already had the benefit of borrowing $20 trillion in that. But then again, there's so, you know, and then if they defected on the and said, hey, look, we're not paying it, then they've got the benefit without paying it in that. But it's just crazy how dependent they are, how the US is on China. Like, it's insane. Like, all the, like, the medical supplies and all that kind of stuff. It's not good. It's very bad. So I hope, yeah, and so they need to be changing a lot of stuff to be not nearly as dependent on China, like way less dependent on China. I don't know what they're doing, but yeah. Then there's a whole mix of politics. It's honestly incredible considering the politics, the polarization, like that, like the US is still standing. Like, it's incredible. Like, it's like so like unsafe and just insane political volatility, and both sides have like, they just like can make it so that was in China. They're just like, they got Xi Jinping, and he can just like, hey, look, we're doing this. I mean, the president can do that, but then there's a lot of stuff they need Congress to approve in that, although with military things it's a bit different, depends on the thing. But yeah, it's insane that, like, it's like, oh my goodness, like, how is we still alive considering like how much gridlock there is in that? Like, it's insane that it's like managing to survive considering that. But who knows how much longer, so it's not a great situation. Insane amount of interest. I figure it will crash. It will. And I was thinking about, because yeah, Lauren Southern did the thing mentioning how, in a video about finances and economics and that, about how she's never met, and never in history, she's young, but never has she met people that are actually wanting and rooting for the economy to sort of collapse in that, because it's so like badly in favor of Gen Z or whatever in that. And so like that never, as she sort of said, she said she's never seen like people actually hoping it will collapse in that. But then I don't think that will, like, if you think about, okay, well, who's that going to benefit? Because you could think, oh, well, then that just means all the wealth net resets in that. But that's not what will happen in that. Like, it would just, like, I would think, I haven't thought through it much, but I would think then that would mean that then, well, the rich people still have all their physical assets. So even if then money becomes worth nothing, well, whatever the next system is, well, rich people still have a lot of their assets. So, I don't think that then I don't see how that would then favorably turn out. Like, I haven't thought about in depth how that would actually pan out and who that would benefit in that if there was a economic collapse, which I think would be very bad if that happened. But then I can understand why some of Gen Z would want it, but then I don't think it's a good thing. If it actually happened, I think it'd just be terrible. Yeah, it would, yeah. So yeah, there's that, and then what was the other thing I was thinking of? Oh yeah, I watched this video by a channel called Second Thought, which was very interesting in that. Very interesting, and well, it was titled. What was it titled? It was titled. No, I'll find out exactly what it's called. So. Why Hearing Both Sides is Dangerous was the title of it. And then in the, as the pinned comment.
What if you could generate a new...
Oh, it's her again. It says, I beg some of you to watch the video before commenting. And then he says, the title doesn't suggest what you think it is. It was like, he's openly admitting that it's misleading. Because then it's like, people are like, well, that's, you know, like, I can't believe you'd say that because of this. And you'd be like, no, it's not what it means. But yeah, this lady, I met someone else in New Zealand that sees it, because you very rarely meet up, you don't really talk about what ads you watch that are the same in that.
Income stream just by simply loading up some mini ebooks online onto Amazon and selling them from home. I live here in New Zealand and get to enjoy lots of time outdoors.
I had someone that said that she wouldn't live in New Zealand. Anyway, this video here and that. And yeah, and it was because I was thinking about it first and that, like, okay, well, is it true? Is it dangerous to hear both sides and that? And then before I watched it, and that, I thought, well, no, it's not. I mean, there's not time to hear both sides about everything, like everything in the world. But as in, I thought, no, okay, it's not. And that I was like, well, okay, well, let's watch the video and see what it has to say in that. And there was many points that the guy actually made in it that I thought, yeah, no, I agree with that, or yeah, I agree with that. But then there's some critical major things that I disagreed with in that. But yeah, I tried to think of it like really critically, and I paused it during watching it to think, okay, what do I think of that, or how would I respond to that? And so, and there were certain things because I talked a lot about liberalism and neoliberalism, and like he had certain things that neoliberalism was responsible for, and that I'm like for example, gutting social programs. I'm like, I reckon that's a fair thing they're responsible for. But then he put like mental health crisis in that, and then I'm like, well, no, I think that's untrue. I don't think that neoliberalism is responsible for the mental health crisis we have. But then there's like parts that I agree with, but then it's like, yeah, that's like an effective lie is like starts off with at least some truth, and then it just has this and because the vast majority of what anyone says is going to be true, because like if you're just outright just blatantly lying for like an hour, like people just leave after like 5 minutes, like, and so a lot of what you have to say is true, but then you end up spending a lot of time repeating things that are true, and so then people think, oh, that means they're trustworthy, because like if you're just saying lies, people just spot it, obviously, so then you say a whole heap of stuff that sort of leads up to it, and then they're like, oh yeah, agree with that, we agree with that. You say like, okay, let's talk about wealth and that. Now, we all know that there is this top 1% that has more money than the rest of us in that. We know that some people get paid so much more money, 10 times, 100 times more than other people in that. And then people are like, yeah, and then it's like, and we know that there's some people that haven't got much money and are living paycheck to paycheck, and then there's just so many true things that most people will say, even if they're completely wrong on major things, but they have to say a lot of stuff that's true, because otherwise then you're like, oh, well, no, then, and you say, so, but then you could like, it's like, okay, but where are you going with this? Where are you taking with this? What's the conclusion? But if you, for example, led up with a huge amount of things that are true in that, then you say, and so we realize upon, and then that, like, after like a half an hour thing of all this stuff which you've agreed with and you invested in, you're like, oh, this person's right, they are right, there is different, amounts of wealth around, there is groups that are earning way more in that, there is more, there are people that can't really afford to get much stuff in that, and then right at the end, then you slip in the subtle thing that's is no longer just one of those facts, but it's just an opinion thing, but then that's the major, that's the kicker, that's the conclusion, but people don't then realize that, because a lot of time, like, there's a lot of stuff people don't realize about a lot of things, including myself, and so then you just sort of take for granted that, oh, well, he said this true thing, and this true thing, and this true thing, and this true thing. So probably, like, but then there's things that we all have, blind spots that we don't know about on most topics and that. And so then we'll be like, oh, yeah, no, they say that. Yeah, that's true, that's true, that's true. And then they'll say it, but then we take for granted that the other things, we're like, I don't know what's the case with that. But then they'll just say something as one of those. But in this case, it wasn't a fact, it was an opinion. But you're like, oh, okay. And then you just, like, take that on board in that. So there's a lot of things that you can... And so I was thinking through this video, pausing it, thinking through it in that. It's like, I'm not just going to dismiss everything he says in that, but I'm, like, thinking through it. I'm like, okay, I agree with that point. Because then you realize, it was the same with when I watched the Trump-Hillary Clinton debate. It was like... Well, that was sort of a slightly separate thing there. It's like, I agree with, like, most of what both of them are saying that. Because most given statements you say are true statements. If most of the given statements you said, if the majority of the time you were outright lying, it just wouldn't be effective in that. It has to be majority saying the truth, majority repeating things that are true, and it's just those other things, but the majority of statements you say have to be true, otherwise people would, and this is me, what I think, otherwise then it would just not be very effective in that. But and then in that case, the Hillary Clinton versus Trump debate, then it came down to like, well, what do they mean by that when they say we want an America that works for all Americans? It's like, well, yeah, I think every American would agree we want to. Well, and like, what do you mean works for in that? Like, you know, does that, you know, like works for? It's like, well, you know, someone that commits murder gets put in prison. You know, I would say, yeah, that works for them, like as in that works for society because that's what's good in that, and it works for them because then, yeah, then they're in prison in that. But as in by that, you know, that you could then by that definition, they could say, well, no, it's not working for me in that. And then it's like, well, if works, it depends. Well, what do you mean by works for in that? Because then I would say putting someone in prison for murder, that's what you should do in that. But then they could make the case, well, no, that's not an America that works for everything. It doesn't work for me and that. And, you know, so then it's all these vague, like, works for everyone. What does that mean? Or we want a fair America. It's like, well, yeah, I want a fair America. It's like, well, what does that mean? And so it's just all these generic statements, which all mean different things to different people. But then you're just listening and agree. Yeah, it's just like a whole mess thing. Anyway, yeah. So this guy was saying whole things, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I agree with that of what he's saying. And I agree with that of what he's saying. That. And then there was these little things in that that then he'd just sort of slip in or just say, like, you know, neoliberalism is responsible for the mental health crisis. I'm just like, no, it's not. It's not responsible for the mental health crisis. But then that, and then like another, but I was like, oh, yeah, no, I agree that there's this and this and that, and yeah, there's a lot of things I agree with in that. But then there was some things I'm like, well, no, that's just completely wrong. But then it's like some of those completely wrong facts that then he was, no, you can't have a completely wrong fact, but completely wrong statement that he portrayed as a fact, or well, not necessarily. He didn't say this is a fact, but as in it's sort of like, why is it called editorializing, where it's sort of you state. There's a lot of news things in that, and it's a very blurred line because what comes from news to actually there's commentary on it and that, and it's actually more an opinion piece because there's explicit opinion pieces which are labeled as such, and that's like 100% fine in that. But if you're claiming to be a news thing, you can't add in all this commentary or opinion editing into it. But he wasn't claiming that this was an opinion, that it wasn't an opinion in that. But but then it's like a lot of things, true. Oh, whoa. But if people didn't really think it through, then they could easily just accept that as true in that. And then he also said that there's like no leftists on TV or something, or no leftists in the media or something. It's like, what? No, that's completely not true. But then that's like a major disagreement point in that. That I would he was not a fan of capitalism in that, and then yeah, well, because then there's a lot of like agreement that would have in that, like for example, and it would be for different reasons, which is why I like the horseshoe theory in that. Like, you know, he wouldn't like big companies in that because they're rich, and he wouldn't like rich people in that. You know, but I don't like Amazon, I don't like Google, I don't like Facebook in that, and as a result, I'm trying to move away from being reliant on them in that. So it's like, okay, yeah, let's agree. Let's stop buying from Amazon. Let's buy from smaller vendors instead. You know, you might do it because you hate the rich. I might do it because I don't trust Amazon. You know, hey, look, we can agree on that. You know, it might be totally different reasons, but let's do some good. You know, or I mean, then you have the antitrust bills, but stuff like that. But yeah, there's different things that you can then end up working together, even though you have entirely different things. Like even AOC and some of the conservatives, like there's a couple of bills that they've chucked together. It's interesting, the horseshoe theory in that. But yeah, so it was interesting. I was listening through his thing, and it's like, yeah, no, okay, I'm not anti-rich, and I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm very pro-capitalist. Oh, someone must have grabbed that. I saw him disappear. You know, and so there's a lot of things he said that I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. But then there's a lot of things, well, some things he said that I'm like, whoa, no, that's not true. Don't agree with that one. But yeah, it was interesting. It was listening through the video and just thinking it through critically. Also thought about how, like, people seem to act nice, because I mean, I've heard people say this for a long time. People act nicer and they say a lot of things online that they wouldn't say in real life. But I've never really got that. Never really understood that. But now I think, no, that's probably true. That's like almost certainly true. I never thought that, because yeah, there wasn't really. Because I mean, for me, there was not really. No, I mean, it's just the same. What I say online, if anything, I say more in real life. I do say more in real life than I say online in that. But for obviously many people, that they're willing to say a lot more online than they'd be willing to say in person, which I find it hard. I don't know, I have these blind spots, and that's one of them. Finding it hard to understand, like, wait, what, why? And that it's to do with like anonymity. But yeah, but for me, it's like it's matched, like what I'm. But then wait, why would I mention that? There was some reason that I was going to bring up. Talk. Oh yeah, that's right. Because like because a lot of people say like real nasty stuff, and then like then it'll be like, okay, well, would you like to come and have a debate? Let's have a talk about this. And most of the time, they'll say no, they'll decline at that. But it's like, I guarantee you, it's because online, they can easily say, oh, you're this awful person, you hold this, you're this, and you're just this. All these nasty, untrue things in that. But if they were in that person's, like, presence at the table, and you're like, oh, so, you know, so you know, do you think I'm, mate, sort of, no, you're not really, are you? It's like, no, but people they just, when they're in the presence of the person, then they're like, oh, actually, yeah, I can't just outright just claim this libel against them, like, I'm in their presence, and it just doesn't work very effectively, like, because, well, something, yeah, I don't know, because either they know it's a lie themselves when they're saying it, or they would, believe it, but then when they're with the person, be too, like, oh, no, I better not say that, or something. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, I thought that was interesting, because, yeah, because I see people saying, like, okay, you've said all this stuff about me, let's have a debate in that, and then the person's like, no. You know, or you just, like, have a podcast. That doesn't need to be a debate. But it's just, like, lots of the time, it's just like, oh, no. It's like, interesting, okay. But I bet it's because in real life, hey, the second star, now we can see how much we need. Because in real life, then it would be like, they'd sort of realize, oh, yeah, no, actually, it doesn't work. It's not like online where I can just, like, say all these nasty things about them and my own audience cheers me on. This is, like, with the person. I can't really say those things about them, can I? Because it's not true and they're right there, and they're just going to defend themselves, aren't they? Okay. Financial collapse will be terrible in any country. Sneaky slipping in opinions between slices of truth. Maybe though, I was thinking that, yeah. Leaving now. Okay, Lynn, well, thank you for being part of the stream. It was good to have you here. Thank you. Yeah, they could end up getting punched. I mean, there's a reason why things like, say that to my face, phrases like that exist. And it's, you know, it's the implication, or the reflection of truth that people don't say things. There's not a duck swimming though, is there? Yeah. Oh, that's a frog, so that's, yeah. The implication is that people don't say that to your face. Although there is well, because I say it in real life, but I wouldn't necessarily say it to the person. Oh, there we go. Normally, because the people around me would actually tell me not to tell it to the person, because the person would be too hurt or offended by that, and there's discretion in what you tell people in that, and so I'd be more on the line of over telling people stuff in that. But yeah, then they get like really hurt and offended in that, in some cases in that, and it wouldn't be helpful. So it's actually helpful that the people around me say, yeah, nah, probably don't tell them that, because then this and that. But yeah, I find, yeah, I guess, yeah, I find a lot of things funny that people be like, oh, that's so offensive, and that it's like, I think it's pretty funny, to be fair. But you know, it's not. Like, I think it's pretty funny. They're like, no. So yeah, it's interesting. I think I just need to do the boards. I could just keep doing this for hours. Oh, it's still such a low amount. Okay, we'll spend like 2 more minutes. Put them on the right thing. Yeah. We got to get this thing done. Back in a bit. Okie doke, Lynn. Oh, we have a good amount of that stuff. Oh, why is that? It's irresponsive, unresponsive. 138, cool.
Yeah.
How many are we up to on this? We getting there? Oh, yeah, 86. We're getting there. Still got a wee way to go, but we're getting there. Oh, it's already full. That's annoying. Okay. Well, that's 47. That seems very high. Why is only a clan one there? 13. Wait, had I not typed that up? Oh, no, that's 27. Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, and that was 13? Yeah, no, that's... Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, so it had gone up 20,000 by the next time. Oh, yeah, no, that's about right. I think it's slowed down, but now it feels like it's speeding up. Although we could actually verify that. Here we go.
Yeah.
These never used to be like a soft... I don't know, I used to never run out of those things, but now I do quite often.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want at least 50, really. Where's that? 48. Do one more lot. Just cycle through a few more things here. I mean, it really should push. I was next to upgrade. Maybe this thing. Sophie. There's 2 major things. And... Could always get those things. I think I'll get a couple of them. And then the bridge. Actually, it's annoying leveling up because then you have all that stuff to deal with. Oh, these things. Forgot about them. Any other ones to do? Well, that was an hour ago. Whoa. Yes, cool. Is that one done? Boom. Ah, that's a pain. Oh well. Oh, that was silly. I was trying to put on another one. Boom. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's a bit off tune, isn't it? That's okay. I'm looking forward to doing these charts actually, even though maybe I'll go have a drink actually. I'm getting a little bit fatigued. Whoa, he got 39. That's a lot. Yes. Ricky. No, he's getting away. Stop. FBI. 3 more. 1 there. I don't really want to respawn an island, but it would be nice to push a little bit further. Is that 2 more? Is that enough? Oh, what? 9? Are you serious? That's quite a lot, actually. Oh, I could respawn, but I could then get those other things more and more. Okay, I think we'll just call it like at that for... do we need any potatoes? Pretty good on potatoes, actually. Let's put on potatoes, though, anyway. It's just probably going to take way longer than half an hour, to be fair. And... Oh, this guy. I think we'll be short for that one. Yeah, quite a lot. Oh, this is so ineffective. But then it's just as ineffective when I'm, like, not playing at night. Cool. Oh, all the items to collect. We'll put them on fish. off now. Let's put them on the oh, here's one. No. We've spotted the gold caps. Maybe, actually. So we need to get my camera and get some more photos. The SD card. Oh, someone got a lot of them. Oh, we'll put them on that thing. Did that just respawn again? No. Oh, it just respawned. No. It's so sad because you shouldn't be negative about gold caps. Like, that's like awesome when you can get them. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. 90. Okay, we're getting up there. We're getting up there. It actually has been quite a lot. So 110 is currently the highest. I don't think this was actually specified. Oh, it is 110. Sweet. Oh, is this guy getting them? Hmm. We'll watch him. Watch him closely. If he gets them, I'm off. I'm out of here. It's funny how all the ones I got are even. Is that even at the start that was the case? Top clans. Oh, I haven't got the data for that. Moose crew. Cleaned out. But now these other three have been here a lot. Wasteland seems to make a lot, as does Canard 6-1 and Hey Hey Hey. Seem to be people who feature. Yeah, if you just spent, yeah, like, man, if you just spent like a solid 8 to 16 hours. And like you got up and you had your breakfast in between, and you just did like 6 to 16 hours, no, 8 to 16 hours, 6 to 16 hours for that matter, but even like 8 hours, you would get so many coins, like 3 grand every 15 minutes, it's like 12 grand an hour, and then you did that for 10 hours, it's 120 grand in 12 hours, it's like so much. They'd like hugely boost you, like your account would like very quickly. You know, and it's like, I've like made it so far, and actually, to be fair, despite things costing a hang of a lot when you get this high, there's not that much left to actually buy. Like, this guy only has 1 level left, and that's a level 16. So I've like actually got them pretty far unlocked. And I can't do her yet. But yeah, like, you know, it wouldn't be that long. It'd be like maybe a month or 2 months, and then we'd be like maxed level 13. And we'll be ready for level 14. It's like, dude, we're like then 15. There's only like 2 more levels until we're maxed. We've done insanely well. Like, our count is really, really high quality. So it's sort of a shame to sort of throw in the towel at this point, having progressed so much, and we're doing really well as a level 13 player, pretty close to 14. Well, not too close, but kind of. So it's sort of a shame to have got so far and then sort of ultimately conclude, yeah, nah. That one, that one. 94, yeah, us 4 are getting pretty close to getting there. Cool, and then we'll just put them on. Boom. Oh, he takes a lot longer, he mustn't be as fast. So it could take 20 minutes, but what's the bet I'm actually going to take 20 minutes? How many is that? Is that all of them? Yeah, it's all of them. Cool, we'll leave it at that. Boom! Oh, it's cool that Ricky's on there. It's very cool. Very cool. Okay. How many days have been since then? Oh, that was 27th, although it only goes to the 28th, so actually it's like... That's it, wow! Because it's like 4... That's like 28... 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's like 5. That's like longer than the last period I didn't stream for. That's crazy. I don't feel rushed or that. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe last time because I had to go at a point, whereas this time I could make it last till like 10 a.m. I really don't intend to, and almost certainly won't, but there we go. Will you ever do Heyday again? Unlikely. Very unlikely, Oakley Gaming. Yeah, you Oakley Gaming, did you? I feel like it. No, I didn't. I took someone else that had Oak in their name earlier today about NCS copyright. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's very likely I won't cover it again. I did hundreds of videos on it, but sadly I just didn't get the traction I needed to make it financially viable. That's sort of a key term I've ultimately ended up using a lot to like really describe it. That was a big thing. Well, because I used to frame it. I wasn't intentionally misleading. It's not even. No, it's not misleading. I used to say like it's because there's not enough interest in Heyday, which is that, and that's true. It's like you need like not enough interest in Heyday / not enough interest in order to get enough money to regularly do it as a full-time job. So like the same thing. It's just like more specified and saying it's because it wasn't financially viable. But I'd said even for the time, I don't know when I was like, well, I didn't stream much, and it's in the streams that I say a hang of a lot, whereas in videos I wouldn't really say much. But I'm not sure exactly when, but 2018 or 2019 I would have been saying in Heyday, like there's not enough interest in Heyday, and that's what it comes down to, because if there's a heap of interest, then I would get like way more people watching it, and thus more income, and thus then I would have continued. Well, I didn't stop it. I was doing less videos at the end, but I hadn't stopped it. But then ultimately I got banned, and then that was that. Okay. So let's do this now. So where are we at? Okay, wow, we'd only done 2 days. Whoa. So Jamie, who's still the jog. Wow, Shaz, yeah, he was on there just today. A lot of, yeah, interesting. So Sherline, she's still, it's like weird, I don't know, it's just like not the typical names you'd expect. Top clans. Ah, yes, this was for this. I'm looking very forward to doing the next one. And we'll see if Maple Forest... Oh, Moose Masters. Who did I think it was? I thought it was Everdale Moles. Have I been wrong? Oh, no way. No way. It's not Everdale Moles. Okay, they only just both times got on. Although that is higher than that for sure, but they like were kind of struggling. Oh, we beat them both times and beat this one both times. Wow. Oh, okay, I was wrong. I thought Everdale Moles was on there. Swimmers Event 2. The final. Oh, didn't they fall off on the very last time? Oh, yeah, no, they did. Oh, wow, okay, I was wrong then. So it wasn't. It's Moose Masters. Okay, I was wrong on that. Good to correct myself, so then I don't keep repeating something that's not true. Yeah, okay, so Moose Masters, which I don't think has been on it, like, at all. So they'd, like, definitely gone, this event. Maple Forest is just on the very bottom, so we'll see what happens, because, yeah, if they get knocked, so, yeah, because they're not even, they were very close, but, yeah. It must have been saying, like, how they're one of the only ones on it, because they would have been during the event, but then I forgot they didn't quite make it then, and sort of since I, like, had a big gap of, like, not covering it, and then when I commentated on it, it was, like, yeah, it'd been a lot of missed time in that, so, and then I would have made a mistake regarding it. Yeah, and then who's these other ones? So, oh, Sweden, they actually were there and then fell off, and now they're a big player again. 90 Mile, they just had a huge spree in that, and they're gone. Paradise Falls, yeah, Paradise Falls and Philippana's Pride have both been really strong for the last 2 events and that, but wasn't originally on there. Spring Island, I've seen them. Yeah, because interesting seeing sort of like these were like the outgoing ones, which like the Shire also briefly featured. So did Canada Rock, so they're sort of back. Teo Town, Daisy, we haven't heard a lot of them since. Long Clan, Island Sauna. These ones that are original event have sort of died out. There was a very fast event, that first one. This one's been substantially longer, so, and I think because I could do, like, weight the points for this one, since, like, to be about the same as these two, or I could just say it's the total, because I can see both arguments, because you say it was the total, because it is, like, tapping the same thing, so it's an equal value. But the clans that don't quite make it onto event 3 will be severely punished, even if they've done it like 2 times, but then miss this one, because this then accounts for, like, not double, but, like, a lot, like, more. I'm not sure, it might be like 30, no, because 33% would be equal, but this one might account for, like, 40 or 45%. Well, we could do it equals 120, like that, plus 120, 1, 2, 3. And then equals 1,800. 1, 2, 3 out of that. What? Oh, it's the other way around, isn't it? Slash. Wait, oh no, because that's why it's messed up. Okay, 75%, that's really high. That's really high. Yeah, so that's, yeah, no, what? No, okay, those two. No, hang on. So, equals that plus equals, there we go. Okay, 42, yeah. So that's almost, like, not quite half, but that's really high. So, like, even if you've done insanely well on these 2 events, it will kind of be the same as just getting on once on the event 3. That's how big event 3 is. But I'm glad it's not quite as high. So even if I count them as the exact same points, which I probably will, a clan that has got on these times 2 times, on average, because it depends what score they got, these ones are kind of low, will do better than a clan that got on once on event 3. So yeah, I think that's then fine. I'll just count it as equal. And then these were the players, so only 2 people. Haven't seen anything of Borea, so I think they're gone. Hey, maybe makes a comeback. Oh, Nanny, yeah, there we go. Jog, yep. So some of these people sort of had, like, bounces of, like, on, off, on. But yeah, we'll see. Because these ones here could become rising stars and just have missed the very first boat and in their way. These ones here could have just had a one-hit wonder and then they've died out. Or they could have, like, just maintained it. So we'll see what happens. Okay, anyway, let's do this one here. So, let's do it. They've also swapped the clan thing to the other side, which I like the clan, because I find the clan thing to be more important, but since my data's all in this format, I'll keep it with this format. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. It's not like we'll get mixed up. I shouldn't get mixed up even if I changed it. Okay, let's get it. Let's do it. So this here is 28th of February, 2023. Let's get it. Let's do it. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's clans. So yeah, currently we only had the 2 points. And that was, yeah, the stream that I caught up. Wow, so we have a lot more catching up to do this time. At least it's the same event. That's nice. Versus, like, finish off that event and be excited about that and then do this event as well. It's like, okay, it's the same event. We haven't got much data on it, but it looks like a lot of the names are the same. So this was a few days ago. Mina, Selena. But I was obviously here. Did I go away? No, I haven't. No, because the other thing was after I came back from Hamner. Wow. And that wasn't, it felt like that was real recent, but I think there's a big gap again. Hey. Nanny. Rabin. Sadly, it's not like, it wasn't all like perfect time exactly when I got them all back, but overall, it's pretty good. This guy, yeah, look, Wasteland wasn't even on the list for the first, like, day, and then boom, he becomes first. That's insane. Oh, Jamie only moved up 4. Wow, but yeah, Wasteland just boom, and as you can see, that the other guy that's on it now, that K something guy, he wasn't even on it here either, and then boom, he's first. So it's very bizarre how it's not like they sort of fast push. It's just like they're just like completely on. Like they go from like under here, not even on the list, to wow, they're above here in 24 hours. It's like that's suspicious. Although actually it might not quite have been 24 hours, but well, no, if it was less than 24 hours, that would make it even crazier. have we got some data for you. Man, there was like, look how tight it is there. That's very close. Well, between those ones, but then it's ultimately like, how's where's the first big gap between 16th and one above it? Like, if 15 and 14, 13 all very close, it's like, whoa. But like, where's the first big gap in which, like, in this case, they are like 40 ahead, so that's sort of kind of safe. Already, oh no, I didn't know, that's right. 278 and 264, boom, there we go. Thank you very much. It's always interesting seeing the distribution. You could have a category as well, like you could base it on percentile, which I think it effectively does visually, like as to how many are in like the real bad category versus kind of similar. And then we do that, do this, do that, and then we go 4, 7, 1, 3, 4. Of course you do that, wouldn't you? 4, 7, oh, 4, 7. 1, 3, 4. Or you can have the colors that then go across all of them. Does it work if there's names there? I think it would. And then it sort of changes it and you sort of see it. That's kind of cool as well, because you can... Wait, oh no, that's clans. Okay, that's why it doesn't work very well. Yeah, I was like, what? And then we go equals boom, boom, boom. 15%. Whoa, that has dropped way back. That's a huge drop. Whoa. Yeah, that's well dropped from that 20% to 15%, and that's only on day 2. So this will probably get real low, to be fair. Okay, and then we get these guys, and we bring them over. That looks colorful versus my. Were they snapshots? Oh no, they were. You know, I know what they were. I know what you did. Okay, we could keep this, or we could just think. This is pretty useless, so we can just transform it. I like kind of keeping old ones to see what it's like, but actually, I really don't need to. Just means I'll drop many of these off. Sector is not there anywhere. Okay, so... Oh, I can't believe this guy's new. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. You could have, like, the total points, like, from all the events and that. So, like, from him ages ago, and you'd see just huge leaps as all the new points were added on. Unless they, like... unless you had they were at the end of one event and the start of a new one, it would be similar, but Sarai shortened her name. No, it's Saraline. Jill, oh, only just. I'm sure Jill's gone now. Oh, she barely went up. Her boost ran out. Okay, what are we doing? Hey. Sarah. Let's go, Shaz. Oh, yeah, he's there. Nanny, who was the highest person to fall off? Nanny's still on there. Chill, only just Blue. Blue is gone. So the highest is above 185. Well, well above 185 by the looks of it. X Jaden. New. Oh. Raboon. Well, generally the ones at the bottom will be similar. These ones would be... Yep, she was on there. She is on there, but dropping off. On there. I feel like this person's on here. Nope. This person? Camina? Don't think so. I made a mistake once upon a time. I think it was with Everdale Moles, that's right. And I was like, yeah, they're not here, but they were. Rabin, nope. Just double checking. X Jaden, nope. Nope. Yep, no, these are fresh people. People of the fresh. Boom. Data. Oh no, so none of the what? No. Oh wait, no. There's Camina. I was like, none of them. I haven't seen that before. Where there's a day where there's just a whole batch and then they all fall off. Only just by the skin of her teeth. Okay, there we go. Boom. It didn't go up much. Okay, so this will be some cool new data rather than just like these two appear to be rising stars. Sarina. Let's see what happened. Boom. Oh, we need the date. We need the date. Date. La da 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 da. Like. Whoa, that well trailed off. Event definitely finished there. Who's this green guy? Hey. He's making. This guy looks like he's going down from my angle. Jill. But I just checked to just make sure. No, she's not, but look, I don't know, from this angle it looks like she's going down. Well, man, they're like so flatlined. They like barely moved up. Like top dude barely, like 20 in like 24-hour period though, that's not much. 30, that's not relatively, that's hardly anything. Really. Nothing, what is all these, like, yeah, no, they're not moving. They're crashing. And the highest was going up only 30, that's not even much. Oh, hey. Oh, whoa, he went hugely up. Hugely up. Man, that's crazy. These players are definitely not lasting. Although then one other person that is like, oh, that's silly. But we're just gonna keep modifying it. So just, yeah, we don't really need to change too much about it, do we? That was not. Yeah, if I'd done it on that day, I would have been like, that was pretty anticlimactic. That wasn't very impressive. It was just like, there's like hardly change. But then 5 of them dropped off, and the rest of them like didn't really move. But lucky for them, didn't drop off. Lucky for who? Fun for who, eh? Okay, there we go. Canada. Rocks. Sweden. I did a list of the amount that were country there. I should really find that post I made. That was really interesting one actually, of the beta countries, and almost all of them are have clans that represent them. Top clans, in fact. There's like one clan that didn't. What one was it? Norway. There was no Norway-based clans. Well, it's interesting because Dream Team. That's right. Because they made that. I'm not sure if their name is longer. They were probably Long Team. They were probably Long Clan. That's actually quite possible. And then the devs changed it, that it didn't say like your clan name is too. That's actually quite possible that that's what happened. In which case, then it would be nice to know, because then I'd just match it up and I'd rename them Long Clan, or retrospectively probably rename them Long Clan. It's hard to know what to do when they change like that. Farmville narrowly made the cut. Oh, it's like, but they went on that one, but they say no, it's the wrong list. 1, 5, 2, 1. This is like real data. That's what gets to me. I'm not just like making up some pointless thing, which you could do, and you could have fun with colorful lines, but it wouldn't actually really mean anything. But this is like actually real representation of a truly, like, an actual battle that happened, or an actual competition between these people that represent people within them, these clans. So I think it's real cool. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the next month, and see how many of my team members are still there in a month's time. Because I could say, well, all of them, but it's like, maybe, but that's a hang of a long time. Like, I don't think I'm going to be lasting that long. I could do it the other way, yeah. And then equals, 27, yeah, still a 5% drop. You also could do, boom, like, the percentage, like, equals this out of this. So 56, yeah, so, yeah, stats like that you could do as well. Okay, these two. Boom. Dun. Put them down there. Okay. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna move the photos off the thing. No, but we'll do. What? What is this? What is this? So Sweden, oh, they're close, and then Sweden took off, and they did. How did they like barely move? Wow. I mean, it could have been a time zone thing. Oh, it doesn't like it when you do that. When you're originally going to do another one and then you change. Excel gets very unhappy, don't you, Excel? Don't you? Yes, that's what I thought. Oh, there we go. It gets so messed up. It's weird. Okay. How many stay? You stay. But you've overtaken Sweden. Yeah, you had a rubbish day, and then you had a terrific day. Let's make sure it's the wrong one. Oh, wait, no! Ah, lucky I checked that. Oh, yeah, another bad day. What? Oh, no, that one was already hid then. Paradise Falls. Wait, well, no way. Oh, yeah, see, there's Ricky. Oh, he was on for the first 2 times. Oh, that's right. He was only just on that time. Just on Go-Go Valley's featuring there. Because it'd be cool to link them up with their stars, and if it always had their star amount in there, that would be kind of cool. And oh no, that's because of him. He came to the. I noticed that 3. It was like 3 extra, so there must be someone in his clan finally. Oh wow, a lot of these ones are new. Yeah, let's see that they made a good. Oh no, they made a good. But better than them, but there's still that one was ahead. SuperSightLIVE. Oh, we would. Yeah, that was not great. Who's the highest clan that fell off? Let me guess, this one? Yep. Sure enough. Pit. Any Pit here? Pit's gone as well. Pit stop. Moonwoods gone also. Everdell Moles. Oh, there they go. Yeah, they made a bounce back, but it's annoying that they're missing that data. Oh no, here's Moon. Moon is back. Pit is still gone. Man, there's a lot of them. Oh no, Ellie. Boom. Just Everdell. Just Everdell. It's so annoying. There's multiple ones called that. It's just really annoying. Like, cool, Everdell 1, sure. Everdell anything, just not exactly the same as another one. Street. Have we got any street clans? No, Alfred. No. Boom, boom. Farmville. New also. Wow, I can't believe how many were new. Wasteland Street. Ring Yora. Life goes on and on. Yeah, no, this is exactly like that one, where there's only one that survived. I do wonder, imagine if it's that same dude. That would be funny, because what was the one that survived? Kamina. That's definitely conceivable. That's actually very conceivable that it is that they were the one that was in that. How much did they got by 10? Oh, they went up by heaps. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but that's definitely a possibility. Okay, so this here is pretty stuffed as a chart. Is it? Well, no, it's not stuffed, but oh, we didn't even colored us in, because we can color us in now, because we better be on there still. Who we got in here? Who we got in there? Sweden? I feel like Sweden should have red. Sweden's kind of red, isn't it? No, not really, is it? Well, no, but then I like giving that to Wasteland, which is on there now, but only one, so they're not really properly on there. What color? I don't know. These guys are a new clan, so it hasn't. What's the best color I could give for Ricky? We're just like stuck in here. Oh, there's Ricky's one. What should I give for Ricky? Ricky, like a nice green, because he's like farming. Oh no, I was gonna say he's getting red, but then Wasteland should get weird. But I don't know if Wasteland's still there, because you know his channel's red. Where are we? We can't really get to us. Maybe we'll just do the extra data. I really want to get to us. We're sort of buried in there. Keep clicking. No, not working. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, we're well buried. Oh my goodness. No, okay, forget it. I don't even know if you could click on that. Okay, maybe you like manually swap it to be the right one. Nah, that's okay. We'll move the data, and then it will be better. Okay, here we go. That's the only other one we could add potentially, but yeah, a lot of these ones will just stop. There are probably a lot of ones there, but we We will rise. Yeah, we look pretty distinct there, mate. We're close to Pathfinder. Boom, there we go. Wow, look at that. Look at the hard stop on that. Wow. Ricky, no. Wait. Did Ricky... No, Ricky! He comes back, actually, at a later date. Here we go. This looks... There we go. Now you can see that pink. That's right. Okay, there we go. So I like to sort of give certain ones certain colours, but at this point... oh, no, actually, though, I know a lot of them... Who's the farm one? Oh, no, but they're not even on it yet. I could... Boris, he was on the news today. Well, on the 6 PM news. Oh, that's them there. Yeah, Boris Johnson. About his party he had. Okay. Well, party is how it's described as. Okay, yeah, let's get next data. Let's do it. Nestle, data. And it's the first. Man, I can't believe how far back we got. I didn't realize we were quite, like, felt like, oh, yeah, no, we just haven't streamed in a little while, but look, it's like a long while. We're definitely good that we're getting this done today, because won't get itself done, will it? I sort of love it when people use that. Well, love it? I don't know. It's funny when people use the statement, like, it won't get itself done, will it? It's like, no, nothing gets itself. Well, anything? Maybe there's something. Okay, let's go back to the chat. What do we got? Oh, you're back. Ricky, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. Already read. Yeah, well, because I don't know how long Wasteland survives in there, because the criteria of who's on it changes based on, because I like to leave it like, I don't like more than 12 on there. Like 10's like about good, and there's normally only about 10 to meet the criteria. Oh, hello. Hello. X1, welcome to the stream. Say Battlelands got revived and came back. Would you stream play that? Yes, I would. But not like I don't know, probably not extensively. Honestly, it would depend on the interest. Like if it was like regardless of, I would 100% do a video of it if it came back for sure, like a stream of that. But if I'd like then extensively cover it, it'd depend on the interest. If the interest was just as much as when it died, I'd be like, look, hey, it's cool, it's nice it's back, but I'm not extensively covering this. I'm not doing this regularly in that. If, for example, it was like huge in Clash of Clans level, I'd be like, yo, we're up, we're down, we're playing this, man, and it would be the game. So that is literally dependent on that, which is, it's sort of sad because it's like, there's nothing you can really do about it. I mean, there's a lot of things you can't do anything about in life, you know, because then it's like, and you can't convince me, and it's not your fault, it's not my fault, it's just the reality of the situation, an uncontrollable factor of, I mean, technically you then being interested in it, then that is a tiny part, but unfortunately then there needs to be thousands of other people interested as well that will then regularly be interested, which that was never, was never the case. Well, there's sort of like in Battlelands in November 2018 and December 2018, I got huge interest in that, and I was covering it, you know, like a reasonable amount. But then that died off, but also then matched that my channel's interest and actually I think comments too quite perfectly matched the interest curve of how well our channels did, as well as when Battlelands was in popularity, and that it very closely matched. I remember even I think maybe mid 2019 or so, I did a chart and I'm like, what, these match so closely in that. Even more for the other channels. One of them was like slightly, I think comment was slightly delayed with the peaks not quite matching, but one channel super matched, I think Zanzard super matched the thing, whereas my channel I did a whole heap of other stuff, so it wasn't as, like, 100% of his content was like Battlelands, well, not quite 100%, but so then Battlelands did bad, he did like as bad as Battlelands did, whereas I had a lot of other stuff, so it wasn't as massive effect, but it had an effect in that. But those two were closely matched. Yeah, they were closely matched in that, and so, but yeah, their channel sort of died with Battlelands, sadly. But yeah, you could see then my channel did really well when it was peaking and that, and then you could just see it just drop off, and then I'm like, eh. XN, they haven't got Rootland added as a category on Twitch, so yeah, that's why I just leave it as the last game that I did that is a category on Twitch. But if you can get Twitch to add it as a category, I'll definitely do it. I mean, it could change it to others, but there's one of them's I could look it up. One of them's like a game, another game, and then the people of that game of other or others would say like, why are you putting it as other? It's probably be other. Like others would be more likely to be the game. I could do that. But yeah. I am back. Okay, there we go. Cool beans. Ricky should be red. Boom. Okay, then what are we doing now? Oh, that's right. I'm getting the photos. Ta-da! Done. Getting the photos of the new Tour de France. I was driving with someone. This was about a year ago, actually. And yeah, and then there was a sign, and because we're coming up to roadworks, and the sign said roadworks ahead. And I looked at the other guy, or maybe I kept my head. Well, I looked at the other guy, and I said roadworks ahead. I sure hope it does. And he just he started cracking up. It was good. It was good. It was actually, it's from a Vine, an old Vine in that, and he thought, it was like, that's such a good one. He's like, I'm gonna use that one. Yeah. Yeah, so that was quite entertaining, actually. Very entertaining. There's a few online things that I use. There's another one I used today, I think. There was, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, when I was playing board games. Okay. See you on Restream chat. Who, me? Interesting. Maybe it's because it just goes away after a while. I'm not sure how long ago that was. I was doing the other thing. Delta to the DMC. Okay, boom. How many days? It's a few days worth of photos, isn't it? What was after that? What date was this? Oh, this was on the 1st of March, which I'm pretty sure is the 40. Yeah, it is. There we go. That is that one. Oh, it's the same day. This still the 1st. What about this? Still what? Oh, that was just 3 p.m. That was mid-afternoon. I think it was because Everdale Moles was. Oh, Red Knights was on it on that day. What was that day? 3 p.m. on the 1st of March. Excel columns data. Then what about this? Oh, there we go. It's 12 a.m. Did I do a 12 and a 2? No, I just did a 12. Good. They don't have to decide. Okay, what about this? So is this the two? These two? Sometime today. And what's the date of that? Yeah, it's the 2nd. That is indeed the one. Oh, bother. Sometimes they don't load. And that's another day of data. I'll move them all across now, and then I will then bring back the screen and do stuff. Rootland. That's weird that it's not showing up. As game is growing into adults, many stop gaming much because they feel like real life jobs, family take up so much time. Needs to be a constant influx of new kids. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is over the course of years, though. So if you have, like, a heap of, like, 16-year-olds play your game, especially in beta, like, they're probably not just gonna, like, or 14-year-old kids, like, they're not gonna sort of become adults in the next, like, few months, or even year, or even 2 years, even 3 years, potentially. So you should have, like, a huge spree of time. Like, you should well outlast a beta that lasts a year. In terms of like, oh well, they all became adults, because then they'd sort of all be on that cusp, but that's very unlikely you'd get that many. What was the other thing? There's something else I was going to mention. Adults. Oh yeah, I couldn't believe that. Yeah, I should have known this, and I think I have known this subconsciously, but I just 40% of America doesn't vote. That's insane. And because I was looking at polling, right? On Real Clear Politics, and I saw like a LV and an RV and an A, and I thought maybe it's average, and then it's like left or leaning variant, and then a right write very into it, because sometimes they have like 60% Republicans, 40% Democrats in the poll, and then they disclose that, so then it can be weighted accordingly. I think they do the weighting or whatnot. But yeah, and so I was like, okay, what's that? And then it turns out it's likely voters, registered voters, and adults like that. Because it's interesting, because yeah, you see the polls and it sort of just goes a bit different in that, depending on like the presidential approval rating of Trump or Biden changes a bit depending on that sample. Which and interesting, because Pew was more interested in all adults, and that was the political ones that said, yeah, more interested like in like, okay, who's the people that are actually going to vote, who's going to be 40% of vote, which is insane. I couldn't believe how high that is. Like, that's massive, considering like all the, and like they would go through like all the chaos as everything, you know. But then you think like all these street interviews when they're like, what do you think of this person and that, you know, they'd be saying it. And I personally am not of the view that if you don't vote, then like it undermines your like, oh well, it doesn't, nothing of what you say matters about politics because you didn't vote. It's like, I don't believe that. I mean, did I used to think people would say that, and I hadn't, it sounded intelligent at the time, like you can't complain about the government if you haven't voted. But I don't think that's okay, fine, well, okay, so I voted, that makes no difference, you know. The vote total shows one more than it otherwise would have anyway, and there's probably like there will be in the margin of error as to why like almost never would be the pivotal vote, and also it probably like there's so many votes that it probably would be the wrong perfect total anyway. And even in the case where it's like a tie-breaking vote, like there's one case I think in the 1970s or something, and it was just so imprecise in how they could get it. And I mentioned how there was an election in Christchurch and that, where it was one vote that made the difference as to who got onto a community board and that. And they didn't do a recount. They don't allow recounts. They say, unless there's suspicious activity, it's not a recount. It's like, when you're in within one vote, like, that's crazy. I would think that they'd recount it. But it's interesting because in the US case, I can't remember, it was like 1970s or something, and like it was like, okay, one guy's won in that. So then they're like, okay, fine, we'll do a recount. And then it showed, yeah, like, because it was like, well, there's the one, yeah, and then they did a recount, and it showed the other guy had won by like 50 votes or something, and then they did like another recount, and it showed the first guy won by 300. It's like, what the heck? Like, how are you that imprecise? I mean, I guess when you have millions of votes or something, I'm not sure how many votes this was. It could have been 1 million or 100,000 or whatnot. You know, it's easy, but to like get a few different in that. But it's like, but because there's still a tiny percentage. That's like less than 1%. It's probably less than like one 1,000th in that. But that's still like within 1,000th difference. It's still you know, and it's like pretty, like, you know, if you get things to 99.9% accurate, you're like, whoa, that's insane. But in an election, that 0.1% in these very tight races is like, oh, 50 votes, that person's winning. Oh, 300 votes, that person's winning. Oh, you know, it's like, then you need to be like ultra accurate. Yeah, but yeah, I couldn't believe 40% don't vote. Like, that's massive. That's huge. Considering, like, yeah, like, I just can't believe it. And then in the midterms, it's even lower or whatnot. I think it's like 30-something%, which is insane. But it just shows how people are just so, like, well, no, you could say it shows a lot of things, but people are like well focused on jobs and other stuff. But you think, I don't know, I just like envision the vibe of like everyone's like, who are you voting for? Who are you voting for? And but like almost half the people are like, oh no, we're no, like, you know, okay, like, yeah, of the 60%, like, oh well, you know, half of you vote for Democrats, half of you vote for Republicans. We're the real big group. We're the majority. We're the majority of, we don't vote. Like, most of us, like, of the three groups of those that vote for Republican, those that vote for Democrats, and those that don't vote, the biggest group is those that don't vote. Like, that's insane. That's like absolutely insane. That is like, we're the big crowd. Like, but I just don't know how, like, the conversations wouldn't, like, like when you have like when you have the conversations, I would think everyone's like, you know, I'm voting, but like, just like do they disclose? No, I don't vote. I don't know, it just surprises me. And then sometimes in New Zealand I ask people, have you voted in that, or who you're voting for, and honestly most of the time they say no. Well, no, if I ask older adults, it's like, yeah, I voted for them, or I'm voting for this and that. Some people, I actually used to ask all my teachers and that. Some of them would tell me, some of them wouldn't. Yeah, so that was interesting. But yeah, if I ask, well, most young people in that, I say, have you voted? And they say no, and that. And then it seems like they almost feel like they have to apologize for me. It's like, no, it's like, I honestly don't mind it. I used to think it's a real big deal, like, who a given person votes for, but then it's like, who a given person votes for doesn't even matter in that. Like, well, I mean, like in terms of changing the result and that, like for them and their convictions as to who they vote for, it matters in that. But and it's a reflection of what they value. But yeah, it's like ultimately it's very unlikely to change the result. Paradox of voting. But yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. Wait, there's one other thing I was going to mention. But yeah, because it's like, it's framed in New Zealand at least, like, whoa, the vote is like the most powerful thing you have, and, you know, like, you're a superhero if you vote, and it's like, if there's, like, it's just not true. Like, it's, if it was the most powerful thing you had, or, like, well, that's how it is either said exactly or framed that way, then it's like, it's just, it's sort of cringe that they have, like, because the thing is, I'm of the view, like, if people don't really care about voting, I don't want them to vote. Like, I'm completely against compulsory voting. And people that don't even want to vote, it's like, don't vote then. If it's like, it's almost, yeah, I almost view it as immoral to, like, do something, if you believe it's significant, to do something that then changes an outcome where you don't really care what that outcome is, but other people immensely care what that outcome is. Like, if you're like, I don't really mind, it's like, just stay out of it then, man. Like, this is gonna, like, really mess things up for some people. Like, if you don't really know or don't really care, just don't. Yeah. But like, they have these ads, like, you know, this guy is a master voter. He's voted 7 times in his life and whatnot. It's just like, it's, yeah, well, it's almost like propaganda, or I don't know, it's like, so it's like, dude, like, if you need that to vote, you know, like, you are this amazing, you have the power to fire your boss, you know, it's like, if you need that to vote, like, don't vote if that's what it takes you to. I don't know. That's just, yeah. That's, I don't know. It's just crazy that it's like sure, like, have things saying this is when, you know, this is how you vote and where you vote, and that. But the fact that they have, yeah, they're like, don't be a ghost voter and that, and have this. I used to think it was like, it looked like such a funny silly ad because it was like just like this guy. It was just funny. But it's like, what the heck? But then it's crazy because even like the, like, get out to vote campaigns and that, even that is arguably political because it benefits certain parties both in New Zealand and the US, and that, especially like where you put them in that, like, you know, in Florida and the year in 2000, you know, it's like, it actually is like really effective. Like, well, do you put it, you know, same with like if it's on a rainy day, like if it's a rainy day, then Republicans do better in that. Like, it's insane. But that's just how it goes. That's just how things are, because every group is just different in that. So it's not like everything's perfectly equal, but it's all like, well, where do you put that advertising? Do you put it in poor areas or rich areas and that? That's then arguable, and then how much you spend on it. But also, just, do you do that at all? Because like some groups, like the more, like, because like in the Pew Research thing, it said that Democrats are, the people that lean Democrat are more, like, no, it's like, of the people that are unlikely to vote, that generally lean Democrat in that. And so then arguably, it wouldn't be in the interest of Republicans to put out all these ads saying, like, you know, you should vote. Well, no, like, the ads that say vote for them, sure, but as in the neutral committee, I'm not sure if the US has one, but in New Zealand they do. Well, I'm sure there's a neutral committee in the US that, although I see the Republicans pulled out of the debates, the debate presidential thing, which actually was established recently. It was like 1970s, but then again, there wasn't many debates, because that was only in the 60s that it became a thing. But then I was surprised to learn that Nixon wasn't, and didn't want to debate. That surprised me. But yeah, because and then I mentioned the poll thing with, Trump's one went like right at the start, and then just went, whereas Biden's, it sort of like was higher, but then like is with the Afghanistan, that was with the withdrawal from Afghanistan, that was where it crossed into, he was then in the negatives, and has never come out of that since. But it was interesting because the Pew Research mentioned like that Trump's approval rating on the February 2017, depending on the poll, it showed either was 39% approval or 53, which is rapidly different. 37 sounds terrible. Like, in the 30s, like, there's people really don't like you in that. Whereas 53 is like, wow, most of the nation likes you. Like, it's rapidly different, but it was because it was like the adults average, just the general population, versus like likely voters in that. Because likely voters were much more likely, like, versus the average population like Trump, which is interesting. But yeah, because, and then they talk, you know, Pew Research has about how the most politically, like, on each side, like the people like that are like really conservatives or really leftists are likely to make up like a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the conversation, a lot of the tweets and that. And Peterson says, Peterson and Musk both say that it's like these people and Bill Maher say the people on the edges are driving the entire conversation in that. But then it's like you can't really fix that. I mean, you can to some extent, but it's like lots of the people in the middle because they don't care. That's the thing. Well, they're not even necessarily in the middle. They're just they're sort of more in the middle than the people that are like really like, well, ideologues as you'd call them, but like really pushing it because they've really convicted in what they believe in. So you can't really just push the center to be like, hey, you guys need to really care and drive this, because they don't care. That's why they're there. Not necessarily. There's some centralists that actually really care, but as in the sort of the ambivalent that generally aren't like really strong conservatives or really strong leftists in that. The people that don't vote aren't like just like all like this huge bunch of conservatives or this huge bunch of leftists that just aren't willing to vote. It's just like more in the middle in that. And so you can't really force them to sort of care about something they don't care about and drive the conversation. That doesn't really work. You can, try and do algorithmic stuff in that to change certain things. But yeah, it's interesting because Pew Research was interested in like the population as a whole versus like the people that are likely voters, which I can understand why the Pew Research would be interested in at people as a whole versus the likely voters. That does make sense. There's another thing I was going to mention. But yeah, it's weird how then that just like the active and even I think it was in a 2017 debate. I'm pretty sure that it was sort of there's the National Party in New Zealand, and I think the host asked the National Party guy, he says, do you really want the young people to vote if polling shows that that 2-1 they're going to vote for the opposition? And it was like, that's a good question. And the guy responded, something along the lines of, I want them to have an informed vote or something. And that's a fair answer in that. But that's a great question from the other person asking, like, this demographic, if they vote, you'll lose. Do you really want them to vote in that? Which is really, really interesting in that. It was a good question. It's a real good question. That was like in 2017, I think. Yeah, so there's that, and then recently there was then a thing out. Well, it's been a year since the Wellington protests in New Zealand, and then there's also there's a climate group of kids there that were having a protest, and then a National Party person came out, and then they got a lot of boos. There was another thing or two I was going to mention about Pew Research. Because it was the likely voters and the registered voters. There's just like huge amount of people that just don't vote. Shardlight, welcome to the stream. Which I thought was real interesting. I thought that was really interesting. That there's just so many people that like that group is bigger than the Republicans. That's insane. That's crazy. There was, I forget what I was gonna say. It was like, well, I covered most of what I was gonna say. Yeah. What I was gonna say. Yeah, New Zealand, we have the situation where they promote voting. But yeah, anyway, it's interesting to do with the likely voters and the registered voters. Yeah, it's annoying. There's a couple of things I forgot. In New Zealand. It's generally older people that vote that skew more Republican. It was actually it was a good article actually for understanding polling and that. Pew Research does a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah, a lot of young people ask. Yeah, but then they sort of feel like obliged to sort of like, they're like, oh well, yeah, I didn't vote, but I probably shouldn't. Like they sort of feel like this girl's like, you don't need to apologize to me. Like, I was just interested in that. But yeah, especially in the council elections, that's like the entire thing is like mail-in voting. Like they just mail you all the stuff and then people mail it back. And even then, only like a third of people vote. It's crazy. It's an odd. And then they get, there was something else related to this. But yeah, then they get really annoyed. Yeah, like a lot of people get really annoyed. They're like, the democracy isn't working. Like this is not good. Like people aren't voting, and it's like, dude, people just don't care. Most people literally don't care. Like, Yeah, but it was interesting because yeah, Pew Research made the point that like but we're still interested in these people, even though that they chose not to elect the people that will make the decisions that affect them. And when it says like that, it's like, oh, that sounds like powerful. Like, why would you not do that? Have a but then it's like, well, one vote is very unlikely to make a difference. But yeah, the reality is most people just don't care. So it's like people can be annoyed all they want. Most people don't vote, but the reality is most people just they don't want to vote. This doesn't like, and it's like it's crazy. Like, it's like and that's insane then to think that despite all the promotion of you should vote and saying like you're a good person if you vote, you're a good person if you vote. Despite all that, we still only get like 30% of people voting in the council elections. Like, it's like, wow. Like, if they didn't have that, it might be like 10%. It would be like insanely low. I mean, there's still a hang of a lot of people. Like, it's still huge. I got my other thought back, but then I forgot it again. Bother. Yeah, but I thought that was pretty interesting. Yeah, to do with they say it's like, the most powerful thing. It's like, well, people don't have, if people thought it was the most powerful thing they had, they wouldn't be, like, that's just, no, that's just not true. Like, they wouldn't be asking other people, oh, who do you think I should vote for? Or, anything like that. Like, and yeah, it's just definitely not the most powerful thing you have. Like, it's just so not. It's not even powerful in itself. It just, there's that, yeah. Okay, good to get that thought done. Other thing, yeah, we're lucky that I don't want to be a politician. Otherwise, then people would play back all me saying, like, there's just no point voting. There's good clips like that. The thing is, I genuinely, like, the paradox of voting exists, but then, yeah. I still vote, despite, I think, like, yeah, there's just then a given individual doesn't really make sense to vote. But that said, I still vote, and I've voted in every council election and every general election that I've been eligible to vote. So yeah, I still vote despite saying that. And you can make a point despite. I don't think that makes me a hypocrite to say like I don't really see like a given person voting doesn't make a difference. And it's like so there's very little argument to vote. But hey, I still vote anyway, despite that. So there's that, and there's another thing I was gonna go back to. Was it to do with Pew Research? Oh yeah, but and then a slightly different talk. Yeah, the poll in that, which is very interesting between Trump and DeSantis and Biden and other Democrats and that. And there's still a huge undecided group in the Democrats. Because Trump and Biden polling is insanely close. Like according to Real Clear Politics, which averages the polls, it's like 0.2% in favor of Trump. Very close. I'm not sure if that's likely voters or registered voters or that. And then, very close. But Trump versus Harris, he landslide 4%, which doesn't sound like much, but Dan Bongino made the point once that, like, you can, like, win with just, like, a little few percentage, but win all the states. I mean, that wouldn't happen in this modern context, but, it's like when a third-party candidate runs and then just takes a little bit of that's because that was ages ago when people were talking about how Trump could then end up starting a third party, which I didn't think he was going to do. I was like, nah. And then Dan Bongino didn't think it was going to do either, and he didn't. But because the three Republicans that are running in that, lots expressing interest. But yeah, anyway, so I thought that was interesting. Yeah, so but I couldn't believe that he's like way beat Harris versus Biden. It's completely neck and neck, which is real interesting. Now, I think Biden will get. I think Trump will get the nomination. I think Biden will get the nomination. That, but I was talking to someone a few hours ago, and they're like, "There's no way Biden's going to get the nomination. There's no way." But we'll see. I reckon Biden's going to get the nomination, the Democratic nomination, but and I think Trump's going to get the nomination, and then I think Trump will win in 2024. So that's my prediction. A lot could happen since then. But then I know someone, and they say, "Oh no, Trump will be jailed within 6 months." Like absolutely, like he's absolutely, he's just so obvious. He's absolutely going to jail. So yeah, like they're completely different. I think in 2 years he'll be president. Someone I know thinks that within 6 months he'll be in jail. So that's a very different outcomes. So anyway, that's a whole heap of stuff about polling, and I didn't talk much. Well, I talked a bit about the polling. Anyway, I need to get these photos. Anyway, I'll read the chat back. Okay, so we got 100 messages. Yay. Okay. 40% is so high, man. So high. So high. Can't people count? There's power in numbers. That is true. I'm against compulsory voting. Yeah. Australia does that. With it, New Zealand is a very similar system to Israel, actually. Although our threshold is 5% to get in, which is like killer. Like, it literally kills like almost all parties. Like, there's so many parties and they never get in. Most of them never get in. But Israel is 3.25, which interestingly allows lots of them in. But then as a result, like in the 2019 election, that they then they couldn't, well, not necessarily as a result, but what happened was more got in, and then they couldn't form a coalition in that. So then there was another election, and then like the same result effectively happened. Like one party or two parties merged in that, and then yeah, it was like because there's the main two parties, Lupid and Blue and White. So Lupid right and Blue and White left, and then this middle party run by this guy that's got a lot of votes from Russia, like Russian Israeli, and he wouldn't go with either of them because he said it was kind of a, oh no, it wasn't like New Zealand. Well, no, well, yeah, it kind of was actually. It actually was like the 2017 election. Kind of, yeah. There's a middle party that was similar. But then this guy wouldn't go with either of them. So then they had to have another election, and what do you know? It was a very similar result, and this guy still wouldn't go for them. And then they had a third election in that, and what do you know? Similar result. And then I think the guy's name started with R, who gets to decide who is the mandate to form the coalition. Like, yeah, Ruben or something. Yeah, then he said, like, we haven't got money for a fourth election. That's insane. But yeah, then I think that the main two parties ended up just going together, Blue and White and Lupid or whatnot, because that other middle party wouldn't go. Well, and then you could argue, well, they're at fault because they need to concede. They're the fault in democracy and that. Or you could say, well, no, the big parties are at fault because they want so much power that I'm unwilling to give anything. I have no idea how much they asked for or anything like that. So I don't know. But of course, the voters of that party would say, like, no, it's fair enough what they're asking for. And the people that voted for the big parties would be like, no, it's fair enough that they won't concede over that. So anyway, that was interesting. And Benjamin Netanyahu is back in. Naftali Bennett and yeah. Okay, we're supposed to have neutral groups encouraging. Yeah, yes, neutral groups. Yeah, I don't know how neutral some of those groups are. Yeah. Won't be here since I'm at work. That's okay, Shard. Thank you for stopping by. Keeping the movie moving up soon. 10 months, 2 months more. Bomb. Paul's up. Yeah. I do. I still have my own membership. Yep. I possibly have the record for longest membership. I don't know. Honestly, amazes me the amount of ideas that I seem to be the only one to have ever made a video, or come up with or made a video of, not necessarily thought of, but made a video of. Like, I can't believe that there's not more people that do it. One of them I saw an overlap, because I did a video that I titled exactly what the title was, like, enter a title, and it said in the description, end the description. But it turned out that there was like three, like, maybe, I don't know, I think it was 2 other people that had done the same thing. I did mail-in voting when I couldn't physically go. Because there's the absentee ballot, which is it was separate in that, versus like, hey, we're just gonna like mail out like millions of ballots in that. Yeah, like you can request the absentee one, which is then quite different to just millions being automatically mailed out. Okay, so it was like, there we go. Try to remember, because nobody. Yeah, there's a shame. We don't really gain anyone new on there either. It's just like complete, like in 2020, we were doing awesome on there. We were one of the first 100 people in the world to hit 100 followers. And then we just it was like a big change happened at once in that. Like the AMG deal ended, and so a lot of those ones just got. Well, I've never heard like anything from almost any of them since in that. They just sort of just crashed out all the AMG, because it was, remember, you had to be in the top 500, and then as soon as they sort of went like global and that AMG deal ended, and all these other huge YouTubers that had platforms on other things, and it's fair enough that they came over. That was the whole point, that we helped prop it up, and it wasn't. There's nothing wrong with us being like used / paid for doing what we did. And I was more than happy to be part of the deal with AMG. I was very happy with that. That was awesome. That was one group I will look back on and with like, they were like, as far as I dealt with them, I didn't deal with them that much. It was only for a few months, but as far as I dealt with them, they were honorable in their dealings. And like, I can't say that about most of the groups that I talk about or were dealt with, but that group was good as far as I dealt with them, which wasn't a heat, but as far as I dealt with them, AMG acted honorably and decently, and I'm happy with with what we've done. I think we're down, but as in like our agreement and they were just, it was good. That was good, and that I appreciated that AMG contract, and as far as, they didn't mislead me, they didn't lie to me. It was great. They didn't throw me under the bus. They weren't nasty. They weren't bullying. They were good. So I very much appreciate AMG for what they did. They were a good crowd. They were a good crowd from my dealings with them. And so the Trovo thing could have worked out, but then as soon as all these masses of people came over and that, then they sort of, not like, the top 500 was just dominated, because the top 500 thing was added about the time that the AMG thing stopped, about the same time that heaps of people came in for like kind of global release and had passed its mad cat phase. And then at that point, then a lot of us that had been with AMG, then we didn't make it on the top 500, and then that was us done with Trovo. Or, well, not, there probably many of them still multi-stream on Trovo, I don't know. But then that was it. I remember I was reading a lot about streaming at the time, but yeah, how to be a better streamer and this and that. There's a lot of stuff in that. But then I thought, nah, there's other priorities in life. I mean, I could do it, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. So I could do that, but I don't want to do that. I was doing it a lot in 2020, and in 2019 it was boom, although there wasn't as much streaming. It was like it was a good, oh no, it wasn't, it was a good balance between streaming and videos, but not a good balance between YouTube and life. But yeah, so the Trovo thing, then we got on to the 500, and I should not have been. Trovo was very wrong for doing that. And had I made it into the top 500, I would have pushed real hard on Trovo and kept streaming real on Trovo. And who knows? I may have eventually dropped off, and that could well have done. And that would be that. But yeah, that was incredibly wrong in my view, the fact that I've mentioned in other streams, withheld that $600 well, technically I qualified for the silver tier, which was even higher, but even if they're just giving me bronze, I would have, like, the bottom tier, I was more than happy. Well, it was like they get $1,000 worth of advertising. Like, I spent all that money that I was rooting on getting, and I did meet the criteria to get it. I spent all that money that they were giving out on promoting their site, on me, on their site, but their site, nevertheless. So that was so dodgy. That was just terrible. It really was. It's just annoying, because like I just wish that hadn't happened. And it's like, well, should I even be saying that on here? But I think that's fair game. They chose to act how they did, and there's nothing wrong with me saying how they absolutely screwed me over, and why I'm not dealing with them, and why I wouldn't recommend that you deal with them either. Just like I say that I don't recommend you do YouTube or anything. I don't recommend Twitch either. I mean, it depends how much you want to become a streamer, but I would value other things above just becoming a streamer, in terms of, like, you could just say, oh, I want to be, like, doing video content so bad that it doesn't matter how YouTube treats people. I'm just going to... You can have that mindset, but I would highly recommend against that. And ultimately, it could come back to bite you when they'll roll you over as well. So, yeah. That's how dodgy people work. Okay, there we go. I just don't see voting like you do. I could debate you on it. Indeed, we could have a debate on it. What are you doing? Let's see, SuperSight. Just got back to the post office, walked for a bit with the weather after storms yesterday. Cheeky wee debate. Debates are good. I like debates. There's always, every time, there's conflict. Like, I read that Jill Stein got arrested for protesting the... Was that in 2000? I think it was the 2000 debate for not being allowed to get... Because the Presidential Commission... It was very little on their Wikipedia, but it had it at 15%. Wikipedia is very biased, by the way, but there's certain things they're not biased on. But yeah, they have it, you have to have 15% nationwide polling in that, which is very high. Because if they dropped that to, like, 5% or 1%. Well, no, 1%. But then again, it's like, well, what's the, because 1%, I'll be like, well, there's way too, because you have to have some criteria as to who's allowed on the debate stage. Because yeah, it's like the concept of like, well, how stringent and strict do you make your system? And the process in which you have to go through that system, because like with you have to debate in this format, in this manner, and that there's because because I'm thinking about that leftist video I watched today by that guy, that anti-capitalist guy. And now he's like anti the system, but it's like you anti the system, but you have to have some form of order. You have to have some process in that. It's like, sure, you might find an unfair system in that of how you debate, and it doesn't best benefit you. Just like many people with autism say that job interviews aren't the best style for them, and that's probably true. But you can't just change you can't just have everything in the world optimal to benefit you. Because A, well, you don't even have the power to do that. B, that wouldn't be fair. And C, you can't do, because everyone is what people are good at and what they shine through at is different. There's obviously a lot of overlap between a lot of people, but it's not the same for everyone. But ultimately you have to have you can't have an election and one candidate's like, oh, Tuesday doesn't work for me, and the other one's like, oh, Wednesday doesn't work for me, and the third party candidate's like, well, this day doesn't work for me. Like, you have to agree, this is the date we're having an election, this is the date we're having a debate, this is how long the debate goes for, this is what you can and can't do in a debate. Like, you have to have some form of, it doesn't work otherwise. You might disagree with that way, but and be annoyed that you have to try and win through that system, so then you can then be allowed to change that system. Although, to be fair, then you just join the presidential committee thing and say, hey, we should change that. Not that it's very unlikely you'd get to, but there has to be some form of something stable. Well, I was going to mention something else. Yeah, the 15% thing is very high, but then it's like, well, because you have some criteria, but then should it be 50? Because if they had it like 5% or 1%, you see way more third-party candidates. Because they'd be like, oh, wow, even if we don't win in the election, we get to be on a debate that millions of people will watch and get to like hugely, like say our points and values and ideas that then get broadcast massively in that. So that would be massive in that, and you'd see a lot more. You'd see way more third-party candidates pop up if you only had to have, like, even 5% is pretty high. But that'd be way more achievable to get 5%. Yeah, I mean, like, because then if you look at all the people on the list, like Nikki Haley could then start a party and be able to be on the debate stage. Mike Pence would be allowed to do that. Kamala Harris would be allowed to do that. I mean, there's nothing saying they can't. I mean, even then they had. Well, no. Harris hits the 15%. But then they're allowed on the Democratic primary debate stage and that. But as third parties in that, you then have way more that potentially could exist and then would start coming about as a result. And then you can argue the goods and bads of that. Because then you could say, well, that's good, because then people don't have to be as just in two camps in that. But then if you allow them to debate, but then there's no way they'll mathematically win, then they'd be very unhappy that it's not like an easier way to win, and it has to be, they have to hit all these other criteria, and then then that'd be more divided and more like, then there'd be more division over the fact that the criteria to then be allowed to have your name on the ballot in a state for the president is so high, and then there's so many questions, and yeah. Okay, see you, Shard. Thank you for coming by the stream. Okay, what? Oh yeah, I was reading the comments. Okay, we're waiting for the photo to pop up. Oh, it's come up. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Cool. Let's get it. Country roads, take me home. Okay, there we go. Do that. Da 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 da. Boom. And Sweden. This one here. Feed the hogs. I'm moving them across so we can continue our data. This took way longer than half an hour for the thing, so we're definitely missing out on stuff. But Wait, because we have the 1st of March. It's the 2nd of March. So we're the 3rd of March. Yep, that's right. And then the 4th is last night. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's not actually that many then. Because that's like 1, 2, 3, 3 days. Then 4 days. Yeah, then we've done 1 and then 3 more to do. And then to 9. We're getting there. There we go. And then this one. 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Is that right? Oh, I only went up. No way. That's not many. 9. Oh my goodness, that wasn't very far at all. 1st, and then when was this one taken? Oh, that was the 3rd. What? Oh no, no, because then the 4th. Yeah, no, because yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. These crazy photos from the iPad. They look a bit whack. That and oh yeah, that was a little bit later, but it was cool. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, that's fine. Cool. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's got that one, and then the final day was those. Oh yeah, that was late. Oh yeah, that's that new format. Then we'll do them, and then we'll probably kind of let's wrap it up. We'll see. Let's get right into the news. It looks faded. Alan Walker starts playing. Dun 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 da 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 dun dun dun. Oh. Okay, I hope that I've got it like. It's annoying because one time I like missed one and then it's like, oh, I don't wanna. Okay, cool, and then we go. Oh, Finland. Boom. Okay, and we'll go here, and we're ready. Here, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Moving the photos across. It is indeed. But yeah, I definitely don't want to go. I definitely don't want to go to Den, man. I'm not ultra tired, but yeah. Got life to do, man. This is part of life, and it's like, yeah, it's fun what we're doing. Well, it's cool what we're doing. It's cool what we're doing. Smooch. So is this dude just brand new right off the bat? Yep, no history whatsoever. Just hi, my name's Katrina. Just like that's like this guy just came from nowhere to boom, he's first, and then this guy's like from nowhere to boom, he's second, almost first. It's just insane how these people just leap up, and then like the next day or not long after, that other K guy just comes like, well, we're suddenly on the list. It's weird. The amount of data, like the amount of people we have, all the data we have is quite cool. It's like so much data. Just from this one game over these few days, from just screenshots that, not many screenshots, but ones that contain 16 names each. Hey, hey, hey. It's been cool with the leaderboards. It certainly has made me play the game way more than I previously was. Well, because we're in the top 16. If we went in, because like you wouldn't care about it if you weren't in it. You'd be like, if you're not in a clan that's in the top, you'd be like, well, it doesn't really matter, does it then? Well, it doesn't. No, it'd just be meaningless. It's only if you care about the leaderboard, which I do. Hence, I'm like, dude, we're pushing hard, and we have been pushing hard. 620. I'd rather get this done as much as I'd really love to get these gold caps. 527. 51. 25. 383. 382, 366, 364. Boom. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. Do 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 do. Whoa, that's dropped, man. That's way dropped. Way back. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. I do love the blue. I don't use the blue much, but I do think it looks real cool. That's actually very similar, yeah, the political color scales. I wonder why that's why. I wouldn't think so. Well, no, because Excel's older than when they standardized the colors of Republican Democrat as red, blue in 2000. Although like one or two groups have been doing it that way for ages. But then they sort of agreed in 2020. That's crazy. That's like so recent. So like in the 1970s, that were like, nope. 1980s, nope. Color standardization. Okay, and then this one, then that one, the one over there. Oh wait, maybe this is the one. Wait a second. Who are you? Oh no, okay, it's just two. Oh no. There's wait. Where would it go? Wait, surely it's why is it? Oh, it is. What? I don't know why it shows that. That's weird. I don't know what causes it to show that. Ah, oh, it's raining. I like it when it's raining. I love a rainy night. Do 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 do. Oh, whoa! Come back here, Sweden. Yeah. It's gonna take a while to type up. But that's okay. Oh, we're gonna need like more space potentially this time around. Okay, player. What did it used to be called? Clan. What has happened? What's come of this? Okay, clans. Sweden. I should just copy them, shouldn't I? Boom. Paradise Falls. There's a copy mistakes as well. Something moose. Not on here? No. Spunky. Although they're on here to this day. I remember them. Canadian Rockies. Oh, Canadian Rocks and Canadian Rockies. Oh, Canada Rocks. Oops. Street Penguin. That's also still on there. Man, that's like, yeah, there's like a recent list. Whoa, we made it. We peaked on that day. So far, that's pretty high. I typed myself. Oh, home cooked meals is back. The game. Yeah, would have been cool to. Oh, this guy. This one just. I didn't realize it was on that long ago. I feel like it must have fallen off. This day seemed a bit odd in which clans were on there. Well, Dream Team's still on there, but only just. Taskers. They've sort of been bouncing on and off. Dream Team UK, but I'm saying that based on data right now. No. Oh yeah, Rootland Vietnam. that's, yeah, cool that then... Oh, where's my something? Wastelands, is that 8? Correct. Correctus. SuperSight, Correctus. Correctus. There it goes. Yeah, to like get all the record, like get footage of creating the clan that then has the thing that says long clan name or whatnot. They must have had to type that in there that said long clan. But then, like, why wouldn't they just make it that you can't have it longer than that? If that was the, look at the keys. If that was the, yeah, if they like knew, like, you think if that was the problem and why it said long clan, you think they would have done something about it. New Brighton. Pierre. Yeah, see, this is what maybe it was this day more, or the next day even more, but that's what I mean by the real leaderboard. There's just huge gap in that, and the thing, yeah, this one had just leaped on, these ones, but like, they're just insanely high, so it's like, this is like the real leaderboard, and then these are like event clans. I don't know that though, like, not 100%, but something's fun, especially when you see people that like, Wasteland, not even there, and then, oh wow, we're first, and then this guy, not even here, and then, whoa, we're here. It's like, what, you got 400 in a day? Like, really? But yeah, we even the stability, because it technically it should be more stable over such a long period, but even now we're seeing ones just like come and go. I think a lot of event clans, I reckon Ricky got an event. Yeah, like he just sort of, their clans come up, and like there's still the bottom maybe, definitely the bottom 4, possibly the bottom 8 are all still, the left 8 are like pretty stable and locked in, but they might, we've caught up in that, and if like Maple Forest climb, you know, and they are based, their success is based on events and they can't maintain it, they could drop off. We could drop off as well if too many clans get events and leap ahead, but still pretty volatile even after this long. I thought it would be like way more stable, shall we say. That one. But as you can see, it is, oops, it is dropping 24%. That's insane. That, yeah, like, that's huge proportion of the entire event is done by this. Like, it would take like them like about like a third longer without us. Not necessarily exactly a third, because it's like we've done that much, but then as a percentage, yeah. So there we go. We'll do that. Certainly going up. Farmland gone again. So yeah, because like if you look at like that day, well, Farmland's gone, Moon River's gone, Everdale Mole's gone, Alfie gone, Everdale gone. Like, there's so many of them. And then Pathfinders is just about gone. And we were the next one on that list, and we weren't that far ahead, you know, but we've actually gone up a bit. But like this guy, like all of these ones, like we were the last one not to die. Like Pathfinders only just survived, and maybe if I'd taken the photo like an hour early, they would have been gone. But like we only, technically then it could have been one of these other ones. But all these ones, the bottom 5 all wiped out in a day, and this one just about wiped out. We were, and we're like barely survived in that, although then we're lucky because now we've pushed a little bit ahead, but then we drop back a bit in the future one, so it's still very, like, yeah, it's still like hard and unstable even after all this time. Okay, what do we got? Oh, that was a stupid place to put them. What do we got? Okay, Wasteland. Oh, yes, you're down here now. Smooch, brand new. Unbelievable. Jamie's still strong, but look, he's just had he's like, that's like, how is that not a boost? Like, there's something suspicious going on. Not that they're cheating, but some dodgy mechanism in the game where somehow you get like 700 in less than 24 hours, and then you get like nothing for like the next few days. Like, something's not right like that. Because that would imply to me he had something happened, and then it's just like he's like a normal player, not even like a reasonably an active player that he only gets 3 a day. But obviously he plays a bit a day, but not much. Yeah. And how they, just does not seem, something seems off, that they can just somehow become one of the top players in the game. It's like, wait, how did that happen? Yeah, Jill's gone. Shaz not looking too flash. Yeah, that's a good example of whether your conditions improved or deteriorated. The color. Even if you'd done just as well, if other players have done relatively better, then yeah, not looking good for you. XQ, got this piece of paper actually. XQC. Oh, I'm looking forward to some food after the stream. That's right, I was going to have a break, but here we are. Car is on there. She's lucky, yeah, she's an exception, because all these other ones died, but she survived. But her conditioning's worse then. How did it, like, oh, you know, it's worse then. Hey. Very much worse then. I think he's still on it, though, so he must have just survived. Yeah, he's like one of the top players. And yeah, he's like, see, like, that seems legit. Like, that's a reasonable, simple, there's quite 100, but you can do 100 in a day. And his new Papa Smith. Is that Papa Smith, like, the Papa Smith? I think it is. I think he's leader of Moose Crew, which is really impressive if he's on here. Nub Celia. I thought maybe a Celia we saw it. Yeah, we did. Boom. Go. Nope. And then Smooch. That's crazy. He's on the list, like way high. The clans, again, these, because this, the player thing is, like, super dodgy. The clan thing is, like, 50% dodgy. Well, kind of, because, like, half the clans are dodgy. Whereas this year, it's like the whole list is pretty sus, honestly. And I hate to undermine, like, genuine achievements at this game. But it is. It's super dodgy, super sus. I don't know if it's pay to win, or if they just, like, have, well, not an exploit, but if they're just, like, level 4 account, and they're just, like, rapidly cycling through the, and you could say, well, that's smart, and sure, but it's, like, that's, like, a silly, and it's fine, it's legit if they do that, but it's just, like, a stupid, like, leaderboard. It's not, like, something that we can all do, like, a minor thing that helps us all at the top, or just everyone if they know how to do it. It's just, like, this ridiculous thing that everyone with an actually proper account that's pushing, like, it just doesn't work. And then these guys, people like him just somehow become first in the world. It's just silly. Or second in the world. Okay. Oh yeah, and then we'll just do an update on this. And we should really add her on now. And drop off ones like Blue. Sarah C, she was never on it. Oh, that's a good amount. Okay, so 3 of them drop off. Jill, Nanny, and... Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, edit in. Try it this way. Boom, there we go. Oh, yeah, Blue's, yeah, super stagnated at the top there. Tiny increase. Looks like, I feel like I can see that. And we should also add on. We could, oh, Manawatu's back. Oh, yeah. Got a few of them at the top, but if they stay on, they can go for it. But for now, we'll just keep it like this. And we will knock out ones that get rid of their names from the list. Viz, Martus, it makes it confusing with them on the list. Get rid of Blue. Blue's only been on twice. And Gar. The 3s can stay. There we go. Yeah, that's reasonable. I haven't given them nice colours. It's sort of like, it's because I'm like, we'll retrospectively do that. Oh, we used to give hey that colour. We will at the end. Okay, clan, much better. Much prefer the clan thing. And, okay, get rid of these. Oh no, that one and those 2 are the next. Cool. One day I'll just like accidentally forget to like reshare my screen and I'll do this for like an hour. And then it'll be like, no. Sweden? You do like the increase of the clans and how they did in all the historic events. I mean, I guess you could use a template. That'd be better. Like an analysis template. When like with the Excel, what's called? Where's, oh, they're way down there. Man, did they just get on then? Now they're real high. Like a Social Blade, you can export a template of the data. Trying to do 2 things at once. You can get a template of the data where like it has like a default thing and you do a report and it does all this cool analysis on your channel because they've just programmed it to do this real cool analysis. And you could do that for all the clans as long as you had the data. Oh, they bounce back on. And then just double check Rockies. Yeah, that's good. And you could do that, which would be interesting. doing like a proper analysis. And we still are not a safe zone at all. It looks like bad for us. Slightly improved condition, but really not great. Despite our huge efforts. Those, I'm pretty sure... Oh no, Street Penguin was on. Wasteland. Wasteland's still on. I reckon they'll survive for one more day. But maybe it's Cutthroat and they're gone. Boom. Taskers. Taskers new. Wow. Okay, they've been on a few times since. Dream Team. Farmville's gone. Pathfinder. Yeah, see, this is way more stable. The top five have been on the entire time, and that's a dodgy one that you don't really count because that's only in the first 24 hours. And they've been on the only exception of that wasn't it was when we were there. There's none that were just missed on the, which shows that it actually is not super dodgy and volatile. Even though I'm not sure if when I did that one, but because you could argue, well, we should just ignore that one because that wasn't after a full 24 hours. So then it's based on sleep patterns. But even so, there's none that came after that. Or technically this one. Oh, actually this, but no, they're gone. There's none that came on this day that are still on it. Like all of them. Well, they all then died off. Well, these two are permanently gone, but those two have mixed histories. New, home. Nah, they're all new. Denmark is gone now. The only thing it sort of does is like allow them to sort of have a show. And that one. Yeah, moles. Oh, they're on and off, on and off. Yeah, they're really bouncing. Wow. How many unique clans. It's really interesting. Then you get to see like all the unique clans. And honestly, with that, not that many clans in the game, you actually get a really good idea of all the main ones. Because yeah, I have the list of the 20 with the stars, plus then 3 more that are in the 40s of that. And then not all of them, some of them never feature on this list, but then this year is pretty extensive list. Which then is, if it's an extensive list, it's a real bad sign as to how. Because even with that, when it started, like a heap of them I recognized, and that I think was just random. How it looks random, how it allocated those zeros ones, which then shows how inactive the game is if I like know most of the top clans. Well, no, yeah, but like just most of the clans it seems like. Yeah, so Ricky's one went off, but then it ended up coming back. So a little bit of patchy data, but so far not much patchy data. If you're off, you're off. This one's an exception to that, and this one's an exception to that. You need at least 3 days for that to be possible. And that accomplished it then, and this one accomplished it between those 2 days. I mean, you could have it that you're on here and then came back on. I mean, these ones... Actually, this one... Was that not on that time? That's kind of annoying that they missed that data, but it shows they would have been close. Moon River, I think, possibly close as well. Okay, good to have that one done. Players. I like doing the clan second, because that's the bit I enjoy the most. Players is okay. I think we're making it cool. We're making it as fun as we can, even though the stream only has like maybe 1 or 2 viewers. Yeah, well, I think I'm doing as good as I can for people that really like the data. I'll stay the same. Jamie, you're very similar. Yeah, we're doing real cool stuff with the data we have. There's only so much you can do with the data, and we're doing it. I mean, there's always more you could do, but I think we're doing a real solid job of the data. Oh, that's good. We'd see both of them, and it fits perfectly. And it's nice and lined up. Cool. Like, we're capturing the data. I mean, you could always capture more data, especially if you had API. That would be helpful. It'd save me time. But then there'd be like, oh, oopsie. Move that there. Then I could use huge amounts of data. And that would be fine, because I could just decide to use the top 100 or 200 or whatever. Then you'd have just like awesome charts and that. I don't know, because in my brain is working overtime. In Rush Wars, we didn't do this stuff, but at the end we had some real cool data to work with. And Everdale, Everdale was like good. Like we had like Everdale was like a good balance. Like it wasn't way too much data. I mean, it did become a lot, but it wasn't so much data that I just like was overwhelming. You couldn't manage it, but it wasn't this year. This is too little data in that. It'd be nicer if because we're technically with like all those other games with Rush Wars, I could have done a regular stream. Oh, that's still there. Whoa. That's crazy. I'll unplug that. I should really then turn that thing off. Stop. Oh, I could have just killed it on exit it with the 360 Marine. We could have done, but we didn't. Yeah. Yeah, we sort of doing, it's sort of, well, in this game you actually can keep playing and playing and playing, even though you couldn't, so it was like, this worked out as a real cool alternative thing to do during the stream. Because, yeah, I guess you could do heaps more data with lots of with heaps more of the board, but we could technically we could go back and like, because at the end of the streams I went through and scanned them all, so I clearly cared about data or preserving some form of history. Oh well, and then I could like do boards like streams on that. I'm not going to, but you could. And 88982. Man, I'm getting hungry. And I'm hungry, getting grumpy. Equals boom 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 10%. Whoa, that's dropped so. Oh, it's still like on the, it was 12, it was 15, 20, 27 on the first day. Was it? Didn't it almost like it exceeded? Is that mathematically possible? I think so. That players, yeah, if they're in like certain clans that then didn't no, but if then they would show on like, is it mathematically possible for players to exceed? I don't. I think so, but then I'd lean towards I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think it could. Because if it was that high, the clan would show on the board, wouldn't it? No, I'm just gonna say no. I don't think it could. That's the players. Cause the players gonna play. Man, we still got 2 more days of data. My goodness. Do we? We do. Wow. After this day, there's a lot of data. I didn't realize how far back and how long it's gonna take us. That's okay though. I'm okay with that. It's just like that's a lot. It's a lot of data. What's this song again? Oh, it's called The Root Sandstorm. Moose Rockets. Make sure I'm not doing the same one again. No, that's just amazingly, suspiciously similar. Well, no, these two swapped, but that's insanely close. Wow. Almost all. That's very rare. Oh, so we're still holding on there. We've dropped a bit back now. Even Ricky's overtaken us. Which is surprising because they haven't really, Ricky's clan hasn't really been on the board much. Oh yeah, Wasteland strongly survives another day. I thought it'd be like lucky to be on it. Oh, Chilltopia made an appearance. Where was there's Wastelands. Oh, 900. Oh, yeah, they went up 100. It's not really enough to maintain a position, but obviously still, that's real impressive. Oh, this was extremely similar. I've just been copying. Everdale was different. And Everdale Bowls, they did make a comeback. They're just boop, 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 boop. Which is sort of sad. And Maple hasn't even featured at this point. Red Knight did make it on. Wow. It's just sort of so low down that bottom end that they just can't hold it on. Whereas if, for example, it was top 30, that easily, like, you wouldn't see all these people just keep dropping out. It would just be fine. But yeah, we'll do points 1864. Man, I am hungry. That Sweden super close to being first that day. Well, because we were first global once in this game. Yes, another game down. So yeah. 9, 7. This is just such cool data. Yeah, the real leaderboard. Oh, 999. And order just on that. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, let's go over in the total. 22, okay, it's sort of not dropping too bad. That's still pretty high. That's like long time in, and it's still... That'd be funny if it was exact. Because it was that. Oh yeah, similar level drop off. Color that, and then we'll do the players. Oh, and this is supposed to be 2nd of March now. I didn't realize how long, like, we haven't streamed for. Like, it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but man, we have a lot of data to do. My goodness. I guess I used to be doing it, like, daily, and we'll be like, whoa, it's moved this much. Oh, there's something's not right here. Let's see, that's where the coloring helps. Because I probably wouldn't have spotted that. Well, I might not have spotted that if it wasn't for the coloring. Oh, what? What happened there? What? Okay, and then we'll come over here. And how many unique people are there here? That's 30? Oh, that's not many, considering 16 is maximum, and it's not even double that after all those days. It's still doing okay. Wasteland. Smooth. Yeah, it's like these tiers, like wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4. No one knew in that day jumped up. I don't know how they jump up on like the 3rd day. Like if it's on the 1st day and they do this guy just like playing but barely. Or but up 4, up 4, up 3, up 4. It's so consistently barely go. Thought they intentionally would have done that, but oh no, well they could have done that before hopping off, but as in not for my screenshot because they probably don't even know who I am. The guy goes into a COD mobile shop. What's up, everybody? That was so funny. Okay, Shaz just on it still, but his condition. Oh, that looks like it's slightly improved actually. Oh, right across. Yeah, Vanuatu well done. A lot of similarity. Yeah, this is just like a solid hunk of players because of that dodgy day. And then this, see, this is, oh, they had a huge leap there. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, it's improved considerably. That's actually a really helpful way to think about it. Probably subconsciously knew that already, but it's probably partly why I did it. Well, it will have been, yeah. It'd be funny if Viz just came on right at the end. There's one player that, in the past, that wasn't on for ages and just jumped on. To be fair, I could probably find them pretty easily, actually. Matt. Any Matts? Not that I'm aware of. Nanny. I think we had Nanny. Maybe that's from previous time, though. Huh. Okay. Matt Vespa. Okay, is that everything? Yeah, it looks pretty good. And then that, yeah. even it knew what, but it still recognized it, but didn't dash it because it knew. It knew. Yeah, it's super. Yeah, if it's got the format. As you said, it has having huge struggles with the format. It knew. This is not on. That's funny. It's like, wait a minute. Let's see the cool new data. Boom. Oh, that's pretty similar. The green guy. Powering it. Hey, hey, hey. Well, because it looked like he was doing bad, because he was almost about to drop off at that point, but he's still going up. It's just yeah, that's right, I thought of doing a black line in which I did it one below the lowest person at everything, so you could tell where they had to be. This guy just a flat line, but was so far ahead. He's just doing phenomenal. And then these three starting to... Oh, wow, yeah, jump ahead. Slick Data, Knockout, Nin, Sir Dogs, Phoenix. Yeah. There we go. Still a lot of names. 14. Yeah, because we can go look at this and see if there's anyone that leaped back on near the end. Not really on that one. That was very... There was no, was it any leaping? Oh, this one here had a little boop. And that was sus because we didn't even know. Oh, there was Farmville that time. Sadly died off. Yeah, there was no leaping on that one other than that. And that one's... Oh, yeah, that was like... Oh, yeah, Maple Forest. That's right. They were the one that went... After a big gap of nah. They're like, guess it was back. On Anti... Wow! Interesting. At a big gap. Sam had a little gap. The gaps are pretty rare. Miss M was a thing in the past. And... Oh, Sam, we already did him. Oh, my mouth is getting sore, I think. Oh, they look cool as. Ducky, that's right. Oh, that's the very first one. Maple Forest, again with the history of blips. So Maple Forest has been in Denmark near that first one. They were really... Oh, we had separate pages for them back then. Wow. Hey, 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 had the blip. So how did that one go? Wandering Kiwi, yeah, that's right. It's sort of like, it's also in recent memory that I can actually remember it. 90 Mile, yeah, New Zealand, that's right. Because it's like, it wasn't too long ago. It was like a week or two ago. Going strong. Yeah, that one, see, you could see we improved on that one. We slowly improved our position, which was nice. What about this one? Here. That was ultra stable. Ultra stable. I think you could tell if we look at it. Pink. You had that little event, but other than that, we're like the most stable of them all. Blue was stable, but not favorably stable. So was... Oh, no, these two were. Yeah, Southern Skies, which was a top clan in the game. And how did that work out? I mean, there still are, in terms of that, home-cooked meals. But yeah, you can see these names coming back. Home-cooked meals, we've seen. This one's still a top clan. The Shire is still back. That was probably the UK one, to be fair. Joining on Risk, nothing since then, sadly. Teo Town we haven't heard of since. But a lot of them are still around. This was super cool. That one was super stable. And then in this one here, we improved rapidly from basically the start to there. And then how are we going in this one? Oh yeah, that's we're done there. And this one here, well, I guess we're pretty stable, but sort of concerningly stable, because in that case, we were in the top, where no, the first one, that was scary, but it was nice seeing us slowly climb up with that one. That one was we're just pretty stable. We're in maybe the top 4 or something for most of it. 5th, 4th, 5th, 2nd. We got 2nd in that first one. That's incredible. And if it wasn't for that boost, I don't know, maybe some people have figured out how to do that. Well, even then, because the Teo Town and Daisy went rocketing up. But this one here, we'll see. I mean, how are we going today? Oh, yeah, no, because we're still in the bottom, and there's bottom 8, which I'm still very happy that we're still doing well, but it's not as nice being in the bottom 8. It's much nicer if you're in the top 8. Not even just because, hey, we're in the top 8, just because then you're okay, we're not going to fall off when we go to bed. Well, we've done a lot of data, my goodness. Oh, it's annoying that if the top one's coming near the end and the down at the bottom. But it's nice if we just have a stable block near the top. Canada. We have to always check if it's Canada Rocks or Canada, because it says, oh no, one of them is Rock Canada and one of them's Canadian. Canadian. Okay. Paradise Falls. Would you say I make a lot of gaffes? I never hear a word gaffes other than, yeah. Other than probably what you're thinking. To do with the US. Well, yeah, I don't hear that word in New Zealand, actually. Gaff. GAFCON! Oh yeah, no, I thought it was like ClashCon, because so you know what you mean, but no, GAFCON, that was to do with Anglicans. Which is like, yeah, more exciting than ClashCon, in the world of things, but as in ClashCon, like, you know what it is. So I don't know, maybe then I match my excitement, or I don't, no, I still get very passionate about things, but yeah, maybe I get more, if I know people know what it means, then I'm like, yeah, remember ClashCon? Oh, we kind of need a strip penguin. But, yeah, my multitasking skills are not great, if it's such a if multitasking exists, but, yeah, no, it's even here where, well, we're still doing okay, but yeah, we're not, it's in a slightly uncomfortable position, and we're still in it, even to this day. As to, like, this could go either way. Either these ones that have been here for ages that are sort of slowly dying will, like, actually just die, like, they won't finish. Or, like, we will get destroyed by all these new ones that keep leaping on. There's not too many of them, but enough to make it sketch. But yeah, maybe I match my excitement to people. If, like, it's like, remember that? Remember when? Ever since South Little. On repeat. There's like a real good repeat one where, well, it's like a long version, but you can't tell where it loops. So it could go forever. Everdell, assuming it's the same one, jumps back. Everdell moles! Look at this! Yeah. No, yeah. No, yeah. And it's still, it's move a block. Move this block here. That's silly. Okay, and you can't bulk move them. Ricky! He was on his back. Yeah, this isn't, see, look at all the patchiness in here. There's like severely patchy. All of them made it back. And Shiltopia, only one, wow, so that's pretty impressive. Well, yeah, I was typing down, like, this is a pretty stable list. But different ones, though, because, like, these ones all jump on, and then these two old ones drop off, and then that one drops off, that one drops off, just swap out for that. So, effectively, those two swap out, and then these original three swap out for three that make a return, because they're obviously really close to it. And now that they've added that list, it will become much more easy to tell. Did I not do that? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't do that. The 1st of March. Just typed it out. I guess it was interesting just in itself, but how did it go after this? Oh, yeah, so blues. So Sweden finally became first. Well, excluding the ones down there, which, the ones that are 2, I don't really, you need 3 to really make it. Canada Rocks just really flatlining. This one, super flatlining. Who is this one? Oh, but it's still going up. Oh, but barely. Canadian Rockies, while we catch up. Yeah, man, we're just in Power Force. We're, what's it, something Powerhouse. Just boosting it. And then some of these other ones just sort of dying off, and then the next week actually having not made it. Did NL Dolphin? Nah, they're gone. Well, okay, this is weird, because it looks like there's hardly any, especially since the bottom ones die. Well, actually, they come back, but yeah, interesting. So we're just, because it looks like then we're doing super well, but it's because all these new ones have joined the list on day 3, that then, because it looks like, wow, we're 4th, but yeah. Okay, so then we will add on another day. How does this go? Oh, Ricky, so they don't even come back. So, yeah, so all that will be is just 4 more. There's only be 4 more that actually show up. Oh, and they were those 4, yeah. So we continue our thing, and they continue flatlining. Yellow, this see, this is where I'm wondering. Yeah, this is where my predicament. This is where I don't know what's going to happen. Like, sort of like politically, this is the area I'm not sure what. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. It's very hard to predict politics in that. But yeah, like, yeah, this is where it's like, I don't know. See, because that was that, and then we're like 3 days on, and like they're sort of going, and like we're still catching up, but also there's new ones that keep bouncing up, and it's like the missiles like pow pow pow, and we're like trying to like outrun them. Like, will there be 2-minute missiles to get in front of us? And then this guy is like, oh, it's like looking ahead, like, Buzz, there's the truck or something. Like, he's like, they'll go once, like, we need to get there. Run out of time. Our fuel's low. We're dropping on speed, and we're like, oh, we're catching up. Who's gonna win this race? And then there's all these new ones that are just jumping in, and it's like, we're gonna make it out. And it's like, who won? Who did we make it? Did we make it? And it's like, technically both of us could get knocked off because too many new ones jump in front, or we could overtake Canadian Rockies. See, this is actually really cool, really exciting. I genuinely don't know, and there's still like 1 or 2 more days left to see what's actually going to happen, who's actually going to win. I don't know. Because see, they're dropping, their colours coming down, but then there's these new ones that keep peaking up, and even more on this day and that, and it's like, it's hard to, like, here it looks like they have a monstrous lead. That's actually, it does look like they have a monstrous lead. Oh, I'm thinking of this one. Oh no, this one here, we're definitely going to overtake that one. Oh, you know, that is that one. Okay, you know, I was thinking of the gold one. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not that one. I mean, like, cause in, well, we'll see, because, you know, if it doesn't keep, because it hasn't gone up much in all that time, because we've gone up 700, so it's possible, and we'll be able to see. It's exciting. See, this week more data is so cool. 3 more days worth, and see where it goes. This one here, I feel like, no, I think that it actually ended up making it, started taking off again. But yeah, it's very hard to tell, like, you know, well, where's the, because then there'll be this day, we're at the intersection point, where's it going to be? All the data actually really much matters at this point. And then we'll add on these 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, because, yeah, that's really cool, though. Just those alone, but then if we add on these, it's going to be a lot of extra blur. Whoa. Well, that really clogs it up. Blue, Wasteland, but they're dropping. Green, who's this one? Spunky Moose. They have, yeah, jumped onto it. It's cool when they have like a little patch, like enough like Everdell or Red Knight, and they have like a little dash here, and they have like a dash here. We're like, what happened in here? This one here, huge leap. But then it looks like they're slowing down, but then actually they're still going faster than us, and actually we know that they're still up as one of the top ones. Grey, how are they going? Paradise Falls, also one of the top ones. So interesting, both those 2 are late comers, but now are very strong. Street Ping, what's this one? That like look like it petered off a bit, although they still held up. It's very interesting because we actually can check the next 3 days, but it's super exciting because, like, what happens? You know, it's like a fairy tale story, and it's like, what happened? Like, who ended up doing this or that? Or we'll just get rid of a couple of these, because then that makes that, and then we have less precision on those ones. Dream Team ends up being on there, so I'll leave them on there because I know these 2 definitely go. Everdale, just as Everdale they can go for now. Denmark and Ducky gone. Ellie is, I think Ellie ended up making it. There we go. That helps a little bit. Makes it a little bit clearer. So we dropped off 2 more, would have even more space. I mean, I could just make the graph bigger, but interesting. See, we all of them. We are the most consistent. That's because we don't rely. Our success doesn't rely on the events. It's consistent hard work, which is on average very similar on per day. That's why we're so consistent. Whereas half these ones, like that thing, like, what is this? Like, boom, like we just got like however many huge, like, you don't get 1,000 points. Like, I mean, you can if you're all insanely active. Then even the next day it then drops to, oh yeah, we only got 300. So that's super, yeah, whereas we're just on all the graphs, we're the most consistent. There's probably other consistent clans, but not consistently high enough to be in the top 16, so they have a similar trajectory, but it's sort of more like, but we're one of the only one, we're like the only one on the top 16 that has a super consistent Yeah, we're the most consistent clan in the top 16, as is shown by this. We actually survive. Whereas, you know, and then most masters, that looks like they're not going to get on this either. There's ones like this, like, insane score. So, what happened in this event? You didn't even get in the top 16, or this one. Insane scores. Like, didn't even get on that one. Like, very inconsistent. Unless, of course, there's so many people that get on the board, which might end up happening to us, that we don't even get here. And it's like, well, that's stupid, because we were super consistent, but then there's more people that, like, were here this time. But, yeah. Like, all of these clans inconsistent to get a top 16 ring. These ones here, it's like, well, they barely got on, so possibly they were consistent, but were slightly under for this one, for, like, these few clans here. Aussie, they're real high at the start. Versus ones like this, it's like, how do you get, like, ultra high scores, and, like, you weren't even in the top 16 in the other one. Whereas we were sort of like, no, well, that one actually we got second, which was very high, but this one here, and it will probably finish similar this time, so that one there just wasn't as hard, that one. This time, I think the people have figured out these dodgy things, so they somehow get really high. But yeah, we should be second, and probably that similar color again. Okay, looking very snazzy. I like it. Next day. So that is up to the 8,000. Boom, boom. Is there two? I think we have 2 more days now of data. Yep, this one here, 11. And this one here. So how many more days are we going to get out of this? I reckon 2 more days. I reckon a boom, and then a boom. Maybe even 3. So we could get like a boom, or even a boom, and then like a little bit, which wouldn't be a full day, but possibly that would be real cool. Because look at it, there's so much data. Like, I mean, there's them all mixed in that, but then, well, this one here is them all mixed as well. Oh, they're still heat. What? That was... Oh, no, yeah, that's them doubled. Yeah, that looks huge, but as in, like, the first one, yeah, there's not many. There's only 4 days, and that one wasn't even a full day, and I don't think that probably was either. So, there's, like, 3 proper full days of data. But this one, we're gonna have, and then the second one was 1, 2, 3 days of real data. Oh, 4, 5. 5 days of real data in that. And then this one here, excluding the first one, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. 4, 5, 6. Man, I thought we were maybe 7. I reckon 5, 6, which is not actually that much more than the other one. But, yeah, that's okay. Maybe that first day was, like, I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, anyway, but it's still more than the last ones, which is, like, about a week. Well, because we're already up, oh, yeah, but that's why those were so close, because it was a similar time frame. But yeah, anyway, it'll be the longest event, even if by 1 day. Hopefully 2 days. And then actually, we've done, I'm still just really happy with what we've achieved, honestly. We've done, like, the best we can do with the data, like, you know, within reason. Oh, see, this is, see, this is where I got the same photo. That's annoying. So I have to get it again. That's annoying. Oh, we'll type up this one. Clans. That one. Sweden. It's getting pretty similar. Oh, Canada. See, like, how did Canada bacon? There wasn't even, and they went up over 1,000 in 1 day. Like, that's, and so did, see, then this here is why I said I was very concerned, as of this point, that we were gonna, that we're gonna make it and survive to the thing, because ones like this one and the 2 of them, that's 2 spots, we're 2 spots close that have been wiped out, because these, and sadly, these 2 actually made it, although actually this hasn't been on it the whole time, we haven't seen the one that has, but Maple Forest is barely surviving, and there's a high chance that they won't, solid chance they won't actually end up on the final 16, because ones like this suddenly somehow get over 1,000 points in 1 day, which is ridiculous. With that one, and that one definitely 24, yeah, definitely it got over 1,000 points in about a 24-hour time period, which is silly, but somehow they do, and then it's annoying with the typing up this stuff, and also that's not right. That shouldn't be happening. That's why it's making it so hard. I'm like, I don't even know if we're going to make it, because we can't really fight with this very well, because we're just consistently trying really hard and doing really well. But if these other ones just somehow get 1,000 points in a day, that's like over 100 points per person, which is doable if you're playing heaps. But since they like they weren't there in the past or past events much, like that didn't happen. Just they all decided to play a lot that day. Canadian Rockies, SuperSight, Taskers, Home cooked. Oh, this, I don't even remember that one. They must have been on for one day. Sounds German. I don't know if that's German. No, actually it doesn't look. I'm not sure what that is. We're missing one. Yeah, that one. Boom, home cooked. I'm looking for some home cooked food afterwards. Well, probably won't be cooked food. I can't believe we're second one time. But if they change the leaderboard back to like the events don't count or something, then we would, well, not back to, but to that, we would then be like easily like one of the top, like first or second probably. Although that said, if I'm going to be quitting the game, I probably won't put in as much effort anymore. I mean, I hope that you know, we can be victorious and get it on to the third one and possibly be the only clan in the game to have done so. But it's like, I don't want to be spending like 2 hours a day playing this if I'm going to be quitting it soonish. Oops. Which is just a shame, but it's like, it's sort of like what I did with Hey There Pop actually, although I've given this game way more time than I've given Hey There Pop. I was like, hey look, it's a nice game, I'm not very good at it, but with this one actually I am good at it, but I don't think it's going to go global. Sure enough, ages later, yeah, it got killed. Oh wow, that was very minor. That was extremely minor drop. But that's because these two compensated it with getting over at least 800 points and at least 1,000 points, which was massive, like more than all the other ones naturally gain. Yeah, like even the top ones going like, you know, up 150, that's not much. Is this even right? I know it must be because that's a huge jump, but it just seems so minor increase. We're consistent. Oh, we went up 300. Yeah, it seems to be like you get, which isn't even that many per day, but yeah. And then we have to go back and find that photo. We can get rid of this for now and then get the next ones in place. There it goes. Boom. And actually, we don't. Oh wait, was he going to come on today? Oh no, he was on yesterday as well. That's why I'm like, no way he came on today. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that data shortly, but we want to do the other one first and do those other things first. We're doing well. We're getting through a hang of a lot of data. That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Okay. You see, I could just copy and paste the formula, although that one I need to change. But yeah. Yeah, cool. I didn't miss all that. Mini Rooney, welcome to the stream. Rooney CM. Hello. No way, CM. But I remember A Few Good Farmers, and I possibly remember you. Definitely, as soon as I saw him, like, yeah, Everdell, A Few Good Farmers, yes. There we go. I probably missed you. You're probably going way ago. Who knows? Probably this one. That was, yeah, the amount of subconscious things like that was the other day. I was talking to someone about that. Someone said something about a weasel. I'm like, did it go pop? He laughed. Minor joke. Yes, go Red Knight. It's like, is he here? But yeah, no. But yeah, I think so. The data. I still hope to take Excel course, but I can complete a couple of my projects. I have so many projects going still too, which means I got slow with no hurry. Always so many projects. I do want to, yeah, go around my house and take photos. Yeah, I think I mentioned that of the different items. Today for you is one of my kids' birthdays. Oh, for you, I get it now. Yeah, the 5th of March. Nanny is up there already. Oh, interesting. 6th. Is that on the recent one? Super Muffin, welcome back. Yeah, yeah. So I don't want to accuse them of cheating, and I highly doubt they are cheating, otherwise they'd be banned. But there's something funky's going on where they somehow, whoa, we just got like this many 100 points in a day. It's like, that's not normal. And you can tell it's not normal because they spike and then they just go like this. It's like, no, that's not right. Yeah, which is then all, and that's why I think it's an event, because if it was an ongoing thing, then it would just be continued. Woo. Okay, cool beans, and then I'll get that photo. And then I'll probably do like, and once we've finished these two, then I'll probably do a little bit more on that, and then I'll sort of finish up because it's gone on for quite a long time. Which is fine, I'm glad to have caught up. But man, it takes a long, you know, and then it's like, you know, just playing the game takes ages, but then also doing all these streams takes ages. So it wasn't this one. Was it the second? No, it's the 4th. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. Yeah, there it goes. Don't know why I got that wrong. Anyway. 'Cause now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay. 'Cause we'll see you very soon, I know. Cool, that was actually not, that didn't take long. Very soon, I know. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. It is cool doing what we're doing. It's just such a shame there's like no interest. It even shows no watching on YouTube. It shows one on Twitch, but maybe that's because you're only on Twitch. I know you see both platforms, but might have changed since then. Yeah, 1 and then that's 0. I should fix this, but the blue text come too weak. I've fixed it like a couple of times, which was like hard. I don't know, it shouldn't be hard, but it's like, oh, okay, fine. Today I'll just stick that up, and then okay, it's up. And then like a week later or a day later, it's like, oh, it's fallen down again. There's another post on my bed, and it like once it falls down on my bed, it's there for like a week. It's just, yeah, I don't know why it's so hard to just do it, just fix things. My mind's like weird, like it's strong in some ways and weak in others. Yeah, see, this is the guy who suddenly gets 1128 points. After, oh no, technically, oh no, that's the clans. Yeah, but he went up 800 points in a day. This guy's been on before, so some people, I don't know, it's, yeah, you know, because they could be using old accounts, but who would just, you wouldn't have, if you just had a level 4 account, you think you get sick of it, just like, okay, fine, we'll just like push up, because you just probably have to pay a lot of money to respawn them heaps and just like push up on level 4 accounts, so your generic name, Wasteland, gets on the leaderboard, which makes me think that they're not just level 4 accounts. Some of them might be, like the ones that sort of, but I don't know, it wouldn't even be very satisfactory, because no one even knows who you are. No one can click on your profile or know what clan you're part of, and yeah, it's sort of part of the gig, sort of to be part of another clan. I mean, Wasteland has a name of its own, but as a general thing, like if you're actually trying to be a top player, you join a clan with other top players, and you join the Discord, and you're associated with that top one, and you know you're part of that thing. You don't necessarily have to join, but you at least join the Discord and make yourself known, like. You know, and like, you know, tell, like, you see I'm doing this data, and like, hey, look, I'm this person, here's the updated stars for our clan, sweet, I'll add you. Like, that should be like a compliment to be asked, like, how much have you got, or I guess you could then want to tell people, but then you could say, oh, well, maybe it looks bad if I'm like, hey, please put me on the chart, here's my data, and that's what not tell me. It's like, no, please, I don't know who has the data. Although I've posted it before, does anyone know stuff about these names, but no one responds to some of it. There's some people that really helped, but some of the names I've put forward, so some of these clans, people just don't know who they are. It's like, that's crazy. They've obviously got no one on Discord. that's checking or anything, and it's crazy. I'd like to add them. But with games that are like much bigger, like Rush Wars or whatnot, like I don't know. Well, Discord, we weren't even heavily in the Discord of Rush Wars back then. Would barely ever check it. I don't know. Well, I don't recall checking it much. We're mainly focused on the game. We check a lot more. It's quite nice when it's like a smaller one, but then a bad sign because it's also more likely to die. Hopefully, I didn't cross over and look at the other one. 5, 6. There we go. And then that. But yeah, they're sort of like, I feel like the top ones, like, because if a game gets too big, then like it becomes esports level type stuff, and you actually have like real top people in the, it might get so, yeah, 10%, just over 10% though. They might get so famous as a team that you can't even contact them because they're so famous. It's unlikely. You generally could, like, a few good farmers. That was like an esports thing. Yeah, with Everdell, that died out. Man, the esports thing has not been working out well. Supercell has not been working out well for years now, as I've said many, many times, but it just hasn't. Like, the new game, all the beta games, killed. The only one really with a chance still left is Clash of Mini, and I reckon that will be killed. Like, within this year, within the next few months. And then all these people that have invested into that, into esports and with Supercell games, it just hasn't worked out, unless it was with Clash of Clans, unless it was with an existing one, which that can have worked out, like Clash of Clans. They did a lot of cool stuff and still are with that. I think they had a tournament on again recently. Because Galadon, who met with us for Heyday, he even left because he had the Clash of Clans tournament to go to. I think it was in Poland or something. Oh, that's amazing. But yeah, that was real cool what they did with that. But these new ones just haven't worked out. And Supercell's now even looking into PC gaming, which is nothing wrong with that. But it's kind of like a complete insult to their brand, which was entirely based on mobile. I mean, technically they started with Gunshine Net, but yeah. I have a weird way of saying and remembering things. A lot of stuff I do remember and a lot of stuff I don't remember. And yeah, everyone's sort of got a unique style, and mine is, I don't know, I'm definitely different. I'm different to how I am with most people on a stream, for sure. Well, basically everyone. Not everyone. There are a couple of people where I'm pretty similar. I mean, stream's a bit odd because you sort of just can't. It's so weird because in real life I very rarely talk. Well, no, not very really, but like in most social situations, well, I guess what people consider shy, but shy by choice. Like, I could say stuff, but most of the time I don't really want to because I don't think that they really want to hear what I have to say, or what's gone wrong here? Something's not right. How do we reverse? Yeah, fine. Boom. Oh, what? No. There. And then there. Because I think in a lot of cases, yeah, most people aren't very interested in what I have to say. I find in a lot of cases, and it's tricky because it's like, oh yeah, he said the same. Yeah, so in a lot of cases, I don't really say anything. This is some rare few people that do find me interesting in that. In which case, then I do say what I think. I don't know, but then maybe I overestimate how much people will not care or dislike what I say. But I just, so many times when I just talk, people just aren't interested. Like, they're just not. Like, you could just tell because, like, with people that find me interesting, I can just talk and it's just fine and great and it works. But just then there's so many people it just doesn't. It's like, this would not be like this if you genuinely found me interesting, because I'd happily talk. But in a lot of life, I just, most of the time, I'm very rarely say stuff. Not like ultra rare, but like, I'm generally not. Yeah, generally in most given situations, don't say that much. Yeah, which is fine. It's because, well, there's like something I sometimes go to. Oh no, that's the right color. It was like, whoa, it's so stuck. Wanted to changed it. And there was a group I went to on the Thursday, and I thought, I was thinking about it and thought, they might say, what do you think? Because I just said, in this case, it was because they're just really interesting. I really want to hear what they had to say. But like, yeah, but they could have said, like, hey, why aren't you talking? And they could have said that, and I would have thought, I already know what I think. I'm here to hear what you have to say because I find you interesting. So that was what I thought. That would be my response if they said, like, hey, why aren't you saying much? So I already know what I think. Because you could argue that saying stuff is makes you vulnerable because I don't know, but then it's weird. It's a tight balance in that. I mean, because then there's people that overshare and people that don't share much, and that. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it's overshare. It's sort of, yeah. Because most of the things that people that say, "Hey, look, I overshared," like I don't really care about those details in that. It's not like, okay, it doesn't really matter that they said that to me. It's like, okay, but obviously, if they tell that to toxic people, and the toxic people can use it against them. But yeah, mm. But yeah, I like, but I find most people aren't interesting. But if people are interesting, then I'm really interested to hear what they have to say, and think, well, I'm more than happy to just sit here and listen. And that's fine by me. And there's multiple times throughout that conversation I was like, oh, I could say this. And like, I don't think it's actually quite valuable enough. Oh, this guy made a comeback. I don't think it's quite valuable enough to say it, like relative to what is being said. Like the value of interest to me of what they're saying it outweighs what I could say something, but I'd rather listen than that. So that was I think that dude was here. That was like a very interesting group of people, but I don't find most people to be interesting. Shaz. Like they just, I don't know, a lot of people just like have like no ability to really explore thoughts or whatnot, or think for themselves, or are afraid to in that. Wes Peterson's like, hey, it's an exciting journey. Well, that looks so weird. That doesn't look right. It looks like I've made a mess up. Like they're supposed to be there, or this is supposed to be here, but it's because these ones had this weird. They came back. Yeah, 3 of them came back. Wow, that was kind of like the clans, and like 3 of them dropped off. That guy dropped off after all that time. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, that's not. That's silly. Silly SuperSight. Okay, that's okay. There we go. Makes way more sense. And then these two like both came up a lot. Oops. Which probably maybe one of them was. Well, the 2 of the clans came up a lot. But yeah, it's like, I'm happy to have a journey, like a personalized journey with people on, okay, let's have a conversation about something. Let's talk things out. But it's like, they're so focused, like they're so focused on how they look that they can't have this conversation. They can't afford to, because it would risk opening themselves up to, oh, I'm wrong on that, or oh, I have a silly thought on that, or whatever. And that's why it's just impossible. And it's just people, like some people are just so boring. It's like, we could have so much great conversation here, and you just can't. And because like we're just exploring ideas, but people they just haven't got the. I don't even know how that's possible to not have the ability. That's like a blind spot. Like I just cannot understand how it's possible not to think about so many critical things. I mean, they clearly don't think they're critical, but it's like, how have you not thought through that? Like it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, and then you can, talk about like an event you did during the week and that, and you can make that interesting. Like I tried to with talking about the classic cars, and then my thoughts regarding it and that, not just went and saw this car and then this car and this car, and then some people find that interesting, talking about each other's weeks, which is fine in that. But then I feel like there's people, like small talk. There's a lot of people that, it doesn't have to be small talk. I mean, you can define small talk in 2 ways. You could say it's the intent of why you ask the questions is small talk, or you could say it's so if you're not interested, if you're asking questions about things you aren't interested in, that's small talk in that, because it's like, well, you're just wasting your time. That's not. Yeah, I wouldn't even. You could say it's small talk. Well, because you could ask questions about really, ask them about what they think about various political issues and that, which then aren't then small talk in that. And then most people don't ask questions of what you think when they don't care about political issues. It would be about things like, oh, how was your week or whatnot, stuff like that. You say that's small talk, or you could say it's about topics that aren't. I forget exactly how I phrased it later. Like, lots of what I say on stream, some of it's like just completely spontaneous. Other stuff, it's stuff I've thought about in the last few days. There's topics that are like weather or stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of people, even people that ask like that, and they're like, I get a lot of flack for like not really for not enjoying small talk in that. But then there's like people, and then they like, when you then say something, yeah, like then I was like, yeah, but the Hamner trip. And then it was like, could tell them, tell them all about the Hamner trip or whatnot. And it's just like they didn't really care in that. they didn't really care. It's like, well, okay, well then you stop pretending like you care about small talk then. You clearly don't care about small talk either. At least I'm like, hey, look, I don't care about small talk. But you're like, oh no, small talk's important. You need to know small talk and yada yada yada. And then, but then they like when the true like what they actually think comes out, it's like, oh yeah, no, small talk. Oh, we've done that one. They don't actually care about small talk when it comes down to it. It's like, well, it's just sad. You're just wasting people's time when you're saying, you know, asking them questions. Because the thing is, like, you could say, oh, no, but it's really important to make people feel heard and talk to them. And it's like, yeah, but you can do that without wasting their time, without asking them. I mean, you could argue that, well, you could ask questions you're not interested in, but as long as they feel like then they're being heard, then it's not a waste of time. Because that, but it's like, well, yeah, but you can do that without feeling like you're wasting your time either. I mean, I think. I don't know, like, there's, you know, you can ask them things that, like, you actually are interested in. Or then you could say, well, just be interested in them and everything. But the reality is we don't find everything and everyone interesting. But I think that you can intentionally, and should intentionally, like, try and make it so it's interesting, so you're asking things that you're actually interested about, and you know, it might be effort on your half to think about, okay, well, what, I don't know, you know, what could I ask that I'm interested about, because it is more sustainable versus like if you're just asking things you have no interest in. Like, you might be wasting your time. In a lot of cases you are, because they don't really feel heard, because they know that you don't really care about the answers, and then you feel like you're just wasting your time because you're just being kind to them by asking them questions that you don't really care about the answer, so you're not actually listening. But then if they can pick that up, then that's like, ouch, caught in 4K. Like, you're just in, like, both of you are then like, okay, this is just stupid. And this is what I feel like a lot of conversations end up being. It's like people just asking each other questions, and it's like neither of you actually care about. You're just doing this to sort of, I don't know what, you know, to like make each other feel good or something, but then you know that it's actually not. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's yeah. So I like serious conversation in that. Like when you, well, basically, if you just keep to the rule of asking people, and this is just you can do whatever you want. This is just what I've found. Yeah. If you keep to asking people questions that you actually care about the answers, that you actually care about what their answer is, then that's fine. That's fine. And if that, you know, if you ask questions about how their week was and that's entirely fine in that. But ask questions that you actually care about the answer. That's what I've sort of found. It's not something like I've heard Peterson mention specifically, or anyone say care about the answer. But ultimately, that's what I've found it comes down to. You need to care about the answer. You can't ask questions that you don't care about. Like, well, Peterson said that if you're actually listening to what they're saying, there's no such thing as a stupid question, which is sort of related, because then it's like saying, well, as long as you're asking questions that you genuinely like want answered, then that's fine. Versus if you're, yeah, because you're genuinely listening to that, which is sort of that's sort of very similar to saying, yeah, well, yeah, it is actually, yeah, ask questions that you genuinely care about the answer for, and that. And then it's a win-win, because then they'll happily answer your question. Well, not everyone, but most people like want to talk and will like, oh yeah, I'll give you an answer to that question, and you actually get something that you're interested in. Whereas, but most of the conversations, yeah, a lot of conversations I have is just that's not what ends up happening. Well, so this is today actually. This started right here. And then it's like, yeah, it's like, what? This is just so broken. But I feel like if people were more willing to discuss, like okay, let's have a topic about, well, because there's like so little overlap. You're like, oh, did you hear about like the, you know, like basically anything in the US, you know, did you hear about the, you know, the spy balloon, actually, that made it, you know, it's big when it like makes it into New Zealand, that, but you know, did you hear about the spy balloon? And no, you know, did you hear about the, what, you know, this politician said? And no, or did you hear about the study that came out? And no, like anything US, like so many New Zealand, not anything, but unless it's major, like, well, but then major, I'd say there's, yeah, but then I'd say there's a hang of a lot of things that are major that most New Zealanders like haven't heard of that happen in the US. Was this just today, man? We're finally catching up on data, but yeah. So then there's a lot of things. Okay, I could talk, but then it's like, well, I could tell you about it, but then I don't think they're actually really interested. Otherwise, then they would have probably found out. I don't know, it's just insane. Conversations, it's like insanely hard. It's insanely hard. But it's because then people like aren't on it, like, you know, yeah, people aren't really honest about it either, so it's tricky. Because that's like, if I say, like, I basically have 2 requirements when I talk to people that I'd really appreciate if they sort of, if they, oh, that's, yeah, multiple numbers, boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, I see. If they held to, and it's basically, please be honest, and please don't be hostile. And it's like, as long as you do those 2 things, we're gonna probably have a fine conversation in that. That's like not guaranteed, but I think that, I mean, you know, that we'll probably have a fine conversation if you're not hostile and you're honest in that, with entirely the right to plead the fifth. Like, there's no obligation to answer my questions, but don't try and make up an answer that's trying to please me or dishonestly answer it or anything like that. Just like, you know, if you don't want to answer something, and there's one guy actually that has done that with me multiple times now, and I'm like, let's talk about China, and then after, like, I've talked about it for like 30 seconds, he'll be like, let's not talk about China, or he'll just be like, I'm not interested, and I'll be like, thanks. You know, like, it's, you know, I appreciate that he told me that. So we're like, okay, well, let's change the topic. You know, that's awesome that he would tell me that, because it's like, sweet. You don't want to hear about China? That's fine. I won't tell you about China. And that's entirely fine. That's good. That's good. I don't want to be talking about China for 5 minutes if he's not interested in China, because then he'll just be sitting there trying to be polite and pretending to be interested or what. It's like, no, if you're not interested in China, tell me you're not interested in China. And that, you know, it's that, and that I really appreciate that he does that. I wish more people did that. I mean, I guess people could be like toxic about it and that. I guess there could be, and how they, you know, but like how he does it, it was just nice. It was polite. It was sweet. Okay, well, I'm glad you've told me that. Let's move on. And it's just like, that's good. I really like that. Another guy actually, I was said, like, do you want to hear about the planets? And he was like, yeah, okay, I'll hear about the planets and that. And so then I was like, well, I'll tell you what I know about planets. Now, I don't actually know that much about planets, but I know that there's multiple planets, and that there's Jupiter, there's Saturn, there's Uranus, there's Neptune, there's Pluto, Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars, and then Jupiter has multiple moons. One of them's called Europa, and they wonder if there's an ice surf. And then he's like, no, okay, no, I don't want to hear about the planets. So I was like, you know, it's like, yeah, yeah. Well, that guy, it was a different guy. But yeah, it's interesting, all the conversation, the various conversations and interactions I have. That's, yeah, different with different people. But I do struggle with conversation with most people. And thus, then I don't talk like I talk here. Because here I sort of just talk. Yeah, honestly, this here is like me being like very open. Like, this is sort of me just saying, like, oh yeah, this is what I think. Oh, wait. Ricky, oh, he's back. I'll just type him a new one. But it's cool he's back. Guess who is back? But yeah, I talk much more how I naturally think than when I talk with most people. Because most people just, I don't know, most people just aren't interested in, yeah. Well, I mean, you can just see, like, the stream. Like, literally, this, like, anyone could join the stream right now, but we'll probably only have like 2 viewers in that, which is fine, but it just shows that I'm like, well, that this game isn't very popular, and or that I'm not very interesting to most people. But it's weird, because I know that some people find me interesting, and so then it's really bizarre, because then it's like, it is super weird, because it's like, you're like really appreciated by some people, but then most people are like, no, I don't really find you interesting. It's like, okay, that's okay. Well, it's just hard for us to have a relationship then, if we haven't really got any common interests of what we talk about. Yeah, it's just, I just really wish that people would just, like, be honest, not be hostile, and be open to have an adventure with conversation. Like, I don't know. It's just like, people just seem to be, either they think they already, but then they want to talk about it. They just sort of be afraid to, like, think about topics, or unwilling to think about topics. And I just find that insane. Like, it's not just like 1 or 2 topics. It's like, yeah, no, everyone has their topic that they don't find interesting. But it's like so many topics. It's like, you don't find this interesting, or this interesting, or this interesting. It's like so many. I don't know. I just find it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sus. There we go. 20%. Still over 20%. That's about double that. I wonder if the pattern is like that's double that, and then. Oh wait, I'll just percentage that. Boom. The players from 2 days ago. So then is this double that? It is. It's like a 2-day delay. If we did that graph, we could probably see it. Boom. This is some good data. This is some healthy data. This is some data that has some oomph. Okay. Oh, we didn't even do that. Did we do the other one? No, I don't think we did. Oh, this one I'm not really. Oh, yeah. Whoa, that looked like a real. Whoa, that looked like a super. All 3 of those top ones didn't really. That's like so suspicious. It's like as if I got the data way too soon after, but I don't think I did. It's just like they barely move. Wow. Did we do it for this one? I hope we didn't actually, because that was exciting. Oh, what? We didn't even... Oh, we didn't even type the data up. Wow, we just did that and then ended up getting... Oh, that's because we missed the picture or something. And then I would... Huh? Oh, yeah, no, we did do that data. Okay. Oh, didn't move much, Miss J. Nice low one, or annoyingly low one. Boom, there we go. Jimmy! Jog, holding on strong, although slowly detrimenting out. So I wouldn't say it was not that strong, actually. Oh, these 3 just powerhouses, because they had huge lead. They're like 300 ahead, excluding Jill, of like the 4th player, which is so high ahead. Kale chips. This player. Lily. I thought we. Oh no, we typed up the Lily. Wasteland. Also dying out. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We could do a hypothesis on what will happen with the smooch. There's smooch. Yeah. What's that? What was the White House director's guy? He lasted like a really short amount of time. Scaramucci. That's right. And Trevor Noah did a thing on him. Kyle. No Kyle. Okay, you can stay there. Go. Sus. Oh, I know that's right. Wow, there's quite a few of them actually. Quite a few of them. Hey. I was just like, no. Oh no, that one's fallen off. No, but a lot of them, like that's that. How many is that? Although, but then again, they got here from crazy means. Like boom, that one. Hey, looks like fought it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Oh no, they were already gone by that date. But oh no, yeah, this one here came online and then sadly, oh no, probably a misspelling. Emma. Yeah, I'm sure it's a misspelling. Yeah, no, that'll definitely be. Yeah, so just yeah, that's crazy. How many is that? 6 of them have survived. 5 of them from day 1, which is really impressive compared to like, man, that first event was terrible. It was just like so many people get knocked off. Oh, this guy, another day, only just. And this Kyle guy, out of nowhere. Seems like there's a couple of them that just come out of nowhere each time. We'll actually add the date in this time in advance. Or is that the final date? Yeah, there's like 2 of them each time that do they like only go up by like nothing just about? Yeah, they're just like, hey, look, we're here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Blah, blah, blah. And man, this guy, wow, still quite a lot on here. That and these three sort of deserve to be in there now. Smooch and go. Though again, there's still too much to. Because if we like, we could just leave it at like that. Whoa, that's okay. That's way cooler. Okay, that's nice to see. So Jill died off. Yeah, so did those three. But yeah, these three are like that. So they are moving up, but not. Oh, that guy just went boom, Saline, and then they're sort of battling it out and soon to overtake that guy. That's quite cool. And this guy Shaz was like do 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 do, but died out. That's real cool. I'll come down here. I reckon that. Well, it looks just a bit too much, isn't it? And then, but now Jill and Nat get knocked off. Jill, Nanny. It's like a 4 requirement minimum. Five. Wasteland, yeah, those three. Definitely no Rabin. No XJ. There we go. It's still quite a lot. We can do it, expand it a bit, have a look. Well, it's still quite a lot, yeah. But yeah, that guy doing so well, hey, hey, hey. Surviving it, and whereas these ones sort of die, as it sort of goes do. It goes like, yeah, like that, as it sort of, the requirement keeps going up. Yeah, and those ones from the start, pushing. Because currently you have to be on at least 4. Include Antia. Oh, there he goes. Oh, because they're not included, it just clogs up that. That's kind of cool. How many of them then will I then knock off? Because that's just a lot, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. It's 13. It's just a little bit too cluttered for my liking. But then who do I knock off? Because, well, these ones are on there a lot. Yeah, I don't want to knock out these ones. Yeah, I don't know. It's like all of them have sort of had very solid runs. I mean, perhaps not put these two because they've only been for 4. Then 5 and 6. And that's 5. And don't really want to... And I guess I could do it without them. Whoa, that's cool. Wait, just a minute. I'll be back. Talk about half an hour to like get the stuff done. I should put them on for the full amount. That's really cool, actually. That's super cool. So Jog, I thought Jog was still on it. Nah, he's oh no, there. Booms, the boom, and yeah, like the line is just deadly and keeps knocking them off. But yeah, he's like an actual climber, whereas these people just like got their like ultra success near the start from like an insane event, and then just like as you can see, okay, so what do you got to show for it? Not much. Whereas this guy started right at like the cusp bottom and almost got knocked off there and there, but just like push. So he's very impressive. Man, this guy also completely flatlined after getting on, just like, and they just flatlined, and they just die off, like, died off. Although those two are, I don't know if that was a boost or whatnot, but this guy probably die off, so this sort of, that's actually really interesting. 1, 2, 3. Well, that just makes it so much worse, because it's got that real high one, which then stretches it. Yeah, it's quite nice just like that, actually. So is that 4? So was that the final day? I think it was, actually, for that one. Yeah, okay. And then the final clan one. Ho, ho, ho. We're going strong. Okay, there we go. Because what was... Oh, that's right. It was this one. It's... Oh, no. They've been pushing... It's hard to believe that we'd actually pass them. This one, though, and that's one of the top ones, that's looking awfully more possible. And that's... Oh, that's only the second. We got 2 more datas. Oh, we must have skipped that other one and did 2 more of that. That's okay, though. That's even better. We have 2 more days of data. That's really cool. Okay. Because this is definitely looking like we'll pass this one at this point. We're just powering it. I think they must have got an event, because I'm pretty sure they're still on it. But yeah, the question is... Yeah, this is a good example of, like, the deadly invisible line of the minimum requirement. And I could just do, like, a black line. I could go, like... Like, I could just, like, set it at the bottom amount so people can see... Well, how much do you actually need to... I actually could do it just, like, right now, like, quite easily. And then we'll just call it cut off. And then, so then that would be 113, and that would be 252, and 455. We could do it like one below. 51. And, wow, yeah, you can see these ones are barely scraping in. That's actually a really helpful metric. 804. And then we'll do it as a black line. Wow. Yeah, so like, yeah, oh, that's exactly, that just proves my point. How's that one? That one looks a little bit lower. Maybe I mistaked one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, okay, so 682, and it was 810, yeah, that's right. But yeah, that then proves my... Yeah, that's actually helpful. That's actually really helpful. That's really helpful. But yeah, you can see these ones here. It's not like they just go to nowhere and it's just like why do they vanish? And actually, to be fair, that it would be fine if it wasn't for... If it wasn't for it being only 16. Because this cutoff would be like way down here. And that'd be fine. They'd just like slow down, but they'd be there. But it looks like oh, why do they sort of do that? But it's actually, that's sort of like those end ones is where the cutoff point is, and we can see it. We can see it here. This is where like Pathfinder died. This is where whatever that one was, Elfin, yeah, died. And where Ricky's one died, because that's the bottom line, the bottom line. So we're like a little bit above it, but we're kind of. It looks like we did better on that day, but like here we're like pretty concerningly close to that line, because as soon as you hit that line or go under it, you're gone, because it means there's another clan, even if they don't show up here, that's beating you. I might leave that there, actually. That's just really helpful. That's just really, really helpful, actually. I really like that. That's really good. Yeah, okay. I'll just look at the chat. 3 platforms. Okay, that's true. Shine silent, answer on. That's true. Tend to talk too much. Nanny twice on. Oh, thank you. You mentioned something about Nanny ages ago, and I didn't know. What you meant. Yeah. Okay. I will. Let's fix Nanny. Boom. Good spotting. Got Nanny here. And drop off. Ah, yep. Well done. And this column as well. Wow. Good spotting. Thank you for spotting that, Lynn. Okay, and so that date was the 2nd of March. Just double check I've got that correct. Yep. So Nanny fell off on that. That will probably have contributed to why I missed it. Yeah, because it'd be like, oh yeah, no, because it's if the yeah. There we go. Well, good spotted. Although that wouldn't affect the graph, because then data would be missing. But yeah, yeah. So then this guy here, and we can. Oh, oops, no. Oh no, then we'd have to do that. we can do cutoff again, which will look very impressive because this is the guy specifically. He really makes it 178, and you'll be able to see how this guy here, well, actually here, he's like just escaping as these ones are like dying, like the bullets are flying. 263, sounds very dramatic, doesn't it? 363, 401, no, 401 case, 403, 505, and didn't do this on the earlier graphs, but I think it's probably a helpful metric. 539, and then we go like that, and we go like that. Oh wait, why did it change the color of... Oh, I don't like that it did that. Oh, maybe it's because I hadn't named it. Cut off. Maybe. Oh, well, yeah, just change. Oh, that kind of looks cool as well, though, actually, to be fair. Jog. Oh, I know, I keep thinking it's jog. Yeah, okay, fine. And then, oh, yeah, okay, that's cool. He's like, yeah, oh, see, that's the cutoff point, and this guy, he, like, just about died. Yeah, like, yeah, that's, like, death. That's a death. That's literally death. And look, see, look, this guy just runs straight into death. So does this guy, and this guy did as well, but you can't tell, like, it was just that then, yeah, because then if he was still here, that the death just cut his throat, slit it straight through if he was still here. So he clearly wasn't above this point, which would have been unlikely considering his trajectory. But yeah, this guy here, he had 2 close encounters with death. So he was like, whoa, I just survived it. And then he's like, oh, a little bit like, yeah, it's like he's drowning. Like, you know, he's like in the water, he's like, oh, and then he's like, almost dying. And then he's like, takes a breath and that, and then goes back under, about to die. And then, oh, he climbs on, and so he's holding a boat. He's like, and then he's like, you know, he's sort of like still holding there, but he's getting a bit tired, but he's still in a similar position. He's like, and then he's like starting to get a bit higher and regain his strength. So it's a little bit colder. He's like, and so he's like, he's getting away. See, it's quite dramatic. It's quite dramatic, really. Like, you know, the story of hey. But yeah, these ones just planted, drove straight into death. Like, that's a cliff right there, and these are cars. The amount of analogies I can make. Yeah, I mean, there's all those people that like, you know, I watched this guy and he was talking about the meaning in movies and that, and there was because then, I don't know, it just looks a bit weird having this extra thing here, but I think it's actually really helpful. But then it's like, I've always been sus. Well, I mean, obviously movies have meaning, but as in, like, if you, like, hugely extrapolate and then say, this is what represents this, because then it's, like, it's almost like modern art, sort of at that point, that then you can, I mean, there are some things, like, you can say, yeah, that's a fair representation in that movie, but, like, if it's the end of the, like, okay, you think this, then you can just make, like, anything, like, you can just say, well, I would then think, like, this line means this, or, you know, or this, but my ones are very close to, like, what it would kind of mean, because, like, cut off / yeah, you cut off, you die from being on the leaderboard, so it's very similar to what it, like, actually is, where some people can then make it, like, really, yeah, they could make it the opposite. They could say, like, oh, this is your, you know, this is like, you know, this is like, you know, getting married and that, and playing this game is stopping you from that, and you know, you need a, you know, you're almost just cross, you know, no, in fact, black is the wrong color, let's make it red, like the color of love, and when you as soon as you cross that line of fine, we're not over the leaderboard anymore, then I'm free, and you got so close, you almost got there at the start, but then you're like, no, and you played a little bit harder, and you got away from that line, and then you're like, you know, you're like, no, I don't, and then you got close to the line again, and then you're just like, no, this is the game, and you just played and you played and you played, and you got further away from it, and further away and further away, and you could just make it anything, you know what I'm saying? You know, when you get to the point where you're allowed to, which is not, like, you're free to come up with the meanings, I mean, because everyone has the independent reactions and thoughts to it, but then it's sort of like, you know, and there's, like, legitimate fear, yeah, no, okay, that actually would mean that, and some symbolic stuff, but you can then, as soon as you go into that territory, I mean, then you could, well, then, you know, you could be like, well, this is what it means. Everyone must see it this way. This is exactly what it means, and that in terms of, like your, yeah, from watching a movie, and yeah, you could, but yeah, but then I'm just like, dude, in that territory, anyone can make up anything. Okay, there we go. So that's that. I could add their data points, actually, like, add data labels. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. With that one actually would be the most helpful, because you're like, okay, that was the bottom amount, a little bit of a dip, but this line should be very consistent in that, which actually is I think would probably be closest to the independent line. Yeah, like, look, we are very similar. I mean, these ones even got data, so technically, no, but it can't have been like that. It would have had to be from below that line, which is not very consistent. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's come back to the chat for a little bit. Drama and graphs, the deadline. And nanny fixed. There we go. Okay, boom. Okay, and now we're doing, yes, now we're doing, is this the final day? 2, 1, 1. No, we still got 2 more days. So we'll see how this guy here, yeah, I think I reckon we'll pass them, although we'll find out now. Oh, no, see, yeah, no, they did make a big leap. I think was it Canadian? No. No, they're bombing out. Wow, maybe they're gone. Maybe, because I'm thinking of the other one. Interesting, but yeah, it's like, can we survive? I don't think we're going to overtake the blue one. I'm pretty sure that's changed color. So it used to be gold or something. Maybe that's the one on the other one, but then now that one's changed color. And anyway, yeah, are we going to survive this line, which keeps going up? Ricky's one got knocked out, but yeah, he obviously, he was just mostly dead, as they would say in The Princess Bride. Okay, I could just always leave it and never, like, say the references in that, but it'll be hard enough finding them back, and even knowing if they're references, because I just say a lot of stuff. Oh, that's the very bottom one. Oh, why is it hard to find? There we go. Even though moles, yeah, this was cool because the clans, but then again, I was wrong. This one wasn't the one. It's silly. That's so silly. The way I laugh sort of changes over time. Like when I see something I think's like so silly or so nonsense, I just do the sort of thing. Okay, Maple Forest. Welcome aboard. Wow, we've been expecting you. Cruise ship's about to leave. This guy. Oh wait, this is technically not the order because there might be other ones that have made it on. But now we're getting higher, so no, I think that all. Oh, unless this. Yeah, that's a silly one. Home cooked meals. Boom. Task is. Oh man, look how low we are. No. See, this is when I started to think, oh man, I don't know if we're gonna make it, because that was a dramatic downward shift. Like we're sort of being like, okay, that was actually pretty good, and then it was like, no, not good, and we're like, okay, now we're holding on. Yeah, it's doing okay, and then back to this. I'm like, oh man, because these two here, that made the huge difference between where we ranked. Actually, yeah, I'll recolor it. I'll recolor it shortly with those two out of it and see if. Well, actually, I can leave it like that then and see the color difference it makes, and suddenly we'll look a lot nicer, and it'll be like, so those two were what made me then be like, I don't know if we're going to make it to the final thing. Just like, I don't know if once, like, Canada Rockies is just dropping out. Even this one isn't, oh, I know, that's still one of the top ones, but they're not doing as well as, yeah, because what were the main ones I considered? Oh, I thought maybe that, that one there, but they seem to still be doing reasonably well. But that one definitely dropped off, and the green one's already dead. Yeah, so we're surviving amongst these, trying to survive, dodge the bullets, keep our head above the waves. Penguin. There's just this big hunk that joined on day 2 that, like, did really well. Wasteland gone. And Spunky Moose. Boom. Cool. And then I'll recolor them. And then I'll reverse it. But we'll see how much of a difference that makes to. Oh, because no, well, technically, Well, yeah, but it does look way, yeah, that's very, like, that's slightly worse, but very similar shade. Because technically you'd then have two other ones that would have been way lower, so it would have been even better. Well, because if we had actually, like, that and that. Yeah, see, we would have stayed neutral, but it was because of these two that then we dropped substantially and things looked a lot worse. Well, substantially, two positions. We'd say, well, it's not substantially. It's like, well, it is if you're like 8th and now you're like 10th and at 16 and at 17 you're gone. Like that is substantial. And in fact, it did knock, like, those two people, they took two people's positions. Wasteland could have been on there, but is gone. Yeah, Wasteland was the... Yeah, who were the next two? Because if we look at the clans, oh, you know, we're doing 2 days. Wasteland, was Task is still on there. Yeah, wait, so Everdale and possibly Ricky in that. Wasteland and Everdale gone as a result, or even Everdale moles. As a result of these two new ones coming on. And so these would have still been on, but now we won't know the data for Wastelands. Yeah, very likely was Wastelands, actually. Because, yeah, 255, there wouldn't have been, like, that's not that lower. That's not that much lower. Like, he probably would have got, like, 50 or so, but just missed it as a result of these two, which helped themselves to being on the leaderboard. Boom. Rootland, Vietnam. Oh no, why is that on that one? Oh, that's Chiltopia, no, that's all good. Cool, okay, and then, yay, we get to do 3rd of March 2023, and the lowest is 201028. Oh, actually, and then I could do that, oh no, well that will be the lowest one. How would that then colour? Oh no, that's silly. No, that's because I'd need to have included it, which I don't really need to. Okay, let's see it. Let's see the money, because how many are still in it? How many still in it from day one? Oh, only 4. And we're one of them. And Patchy, well, kind of, with Patchy Moles, and Red Knight, who ends up coming back. Yeah, who also has Patchy. And then these, no, Spunky sort of jumped on. These are pretty fresh. But yeah, 4 of us that are, and 2 of us are looking real bad. Canadian Rockies and us, versus these 2 are sort of still on it. Fine, but Canada Rocks has taken a big hit to their staggering lead. Yeah. Relative lead, I would say. That's the nuance jump up. Okay, here we go. Big excitement. Boom! Whoa! Oh, look at that shift upwards. Whoa, that's a harsh shift. That's a... Okay, there we go. Oh, that's huge. That's huge, because I'm looking at our interception point with the grey line and the blue line, because we are gaining on them. So how does that sort of... Well, it's a bit weird, because you sort of think it will just keep going, like, boom, exactly the same, but they sort of do a huge, like, upwards, 20%, which actually then, yeah, because this here is very similar, so it's very, oh no, even those two are very similar, but it's very little drop off, only 1%, and maybe with the more with the lower one, I don't know, it's sort of, it could have been as a lower percent, because these ones are really pushed up. It wasn't like that, didn't consistent. But actually, oh no, those two, maybe those two make it look way more pushy. Because, like, the other ones are all sort of in the same trend line, but that one just goes up and that one goes up, and it sort of looks like everything's going up substantially more. But actually, most of them are a pretty similar trajectory. Yeah, so we're about to overtake this, or is this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, so then this one here is, it's slowing down. I don't think we're going to pass them, though, because that's a huge gap still. Oh, it's only 500. But if they stopped, and we're getting how much per, how much are we getting per day? It's like 250, 250. We're getting about 250. Yeah, so like 2 days would pass them, like boom, and then boom. So, but they're not going to stop. So then they probably would then last 3 days. Or 2.5, but the event could well have finished in that. But we'll see. We'll see. Definitely this one, and that line. I thought that line was going to go hard upwards, but it actually, because these ones went up so high, but it didn't actually, because this one's still well above the line, but it's way closer than it was here. Every time it's got closer and closer. We've had it, actually, that's a real interesting stat I'm interested to know. That minus that. And then we'll go like, so we're 250 off dying. And what is our... That's not much. I mean, it's not that much, considering you go to bed at night, but we have got people from different... Oh, there we go. Oh, we can use that one for change. Oh, yeah, no, so we are pulling away. We are pulling away. Actually, technically, that one's more important than the relative positioning. Because that's just affected by these ones that are really high up, which is irrelevant. Yeah, well, yeah, because it looks like, oh no, we had a bad day. We dropped, but we did relatively. But actually, that's okay. I didn't notice that. That's an interesting observation. That yeah, we're actually even that it's like, oh no, but even that I commented, well, today we're like, maybe we're relatively, well, I don't think we are though anymore. But like we have a 600 gap, so now I feel like we're doing real well. Because this was the third. Oh yeah, that's about the 300 gap. We're pretty far down. I don't know where we are. Well, yeah, because how are we today? Oh yeah, we're similar position, but then I feel so much safer because that gap's 400. So I noticed these things. I noticed these things, but in different forms. Like I made that observation. We're much more safe today, despite we'll probably show up orange again, even though we're actually pretty safe. Because that's why it's sort of somewhat relevant, like how red these ones are. To do with like this thing and that like these ones are real red, and so it's like, oh yeah, we're like pretty, oh no, but then it's only 200, but yeah, if like the red was like up to here, then it'd be like real well, no, if we're in that red color, I'd be real concerned. But that 200 gap is obviously enough, but these ones, if they're real high ahead, that's then sort of irrelevant, but will affect the coloring, I think, of us down here. But the only thing I'm concerned about is our proximity to this. That's the only real concern. But it doesn't really matter about these ones, but then it sort of does in the sense that if they're all the same, then it really matters. Because then it's our proximity to this if these ones are all the same. But ultimately, I just care that we're not that. But that's really interesting, actually. I love those two colors like that. That's like beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, yeah, okay, so actually we are pulling away from that line. But only just in that. Whereas other ones would have whack as, like, for example, if you compare this one here. Oh, I know, that's the wrong one. So if you compared it to, for example, this one, and then we did like that. Yeah, it's not very consistent. Oh, it is after that day. It's kind of consistent. Oh, it's true. Oh, okay, no, those two are actually pretty consistent. Canada Rocks and Canadian Rockies. Oh, yeah, no, they are, other than the first day, because the other two that I was thinking about that were the consistent ones we're trying to overtake. But we're very close to the line, but yeah, we are pulling away, but not by that much. But as of today, we are, when we add in the next day's data. Oh, that went blue underneath it. Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, I'm tired. And we could add those last 3 on if we wanted, but don't really want to. But we'll just have a quick look. Oh, that looks cool with the, yeah, right there. That's a nice color code. The pink, the light green, the yellow, and the light blue. And then deadly. Okay, cool. That's looking good. Do we want to get rid of... it's almost like getting rid of Ricky, but no, I don't, because... Who is still on there? This is a hang of a lot of people on here. Pignet Dream and Aucklander, are they still on here? I don't think they are. Oh, Aucklander is. Oh, and Piglet Dream. Oh, wow. How did they survive from day one? Haven't updated this list. Wow. They were lucky. They made it almost to today. But I'm like, no, that's just not. That doesn't, like, how does that contribute to the graph? Even if it's big, that really doesn't, like, okay, there's like this little blobby color. Well, that's not their fault. They've got a silly color, but it doesn't really help. I mean, you know, kind of, you could like have them all the same, like, yeah, you could have like all the ones that died in white and just say these were all clans or something, and then have like the ones that actually survived in decent colors. Okay, but yeah, we're getting rid of those bottom ones just because then it also makes that bigger. Which even though like sure I can make the graph bigger, like when I paste it and all that, like I don't want to have it. It's just cluttered with all these ones that aren't really relevant. Okay, you had 2 days on at the start. Good job. You're gone now. Unlucky, sort of thing. It just sounds a bit. Oh, we were to bring them back actually. That makes it a little bit more cluttered. But most of them I've already got rid of, to be fair. Yeah. And Everdell? Yeah, I'll get rid of Everdell as well, unless they come back again. And I'll leave Ricky on there just because I know that he comes back. I see. I could get rid of these like Alpha Dolphin. How long were they on there? Like 3 days. I'll knock out the 3-day ones. Yeah, you're gone. Unlucky Use. Looks like Moon River or something. Is there another 3? Maybe not. Yeah, no, Moon River. Yeah. Criteria has increased. But then you can see the ones. Well, then I'd end up with. Yeah, no, but then I'd have no good examples to prove my point of how they just get hit out here. Oh, there's Spunky Moose, but there's none that crash out there specifically. But then you can't see that. But you guys know because you've seen it. But then ultimately the thing is that then there wouldn't be any that crash out because they're then gone. So therefore I don't want to show them on the graph anymore because they're not big to the end. Because where was that point? That was day 2. Where did the ones... Oh, so we didn't really lose... Oh, no, we lost these 2, but there. We didn't really lose any on that day, to be fair. Yeah, we only gained 1 new one, so there's hardly any that crashed out on that point. That'd still be close... Well, technically, yeah, they'd be on the line, but the ones that were on the line were new or didn't have the data to be on the line. But there'd always be... Because there'd always be one on the line, because the line is literally on the bottom one. Yeah, so that's interesting. Was still powering through. Pathfinder had a good... Well, no, the Pathfinder wasn't working. They crashed into the cutoff death. Okay, yeah. This one is like... I was at the Spunky Moose. Oh, no, it's Wastelands. He's just randomly in the middle. I probably should get rid of him because he's sort of done now. Sadly, he had a good run, and probably it was cut short. Or a good chance cut short because of those 2 new ones that leaped on. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen to us. So all of these ones have been on for at least 4, I think. Yeah, because I could add these ones on. I'm looking forward to doing the final day of data. That would be cool. Yeah, that looks kind of cool in there. And actually, to be fair, these ones probably stay. I think actually all of them do, but we'll just add these new ones in first, just because then we can see it with a little bit less data. And then, because I don't know, it actually kind of looks nice if you just have like, yeah, it actually looks way nicer when it's only got like 8. Or 7, like you can see, yeah, they look so much better actually. You can see like ones, because these were the original ones and how that is actually so much nicer with not too many. So like you can see Canadian Rockies sort of had a bump, but then they're sort of flattening out, and you know the Canada Rocks and the Canadian Rockies are really flattening out, and that black line is fast encapsulating them. Because you'd have a timeline like an election, and then it's like where it hits at the end, like a finish line. I guess you could have races difference, and how far they have to finish the marathon. Like, so that would be a way the equivalent graph you could do. But yeah, that's actually real nice with it. And then that top one, Sweden, really going for it up the top there, really going for it, doing super well. Very consistent. Actually, Sweden very consistent like we are. Over the course of all the clans would be the most consistent, but they're very similar to... So, because the top one... No, yeah, top one wouldn't actually affect the cutoff point at all. But interesting that they're going at the cutoff point. Which then doesn't mean that they're a very good clan. Because then it's like, well, they're just super lucky that they got like 1,000 on day 1. And then they're sort of the same distance... Because, yeah, we've gained more than they have. So if, for example, we'd started at the same point, we would be beating them. That's actually real cool though, just to see the data like that and those two. Oh man, they must have like only just crashed out. Yeah. But we're holding and pulling away slightly, so it's a little bit. Yeah, I don't like it as much with all that data, like too much data. I think that's probably a little bit too much. But we will refine it and knock out a few of them. Probably the ones that crashed out early near the start. Then we can see these new ones that just suddenly came on. Okay, final bit of data. Let's do it. This is gonna be real cool. I don't know. It's just so cool. I just love it, and then it's cool that I love it because then it's so much like more enjoyable because like I'm excited about it. Paradise Falls dropping? Yeah. Sweden dropping? Wow. This is like, oh, see this, how does this happen? They get like over $1,000 and then it's, and this is why I'm really concerned because like just yesterday we dropped 2 positions because these random ones came on. The next day we have another random one come on. That's why I'm like, I don't know if we're going to make it because these new random ones keep jumping on and we should be doing really well because what is that, us, we're then at 10th, but we should be 7th. We should be in that left category. Oh, which one's the one that I thought it's like the left and the right? Is that 8? Oh, that's 9. 8. Yeah, this one here, it felt, yeah, this one here was the one where I'm like, this is the real leaderboard and this is the fake leaderboard. The 3rd of March would be, this one here, because like these ones here are all over 200 ahead of these ones. These 2 ones just jumped on in one day, just so high, and this is like the real leaderboard. Like we're with like, yeah, this one was the perfect example of the real leaderboard because this one here has just 2 of them, so like a quarter of them have just leaped on within one day. So ultra sus. These all had like, well, lots of them had past sus histories, all of them had past sus history. Was these 3, this year includes 1, 2, 3 that are legitimate past contenders that have done very well and finished in the top 16 after lots of hard work. 1, 2, 3. Although to be fair, they probably had events as well. But it's sort of like on those other ones. But like these 3 are like real ones that have, and then you can see the gap, like over 200 gap between these ones. And these ones keep pushing people off because they just keep leaping on. Which this is like a real, like super close, within like 300, and really, you know, competitive clans on there. Whereas this here is a list of just people that just jump on, get hundreds and hundreds of points in a day. Dodgy. But yeah, that was a good example of that. Okay, and this is just stupid. And yeah, it's silly. But and then they're not even going to feature it very well on the thing. Rocks. Yeah, only went up 49. So we could even pass that one. This one, Canadian Rockies. I was like, no way they're gone. Wow, but they're not gone. I was like, no way they're gone already, but they're looking mightily dangerous. But then we are we already past them? Oh, that was the grey one, yeah. And I was wondering if we'd pass this one here. Yeah, okay, we definitely passed that one. Because this was just earlier the stream, I was wondering. I would have wondered it on that same day. The blue one, we are definitely gaining on. But I don't think that in the next 2 or 3 days we'll do it. But if they only go up like 50 per day, we easily could pass them. Although I've been spending this whole time streaming, and I could have spent the last 3 hours playing and would be doing much better. As long as we finish in top 16, that's the main thing. But we could have got even higher if I'd like prioritized pushing as like really high. Yeah, who knows who would have been on there. Oh, we took the photo like an hour earlier. Boom. Spunky. Bouncy Moose. Oh, if they'd miss it, yeah, so they've been consistent on there now. They must have had a huge event, but yeah, if they hadn't got that one, then it would have been real good data. Was they miss that line between those 3 actually? Oh, those ones are down the list. Red Knight. Guess who's back? And then it's weird. He's like this super, like he's on and he's off and he's hot and you're cold. Do 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 do. Yeah, he's all over the show. But and then it's annoying because then you haven't got a solid line to base it on. You can guarantee though that it's in the ones that he was under the black line. But then also you can guarantee that he was above that amount. But it's unlikely was that. It's cool that they're on there. It's cool to see a fellow YouTuber clan, but yeah. who knows how long Ricky will last at the game and how long I'll last at the game. We'll see. Man, I'm looking forward to food. Oh, and these two are new. And then, yeah, okay. So we'll not push that down. Oh, this is such cool data. Boom. Those 4 are all new. No, not quite. Oh wait, Canadian bacon. Wait a second. Oh, I know it is no, because there's just so many Canadian ones. So who are? Yeah, they are just there. Yeah, all their boosters gone. So hopefully we pass them. They just got a massive boost. So I reckon we will pass them actually. Because now their boost, well, I haven't actually got them on the chart, but their boost is dried up, and we're still powering it at like 350 a day. So, and that's why I'm like, see, and so they're like a bullet that leaps up. So I'm just hoping the timing isn't wrong. So they'll be up here, but then we'll pass them, and maybe we'll see if Canadian Rockies is gonna last. Turns out I don't think they will. I think, yeah. Oh, so I think I talked about beating them, and then because that's slower. But I don't think we're gonna pass the blue one. But we've passed the grey one. But the black line might still kill that one anyway. They're just not holding on enough. But then again, so these ones aren't holding on too well either. Although they're already hundreds ahead, so they're much safer. Yeah, so I think that one's gonna get knocked off. I hope these two get knocked off actually. Although then that will be even more data. It'll be nice to see rebound of the other ones. Of the older ones that like lost it, like that one or that one, or yeah, well maybe that's ages ago, but like that one would be cool to see on it. Boom. I can't believe it's already 8 o'clock. No. Oh my goodness! I stream a lot. Maple Forest is offered again. No, Maple Forest. Ah, that's rough. That's rough. Who knows if they'll finish, and because it's like we're running out. It's only a few more days now, so we'll see what happens. Oh, life, man. Wow, that's so colourful, and then my photos are like so. You so pale. Okay, there we go. That's funny. Yeah, it's sure them dropping off. They just sort of feature. Couple of them. Go Valley. They've been in the past. Don't know if they have. Okay, so here we go. This is very cool data. Great job. Keep it up. 1179. Dun 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 dun. Here we go. And boom. Ooh, wait, let's see that again from another angle. It's like Wipeouts, like a soccer replay. Boom! Oh yeah, okay, that's last time it felt like a huge upswirl, like from that to just like it just felt like just like really taking off. But then this one here, it felt like a flattening off. Yeah, because those two that went bump, this time flattened off. Ooh, yeah, we're passing, we're going strong, we're really pulling away. Well, kind of, yeah. Well, yeah, we are really pulling away from that line. Would be nice if a bit more. Oh, that one. Who's that one? Spunky Moose is there. Yeah. Oh, they're still, so these two, that, yeah, and that one there. This one here, who is this one? Everdell Moles. Oh, they don't have enough data to make it happen. But yeah, we're pushing hard. This one here, up there. This one up there as well. And Sweden doing incredibly well and consistent. Though we even gained on Sweden. But I think it looks like at this rate, but that was because of today's data, seeing that we were 400 ahead. I'm like, I think we're good. I think we're going to be fine. And hopefully these two I think those two will end up dying off at that rate. We will then do one that includes just the first few again. We have to then sort of like, your Wasteland's already gone. We could, so is it just Spunky Moose? Okay, there we go. That's kind of, is that Spunky Moose? Yeah. But yeah, we're going super strong. Ricky's one. It's just missing the mark a little bit, man. Just like missed a data point, missed Mr. Data Point. That's a cool name. Sweden went super strong. Yeah, let's see, like, yeah, so the grey one, we well passed. This one here, we definitely have a good chance to pass. We could well pass them, actually. We could well pass, what are we again? Oh, easily we could pass them. If they're only going up, like, 50 a day, 50 to 60, that's, like, an average net gain of, like, 200 from us. Put us on 750. And they'd be on 950. And then the next day would be on 950. And that'd be it will be close. It depends how many hours left we have of this event, but we could end up passing that one there, Canada Rocks, which would be crazy. But yeah, and then this one here is they're probably gonna fall out. This yeah, so that will mean only 3 clans likely make it. I'm pretty sure Canada Rocks will actually survive. Yeah, because that's just way too big a gap for that to close in time, but. Yeah, it wasn't looking good because their boost ran out for sure, and they've sort of you can see the color change is a very helpful measure. Whereas this here, yeah, it's kind of misleading because we're actually in a better position here than here. Because we're 300 ahead of that, whereas in that one we are only 200 ahead, 250. Oh, it's similar, but yeah, we're doing super well. Oh, that's really really cool. That's splendid, in fact. There we go. Oh, there's not too much more data, to be fair. Yeah, that one had a huge boost. These ones here. That's really cool. Then I could add... Well, I might as well add these two, actually. Oh, yeah, they're very similar. Whoa, they're very close to us taskers. Even though they've seemed super unstable. But they seem to be doing okay. Yeah, it's like quite a mixed bag. Yeah, but it is interesting to sometimes check it without certain things. Get rid of Farmville and Old C4, which is unlucky for them. Got knocked off. Yeah, there's quite a lot of data on there, to be fair. And then Ricky's one. He needs one more day of data. If he holds on tomorrow, then it will be fine. Then a red streak will show up again. I haven't really given them many colours this time, have I? Well, yeah, it's really good. It's really good. We're doing quite splendid, actually. So this one, feed hogs. Something like that. What do I call these ones? Let's go to that graph and have the correlation of 2 days behind. Oh, we ended up putting quite a lot on that. Okay, now consistent 90 mile. Man, 90 mile was huge player in that one. Aussie almost died out. While New Zealand held a bit better. Oh yeah, but I haven't added the line. I actually really like the line. I think that's actually a really helpful feature. Oh, and that was when I was trying so hard pressed to find any that had made it. Oh, that was a lot less, was it? Was this series quite a lot of data I'm cramming in there. I could, use the relative data today to sort of, but I'm like, no, we'll just do it on the final day. Yeah, that's because I need to sort of sharpen up my criteria, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 4 to keep, let's say, 10 maximum. Because how many have we got there now? It's a lot more than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 times 1, 2, 16. Yeah, we really want 4 of them off. Which, I mean, we already had those 2 off not long ago. Like that. We really want even a couple less lines than that, to be fair. I mean, well, Ricky's not really hardly a line there. Dream Team. Oh, wow, they definitely need to go. How do I not notice these weird ones? Like that's Spunky has sort of had a bit of off and on. That they can go. Boom. And then I think I'll get rid of I feel like he's going to be on there tomorrow. Actually, maybe fine, I won't get rid of him. Because I think he's going to be there tomorrow. I guess we could get rid of Pathfinder. They're not really taking up... They're not really that much of an issue, though. Although, to be fair, by the end day, they won't be that relevant. But, yeah, okay, we'll get rid of them then. Yeah, that's looking much more manageable. I should give them different colours as well. And so there's still a lot. Still 8, 9, 10. There's still 11. 3. And then Ricky would go. Well, because 1, 2, 3, 4. Definitely not, because they're... and then I reckon these ones for sure. And then, yeah, 4. 5. Oh, Everdell Moles, not really. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 that totally makes sense. And then 9, 10 don't really make sense. And who was the other one that doesn't make sense? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. So the 4... Oh, then that's just cut off. Okay, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, Everdell Moles doesn't really make sense to have on there. Oh, that's just that. Cool. And technically, Ricky doesn't make too much sense to have on there either. Because, yeah, then if we get rid of Ricky and cut off, then that makes 8, which is actually, like, the right amount. And all of these, yeah, there's not, like, new ones either. Oh, because they're 4. Kind of makes... If they're on there tomorrow, then then I'll put them on there. Because I could give them colours. I feel like I should give them colours. Paradise Falls, I feel like you could then have blue. We definitely need to get rid of some of the other blues. Canada. You can have yellow. Oh, there's 2. Okay, fine. And is that... Oh, that... Kind of feel like that grey is quite fitting to, like, yeah, nah, you didn't really do much, did you? We can do an orange, I guess. Oh, Paradise was grey, and that... Oh, Paradise was... Yes. What happened to me keeping them similar? They can go purple again. How do Paradise Falls do? What? No way Paradise Falls was on that the whole time. Oh, yeah, no, they were on there for a long time, I think. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, they were on the whole time. Wow, that's impressive. Oh, no, fine. I'll give Paradise Falls... yeah, grey. Paradise Falls. Sweden. What colour should I give Sweden? Green? Yep. Paradise Falls. Spunky Moose, they can go like a brownish colour, yeah, like a moose. Wait, that's not... It's Penguin. Penguin could go white, actually, because, like, penguins are white. Normally white and black. And then you can go brown. Who was the one we're looking for to... Oh, the falls. Oh, no, falls like a waterfall. Blue. That looks kind of fine, actually. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. And hopefully Ricky comes on for, like, a final doo-doo at the end. I mean, technically... yeah. Technically he shouldn't be on that list based on my criteria. It's just like he's got nothing. Although he's a rare exception where he's got like blops of data. So it's like kind of a lot of data, but then it looks like useless without it being connected. But I'll just count on him getting there tomorrow, and then it's like, yeah, he kind of meets that criteria. And then I'll have to add in home-cooked meals and taskers if they make it on tomorrow as well. But in the past, I've treated ones like that as like, okay, yeah, you get on. Even that's like so inconvenient though. I don't think I've ever had a double gap. I don't think I have a double gap. the gavel. It's possible this guy does get a double gap. Well, because if you've had one gap and the anyone with a gap actually. Well, no, technically all of these ones could. Oh, but they couldn't get a double gap. Nanny could get a double gap. That could be an accomplishment. I mean, it depends on when I collect the data, so it's not really an accomplishment. But I think gap there. I think he might be the only one. Single gap. But then again, I sort of collected the data a little bit funny. Gap. With him, because I specifically wanted him to be on it. So there was like a couple times when I either did it at 2 or... but did I do it this time like that? I don't think I did, actually. Maybe that date I did. Or that date I did. But that still wouldn't... No, that day he was legit. That day is absolutely legit. So the only question is, was that date legit? 2nd of March. Chiltopia. I think so. I think it was. In which case, it'd be the only clan ever to have a gap. A double gap. Of going on, then off, then on, then off, then on. Yeah, that's really rare. Really annoying for the data, actually, but yeah. Well, because you can speculate and do like that. It'd probably be something more like... Oh, no, it can't be that. Oh, it can't... Man, that... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it could be something like that. That would make more sense. But it's obviously he's really along the line. But yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. And so we've intercepted Canadian Rockies. Looks like we're going to overtake Street Penguin. And hopefully Spunky Moose. Because on one hand, it's like, oh, well, they should get 150 a day. But on the other hand, we're very close to them, and we get 250 a day. So it'd be nice if we could bop past those two. I just don't think we're going to catch up to Canada Rocks, but we'll see. Paradise Falls slow down. Paradise Falls has been pretty consistent in their growth. So is Sweden. So has Philippines post that bump at the start. I mean, all of them have yeah, if you look at them, they're all pretty consistent. Same with Canada, like excluding the first bump. And these ones here, it's such a big bump that you can't even see it. Because it didn't even get like, well, just on, and then it was like no, it was just boom. Yeah. So that is cool. That is really cool. In fact, I might post that one. That one's not as cool. I do love how Hey has definitely... Hey is the type of player you want in your clan. Probably. Probably. That's a good amount of effort we've put in. A good amount of data. We're up to date. It's really good. It's really good. Yeah. Really good. I'm really happy with how we've gone. It's looking real good. Okay. So, we'll then play the game for a little bit. Awkward. Clan with the most blops. Yeah. Random ones kind of spoil it. But then the only reason why the random is 2 reasons. 1, these clans that just leap on with these events, which knock the other ones off. And B, because the leaderboard only shows the top 16. If it wasn't for the top 16... Oh, no, I know what you mean. The random ones, yeah, no. I thought the ones that like going on, off. But no, I know what you mean. The ones that have the events and then they just knock off the final 16. Which is, well, it's still annoying, even if they showed the top, like, 50, that these ones can do that. But also that then since it's only 16, you just miss out on a heap of that. I guarantee you, if a dev watched this entire stream, they'd be like, okay, fine, we'll change it. Yeah, but like, this guy just like, it's bugging him so much, and he's right that, yeah, it is pretty stupid how people keep getting knocked off the thing. If he like actually saw how the data of how that leaderboard was practically being used and how disruptive and destructive it was that there was only 16, and thus when ones leaped on from these events and knocked off all the other ones, he'd be probably like, oh yeah, fair enough. But the thing is, he's probably not going to watch this. And the thing is, even if you like type a tweet, like, hey, can you do it? Like, you can't really grasp that. He'd be like, maybe. But if he's 8 hours of me typing up this data, well, no, it's been 6 hours and I haven't been typing up the data for most of it. But like even 2 hours, if you watch 2 hours, you'd be like, yeah, okay, fine. We'll just because it'll be easy as for them to do it to show more. They just have to figure out how to display it, but then just make that globe a little bit smaller. And even if they output to like 30, that will just be really helpful. Then 16 is just so critically low. Or 32 to keep in fashion with this style, actually. It's just like, for example, my video on like how to make 275,000 coins a day. Like, if I could just tweet that and just like, oh no, you don't need to watch the video, just grow wheat. It's like, it's not convincing. People like, but then if they watch a 20-minute video of me explaining this is how much it makes, and then it gives you tools, and then you see how that helps you, and relative to the machines, the people are like, oh wow, that really is helpful. Okay, fine, I'll do it. But it's like, you need all that other stuff, not just a tweet of, hey, can you please up the leaderboard to 50, or hey, in order to make lots of coins in Heyday, just grow wheat. Like, people, like, they need all that, oh, okay, 2 hours of scene, and, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, no, not having that data is really stuffing him up. Like, even though he's just one dude, he's like, hey, he's a YouTuber covering a game, of which, how many have we got at the moment? Oh, yeah, like, almost none. And also, yeah, it's not hard at all for us to do that, so we might as well just give him more data, and more lands can be on the leaderboard and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Whew. It's 8. It's not 6, it's 8. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I will play this game. It says new phone memory, new photos memory. And I wonder if then maybe that's using up my storage. Like 90, yeah, it's a picture of a plane. And the last time I took this iPad on a plane, and the last time I flew on a plane, with one exception, in which case I didn't take the iPad, was Finland. I'll just show you. There it goes. It sometimes makes these things. I don't know, it makes me so sad. But then I don't know, I feel like there's oh, sorry, that was real quick, wasn't it? There's like a range of reasons why it makes me so sad. Oh, what? It went off. And one of the reasons would be like, well, how it panned out. Like, how it sort of, everything sort of ended in that. You know, and like, there's all this stuff, like, you know, I wish I could have done that, and I wish things had been different and stuff. But I feel like if it ended better in that, like, yeah, like if Rush was taken off and all that, then it wouldn't be nearly as sad, because it'd be like, oh wow, that was all part of the journey to like our awesome position of being the top YouTuber covering these games. But then it's like, oh well, it didn't work out, and then like, you know, the whole community died, and all that time was spent doing that, which then I should have spent on other things, given now that it like didn't work, you know, all these different things. Whereas if things worked out, you'd be like, oh no, that's fine. But yeah, but it's probably taking up the storage space. Maybe not. Okay. Oh, at least it won't repeatedly crash now, since I got rid of that other stuff. Oh man, I'm a little bit, I'm tired. Knock out that guy. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. We haven't had a break today, actually. I was gonna have a nice long break. Are we going for 6 hours? Doing well, SuperSight. Doing well. Okay, what's the position? Oh, Ricky's team, they definitely have an event. They 100% have an event. How are they on flipping, like, they were below us, like, at the start of the stream. Or maybe right at the start, they're just past us. I'm pretty sure they're below us. There's no way they get, like, 400. Yeah, they've definitely got an event. Anyway, of all people, I appreciate, of all clans that I would like to, well, actually, I'd like our clan to get it, to be frank, but Ricky's clan, I think it's real, I like it that Ricky's on there. I like it that Ricky's on there. So if a clan has to get an event, I'm glad it's Ricky's clan, and that. But yeah, they definitely got an event. Like, because then it's not even like a, you know, oh, you know, we can have a fair, you know, like, we can have a competition. It's like, oh yeah, but we got an event. That's like the only reason we're on the leaderboard. And also we're now 400 ahead. It's like, oh, okay, that's not a competition. But anyway, I'm glad that he's on the, yeah, I'm glad. Oh, Moose Crew, let's go. Okay, that's crazy. Moose Crew, they're like finally featured. After, is that one of the, I'm pretty sure that's one of the top 3. There's like so many with Moose in it, I lose track. That's the top clan in the game for stars. They've finally just come on it. Was this the one? Is this one of the 3? I think it is one of the 3. That's insane if so. Oh no, it's Moose Masters. Moose Crew, wow, they were the ones on the very first event that got first global. They were like super high the whole time. And they've now right at the end of this event. Just they're pushing hard. Moose Masters, I don't think anywhere to be seen this entire event. If I look at... Nah, they never featured this whole time. Neither did Moose Crew, for that matter, in that. So Moose Crew might get on there, and if they do, I'm sure that will propel them to first for the total amount of points in that. Maybe. Well, no, if they get the same amount as us, and we've got more overall for those first two events, no, they won't. But, and even if they did, we'll still hold the record for the only clan in the world to get on all 3 leaderboards, of which currently only 3 clans have done, one of them which is nowhere to be seen, and in fact the other one, Maple isn't currently even on there, so they may or may not get on there. They're very around that border, so they could get on there. And actually, we still do have a long... It's like, it's the event's getting closer to finishing, but it's probably still got another good 2 days in it. Like, yeah, like, because, well, to the next, so another 16 hours plus then 24 hours, 36 hours. 36 hours, people getting less than 1,000 per hour, I think, so 36 would just about finish it, just about pop it off. So 36 hours, that's still a lot of time, a lot can happen in that. Our gap's closed a bit. If I'd been playing, I'm sure we would have done a lot better. Most Creed, haven't really heard of them. Hopefully we can pass Canada, Canadian Bacon and Miss J's Masters. So, because, yeah, they should be slowing down now. And also even Canada Rocks will be nice. The BAF one, they've leaped up. That's annoying as. 250. It's possible we could overtake them. Sweden, we won't be overtaken. The top 3 are definitely safe. They've stayed real high. But, number 4, 5, 6, and 7. No, excluding Canada Rocks. So, yeah, 4, 5, 7, and 8 have all just jumped on there. Which then has pushed off 4 people and pushed us 4 positions closer to falling off. So, it's real annoying. Lynn, welcome back. Welcome back, Shard. You finished work now? Boom, boom. Talking for 6 hours. You could have a TV show. Okay, let's get to work. Vámonos. Do 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 do. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. Here we go. Begin the task of collecting hundreds of coins, thousands of coins of gold until I'm like, yeah, no, I need to go to bed now. See, if you're like ultra serious about this game, like really pushing, oh, he's on as well. Nice. You just be playing. Oh, there we go, 115 it is. Oh, he's the very top. Oh, 96. Okay, I'm actually close. That's good. That's good. We're pretty close, so then we'll be able to... Oh, yeah, let's just finish it tonight. And I won't have to worry about it. How many more? 19. Oh, there we go. We're up to quite a amount, but we'll keep them. Among Us, that's a good game. Haven't played that in ages. I don't know, there's a heap that I haven't played in ages. It's not because I don't like them, just like Bomber Grounds. There's just so much to do in life. As soon as then I finish that thing, I won't need all those. That's why I'm not really trying to collect them. Oh, how are we next? Might respawn shortly. Just got today as we're on 3. I don't do that real often. Well done. 3 is pretty good. I haven't done Whittle for, yeah, months now. Yeah. For like a year now? No. I think I did it within a year, but... Yeah, but yeah, it was a good game. And I'm glad you still enjoy it. I think 2 was my best. 1 would not be likely. I should go back and keep trying to get it in 1. When I do those things, refreshing, but it's much more important to get the gold caps that probably disappear shortly via refresh. Oh, 50, that's not long. Cool. Be kind of cool if it showed you when the refresh was about to happen. Oh, there we go, 104, getting there. Oh, it's a mission. Well done to those who have already completed it. Whoa, that's a lot of chat. Probably refresh is imminent. There's one more. There can't be many more, actually. That means it must have just happened, which is kind of sad because I missed it, but also then it's all good because then we got to get all of them. Another one gold in there somewhere. It'd be interesting to see the overlap of, well, yeah, the opinion poll, like, of people that liked Jordan Peterson, how many liked Tate, and of the people that liked Tate, how many liked Jordan Peterson, like the overlap in audience and that. That'd be very interesting. Because I heard that I heard Peterson mention briefly about the Manosphere slash Tate, which I thought was interesting in that. Yeah. Because yeah, like Tate's been like ultra popular in the last year, like more popular than Jordan Peterson, and they sort of have like they both have big audiences, and there would definitely be overlap in their audiences. Well, yeah, I'd say they probably would. Well, it depends what you call like audience in that. Like I've watched the Tate thing with Piers Morgan and that, but I'm not like I don't watch much of Tate's content really at all. But then again, I don't watch a heap of Peterson's content either. Like I see little bits of it. But... Well, yeah, because there's like hardly anyone. Like, yeah, even Dennis Prager, who I like and respect. I don't see most of his content. Because even if I watch all the Fireside Chats, which I've watched almost all of them, well, yeah, almost all of them. I haven't seen it for the last few months, but I can easily catch up because they only do one a week. But even that, like, you know, he then does stuff on the radio for hours and hours a day. Well, that's 4 minutes. It's almost too long to lock them in. Because then the thing will refresh and I'll be behind for a bit. Whoa, there's... Oh my goodness. Hey, well done. Level 12. Okay, very good. Yeah, we will, hopefully. What do you mean by what? Oh, wait. Where did he say that word? No, that's fair. What does that mean? Woot. I thought he meant what? That's funny. And then he didn't even, he spelled it wrong replying as well. That's so funny. What is this word? Is it a wood? Or is it wayut? Or what even is this word? That's funny. I love his response. Okay, I'll do that, Quentin. Teamwork is best and on first place. Yep. I'm more than happy to not take the bonus, and I don't know, it just doesn't work out very well because you sort of just go for it, and like, yeah, I honestly don't really care about the bonus. I sort of never did. But then the people that came suggested it, and it was like a good idea. So it's like, sweet, yeah, we can work that out. 3,000 extra coins, might as well. But then it's like, I think maybe James is in a lower time zone, so he almost always misses the bonus, even though it's not even worth that much. That's why I don't care if I do it. But like, everyone in the client's willing to do it, but it just works out. James often ends up like not doing it because there's multiple weeks I'm like, I don't really want to do it. Well, not like, multiple events. I'm like, I sort of would rather not do it. Like, it's a bonus to be the one that misses out because then you don't have to do it as much. Although, but then if I'm playing heaps, but I'm not. It's like every 2 days you have to play it. It's too intense and it's too often. Like, they need to change that as well. It's otherwise, because like, we're doing it, but it's a lot of effort. It's like an hour a day, which is like quite a lot of commitment. Like, all 8 members have to commit an hour a day, or else you don't quite do it in that. So it's quite hard. Others accepting my solution. I love just the language. I don't know if he's native English, or I don't know. It's just like some slight abnormality of, and I like it. Not abnormality? Well, yeah, that, but an odd. It's obscure or some word they use for people that with Asperger's. Different use of language. I'm not sure what the word was I was thinking of, but yeah. Yes. Streaming. Yeah. This is SuperSightLIVE for real. Mao. I don't know why he said, but please be next time be precise with the point. Almost certainly not passive aggressive. I'm just trying to understand what he means by that. Like, he means, what do you mean by woot? Oh, it's funny. Let's just text him. 12 notifications. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, I don't know. Like, cause it's like, well, please be precise. I'm not sure what he means. Cause like, well, and look, it appears like he's not really. He's not even at 25 yet. So like, it's like sort of like, surely he'd be relieved to not have to then do as much. But maybe he was intending to. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I think everyone's on good terms. I think it's fine. Oh, bother. I tapped that one. But it's funny. We need to do something here. Streaming Val. That's funny. Whoa, this is a solid run. I like it. Just like hit those points. Oh, we got one of them. Do we have a? It's not a very good trade. It's a bad trade. Oh, is it? No, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. I want to get on with the other things, but then we're gonna have to figure something out. Streaming Mal. Like Ricky now, yeah, he's got a good laugh, and he gets going, and it's funny. What do you mean, word? Oh, that's just. Oh, and I thought the guy meant what, but then it's like, no, it's not what it means. I should have. I don't know if I would have got it or not when I looked at it. R2 from New Zealand. It's fine. I don't like it wasn't really his solution. I don't understand. It's fine. Like, what? Well, anyway, I don't know if it was a misunderstanding, like clarification. So it's like I'm going for 25. It's like is that fine? But it's like well, it is because the guy said. But yeah, I don't because then it wasn't really. Anyway, it's fine. It's no issues. It's funny. Whatever you're following is called. There we go. Manawatu. There we go. Wait, what? You mean wait? Yeah. Woo. Boom. Yep. Cool beans. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, there's such a dog of a task. There's like the worst task. Honestly, I'd say, well, 90 fish is pretty dog because it's so hard to get. No, I'd say that one's worse actually because it takes it's like you need a huge amount of space to get them and it takes time to get them so you can't refresh. At least with the 200 one, you could refresh if you desperately needed using up all your water. Oh, we have 1, 2, 3 water. That's cool. Time to look at it. But yeah. It's still, you don't really want to be refreshing for that many mushrooms, because, like, 45 water, like, 3 refresh, maybe 4 refresh. Probably 3, unless you're already depleted, in which case you should probably take a break from the game. Man, is it like, we've really got them, haven't we? Really looking hard now. They're worth so much. Do you really notice the sounds? Like the French sound, There's one that's like do 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 do, like it reminds me of France. But now, like, and I remember at the start, I'm like, whoa, this game's like. But now, like, you sort of play. Oh yeah, it's pretty familiar, which is fine. But it's just it's not like the first time you're like, whoa, this is like that a new unique song for everyone. Oh, we could just do that now. We have to figure out what we're going to do about this. Don't understand his meaning. Wait, I think you mean, like, Kuwait? What do you mean? What do you mean, woot? Yeah, wait, yeah, this is absolutely a fair thing. That's absolutely fair. Like, wait, it is similar to wait, but in context, it doesn't really make sense. Because Quentin just says... yeah. Thanks, friends. I'll try Quentin do this 115. Wait, yeah, on the event, probably I could do. Because then he's saying that, and then Quentin just says, okay, good to know, which would imply he's going for 150, and then just says, woot. It's like, oh, was it, yeah, woot woot, is that, that's what one of the things you say. Oh, that's funny. Absolutely, that was entirely 100% justified. What do you mean, woot? That is a 100% legit query. Completely fair. What do you mean, woot? If there's ever a legit that's a legitimate question. If I ever did see one, if there ever was a legitimate question, it was that. What do you mean, woot? That's so silly. Oh yeah. Hopefully it's not someone else waiting for these. I think we're good. What are we at? Oh wow, lucky we didn't go over. I'm lucky we got that one, that was real nice. Boom! We're at it. There we go. So there is 105 to get with the rest of them. Oh, wait, how's it 105? Because 2 of them are almost done. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. So Tango has to go for it. With only 8 hours to go. Cool potatoes. Okay, that's done. Unless we sell a whole heap of stuff, we're not going to be able to do that. Which is really annoying. What can I sell a whole heap? Oh, these things. Oh, well, if they've capped it, there's no point keeping heaps anymore. But not really that much I want to... I can knock out my wheat and... Not corn supplies, but yeah. Yeah, I really don't like the idea of that, actually. But then I don't want to, like, not immediately do that one. But I really need space, don't I? 100. I need 200 space. We could make 200 space if we really wanted. Well, actually, let's start doing... Yeah, let's start the... Like, let's actually start. That's a good start to it. Let's actually start. Yep, said that enough now. So the question is, am I willing to sell off 100 of something? Ah, it's annoying. I mean, I can sell off wheat. It's just such a pain. I mean, like, because then you just run out, and then the next task will be 30 wheat, and it's like, oh, I just sold all that. It probably needs to be fair, actually, if they've capped it. Then these have, like, not really any value anymore. That was the only reason I was... Yeah, no, we'll just... Yeah, we could get rid of... Oh, that's actually dropping a lot. That lavender supply, my goodness. Oh, yeah, this is pretty good amount of space. Oh, and another one. And we'll try to be precise to not get any of those sticks, as much as I want those sticks shortly, but at the moment I need to get that. Our barn is on the way up, which is very nice. Very nice. It's still another 2 days away, but that will help a lot. Huge amount having that 2k extra space. That will be immensely helpful. Increase our storages by a lot. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah. Only 100. Oh man. Oh, we're gonna need a heap more space. Oh, probably even gonna have to refresh. Boom, boom, boom. Whoa! Oh, there's a 4-hour one. I'm like, man, if we've done an 8-hour one. H4 Loving's almost there. Knock out that. Knock out that. Knock out that. See, this is so inefficient having so many things not working. Oh yeah, no, more of these actually, because if they, I'm assuming it's not a large cap. I mean, yeah, I'm assuming it's like a small, like you can't do that many at all. Like maybe you can do 10, but it's not like unlimited anymore. See how many this gets us to. We've only collected a lot of these, but see what the total is after all them. What are we at? 100 and something. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's a shame we don't have... I mean, we could trade something. Actually, to be fair, 18 to them. Actually, we could do that. As much as I really would not like getting rid of them. Well, that's actually a lot that we have. We could do one for 12. How many? Oh, then we have to get rid of even more stuff. Nah, we'll respawn this, eh? And we never have too much of that. I don't think I've ever sold that brown stuff. Even when you get to like 400, it's not, you're not that far from dropping a whole heap. Because like one of those things takes 40, which is massive. Then there's like others that take like 9 or 10 and it just fast wears it down. Okay, 60 and 50, so we need 51 space, take it to 49. It's gonna be, oh, there we go, that's okay. It's gonna be such a pain, not being able to do any trades anymore. I was used to that. And then changing my playstyle accordingly by saving up heaps of those gold caps. No, not that we actually got a heap of coins from that, but yeah. There's the Wordle Index, New York Times. There used to be the fake apps that came up. Yeah, there we go, they're fake Wordles. Only real one is the New York Times. Indeed, I actually recommend I recommended people read that one. I can't because it's like a physical print, New York Times. It's like insane how popular it is. But I think it's the oldest one, isn't it? Ooh, that's a huge amount of them. But yeah, classic. That's like such an iconic US paper, the New York Times. But yeah. And yeah, so when I told people about Wordle, I suggested that one specifically, that they go to the New York Times, because that was the official, that's the official one. And so then, therefore, preserving it by recommending the official one. Boom. I feel like getting those, because it's just like I like getting those. But we do need to get to this thing. Oh, whoa, okay, we do that. This will probably be ready again. Yep. It's just such a good team. I'm honestly chuffed. It's just such a good team. Like, it would be nice if we had, like, hey. But, at the same time, we're just doing splendid. And I'm just really happy with how we're going. So, and this is so, it's then sad to be, like, kind of quitting, considering we're in such a good position. With Everdale, I didn't quit, despite the clan I was in was useless. Like, well, and it's not even offensive, because it was, like, just me in it, really. I was the only active one in it. We maybe had, like, a couple, like, we had one or two, but we really didn't. But it was, like, it was progressively useless. Like, it was just, wasn't a leaderboard one, and wasn't even, like, even the ships, it was a shame. I don't know how, like, we just got no one. Like, I mean, the game was obviously very dead, but this game feels more dead than that. Not because, but this is different, because it doesn't feel like there was once a huge community that's died off. There was the odd person, I know, well, definitely people that quit, but didn't feel like there was ever a big community for this. Like, it was always small. So then it's not like, oh, remember the days when in the first week it was insanely competitive? It was like, because the leaderboards weren't added for this for ages anyway. Here we are at 10 AM flipping again. How did this happen? But yeah, this game doesn't feel like it's just like slowly died. Like, it was never very big, and so yeah, sure, a few people have quit, but it sort of doesn't. It's not the same as Everdale, where there was like this thing that sort of at the start it was like people flooding into clans, and it was chaos, and because we did have that good run as when we're in that other clan, well, that clan that I led for a while near the start. Oh, that would take a bit of time. But yeah, so this game feels a bit different in that. But yeah, it's because it feels like it hasn't died, but it was never that big to start with, to be fair. But yeah, it will be sort of odd, leaving it. But who knows? We'll give it a month or 2 months. Maybe it will be global killed within the next 2 months. You never know. I doubt it, because they haven't really tried anything with it. Like, they haven't really made any changes. But then they'll probably be like, yeah, nah. After a long time of trying, we decided to... It's like, dude, you did nothing with the game, just like Everdale. I mean, they had a leaderboard, which was something, and it's good. But, yeah, they need to do a lot more. New York Post is... Oh, there we go. Oh, wow, that's well older. 50 years. Wow, okay. Man. That's massively older. Oh, there's some more of them. Oh, there we go. Oh, I still have 46 wheat. Okay, it's not that critical. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess we sold off the gold caps because, based on... Imagine if what he said wasn't true, like, he just made that up, or just made a mistake. I'd be like, are you serious? I just sold off like 100 gold caps. That's like $10,000 to just get rid of. Yeah, okay, that's about all the gold ones. I don't like 100%... Well, I try to. Basically 100% check, but... Okay, come back. Oh, what? We didn't finish that? Oh, I hadn't collected that. Boom, boom, boom. should really be doing it at that other one. By that, well, Vuket was there for a while. Although that was after I thought. That was before I realised I needed the things, and yeah. Do that one. Yeah, see, there's 20 of that brown stuff gone. There's 9 of it gone. There's like one that takes 40. We need her to quickly grab the grass. For a minute. No, not yet. And if you knock these out, then it makes it easier to spot the other ones. But this here is like super, it feels like super quick cooldown. It takes so long to get them all. But yeah, then it just makes it easier for you and, well, everyone in the clan looking for the gold caps. Because it's like, then when they hover, it's not all these other ding ding ding, because that just takes time to mentally think. Is that something? Oh, I didn't even have to, I could have got the mushrooms from here. Well, there wouldn't have been enough. It would have taken a little while. And then all the other things were sitting there idly, inefficiently. Have we got enough grass? Yes, we do. Yeah, those two are always in order. A lot of things are in order. I guess you could change the order intentionally, which would actually be kind of, well, you know, it wouldn't be tricky. It'd just be. But yeah, you could order things. That would actually, you could actually use that to your advantage. But that would then rely on extreme consistency and how much product you got of different things for it to actually be useful. But yeah, if you played this for like, if it didn't change, you didn't get any more animals. Yeah, you could learn this like extremely well, exactly how much they requested. And exactly how much you needed. Like, you would learn it over time. Man, I'm so hungry. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have not enough sleep tonight, sadly. I should really be putting them at the other place. Nice. Well, I'm so glad that we got all that other stuff done. We're all caught up, which is very good, and the next event will be reasonably soon. Which, who knows when we'll stream it, because we won't stream it tomorrow. Oh, we got 4 watching on YouTube. So we won't stream it tomorrow, and Monday. Got something on again on Monday, so probably not. We'll see. Mate, I could do a Monday stream. I don't know. It's just it is tricky, man, because like I have to weigh up this against other things I do in life. You know, it's like, oh, this is good to be doing this, but then also it's like, well, you know, it's not like growing my channel and likely to ever grow my channel because I think the game's gonna get killed. So I thought we had that many before. Must have done a weak task. Oh, yeah, we want her. Probably respawned now. Yeah. Wow, it's got ages. 20 seconds. Go eat. I feel like I'm getting near the end of the stream because I sort of just want to get through a few more of these. See, this is all helping the clan and me, score-wise, players. I still real, yeah, just not. Oh, you know, we got a good lead. I mean, I don't know, I feel like I definitely am a huge, everyone is a huge force in the clan, like a huge part of it, because you're 12%, 12.5% on average in that, and then since I'm really pushing, then, like, if I account for like a third of the teams, then it really has an effect if you stop actively playing, but it is like a lot dependent on the others as well. They still account for like 70, they account for most of it. And well, then on average, they're pretty similar. I'll get that. You're good? You're done? Cool. Yeah, we collected, we had 0, and now we've got, yeah, just like, it's like, that is 10,000 coins we've got, and that was, we only played for a little bit. If we've been playing this whole time like that, we would just farmed thousands of coins. So it'll be nice to get, yeah, the apple tree thing, that will be, it's all sort of making my base less and less volatile and more in a good position to... Oh, he's getting stuff. Oh, he's getting that thing. More and more in a position to compete well on the leaderboard, because if you have the super resources, if you have your guys upgraded, especially like, you know, well, not especially, but you need all of them upgraded, but like, you know, for me, like, then having Sophie is able to go just a little bit quicker and getting those resources, more of those resources in that time period, that all is just helping to really boost your ability to do well in events. And yeah, those supers, if I get as soon as we get my islands level 4, that will be hugely helpful. Sophie and the apple tree, and then it will sort of, it will be diminishing returns. But I want to get to that returns, and I'm sure I will before I end up stopping the game. Not this stream, but like, yeah. And then it will just like help me compete super strongly. And I'll sort of, up until that point, I'll maintain the clan. And if anyone leaves, I'll try my best to find a new replacement member. And in fact, you could argue we have a reputation now for being a very top clan, which then would help attract new members, especially if there's someone that was looking to switch, that was active. That then may not be a loyal one, maybe sort of there because they want to be in a top clan for like, yeah, just for a little while before they swap, but then it's like, hey, that's fine. Then we can have that player can have the benefit of having the prestige of being in a top clan, and we can have the benefit of them actually completing the events and pushing on the leaderboard under our name, which boosts our clan. So it's a win-win. So much, all this thinking about it's sort of like, it's weird because it's like all these psychological concepts and what's fair and what's best and how do you deal with other players that come into like this, well, you could say kids game. It's not a kids game, but like, you know, all these like, these are major like things, and you know, you can use these like adult tactics to like deal with people you don't like and kicking them or promoting them or you know, it's weird how like there's sort of all these huge mentality things that have big effects that are part of this sort of thing. It's weird. How you do things in that. It has like, you can be really passive aggressive about it, or really nice about it, or really competitive about it, or really relaxed about it. Relaxed or uncaring. Well, not uncaring as in like you're not nice, but as in like you don't really care. Which then you could argue that's, but then you could argue that violates do everything to the best of your ability. It's like, well, it depends what you mean. I don't care. Like if you sort of try out archery and you're like, hey, look, I'll try my best. I don't care how it sort of, you know, if I don't win, you know, like that's sort of healthy in that. Like you want to try, but it doesn't matter, you know. But not like you sort of turn up and like, oh, I'm here to do archery. I don't really care. I just told to come here, so here I am. I don't care, but you know, it's like, okay, well, no, it depends what you mean by I don't care in that. Which then that's a term I'm giving to people that say, you know, like we have a relaxed clan. Like, well, what does that mean? Like you don't complete your events and go down, or yeah. Are those Spanish flags in game? I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Oh, but actually, if you're meaning like one of the players, there's potential that they've renamed it to Spanish flag. But I don't think there are flags in the game. I haven't seen any flags in the game. I've basically got them, so like moving to that. You could easily accidentally tap one of them. Oh, here we go. Vuke's done his part. H3's almost there, so Tango's going to have to push 100 in the next 8 hours. Oh! Sold them. Oh no, that's not too bad. Because even if they had been to things, then it wouldn't matter. I thought it was going to say collect. I didn't see that coming. Oh, yeah, bother. It's not very well played. Needed that. Need to start that ages ago. Oh well. Oh, that works out very nicely, doesn't it? Seem to make it I make it like end up even, and then if you do that, that increases the chances. Ooh, okay, that wasn't even, but that works. Oh wow, she's already already back. Okay, we just need 3 more, but they're gonna take a while. Quickly get back to this guy before. Oh yeah, see that's actually a relevant example of where. As soon as he finishes that, then it makes it worse for you, because in this case, I wanted to then expand it, because I want him to exceed the amount of time he takes with the other thing, whereas if you finish, then I'd have to collect it, which then I don't want to do. Okay, we'll put her on. I don't really need those, but yeah, we'll put her on those anyway. Boom, boom. A lot. Need to wait 3 minutes for that. I guess we can start sort of slowly, kind of wrapping up. Oh, it's weird because the clan's on the other one now. See, like they could easily add like 1, 2, like add like 4 more names, just like right underneath it, like easy, which like will push it to 20, and that would just be so much nicer having just even 4 more names in that. But like they could just like they don't need this massive thing for the reward. Like they could just have a tiny thing in the corner, or they could have the globe to the side and the reward next to it, and then just expand the leaderboard by like that and add like another 10 names onto it. You know, they could easily add like they definitely have the space to like make a way bigger leaderboard, or even just scrollable, make it scrollable. It'd also be nice to be able to tap them and visit them. Another thing I was wanting to do is do an updated this thing. Eternal Valley, well done. I was gonna do yeah, well the earlier one. Yeah, because it'd be nice to get some updated data. Feed hogs. No nationality flags in the game. They didn't Clash of Clans, but it was weird because they only had some. But it didn't look like it was politically motivated which ones they had. It just seemed like appeared to be a random group, like which ones they missed out. But it was odd. It's like, well, you might as well just put them all in. Like, why? I think they missed out New Zealand. Just like, yeah, they only had like maybe like 25. It was kind of odd. Kind of odd. I think I ended up buying one in the end. I'm not sure if they costed gems. What was it, 800? Talk about the well. The well's actually, yeah. Yeah, it'd be in a substantially better place if you like bought those. But then it's like, yeah, I could do that, but then I'm probably going to quit, so there's definitely no point doing that. It's just such a pain. Well, I'll start to sort of wrap up the stream. I might still, you know, go for a little bit longer. You know, could be another half an hour or so. But I'll start wrapping it. It might be just another 15 minutes. We'll see. I want to cycle a little bit more if I can. So yeah, anyway, thank you to everyone who was part of the stream. Thank you to 24times.com for the time below. Thank you to 360 Marion for the reflection of the screen. I'm going to like marketing mode or just practice mode. Thank you to Second Leap for the game. Thank you to Hasbro Asymmetry Studio for the background. Thank you OBS for the free streaming software. Thank you to Supercell for the camera. Thank you to that's lasted a long time, that camera actually. Logitech Brio. Thank you to Restream.io for allowing me to stream to all the different platforms. Thank you to Trovo, Twitter, Mobcrush, Rumble, Facebook. We sometimes exceed the limit and then it cuts us off. DLive, a free TV, YouTube, Nimo TV, and Twitch for allowing me to stream on your platforms. Thank you to the awesome members of my clan. Thank you so much for your awesome contributions. Well done. Hey, and James made it to level 12 as well. That's so cool. James and I at about the same time. That's so cool. So we're very close then. We're within 12 to 14. So I don't expect us to all be 13 for ages. Because, I mean, I only just got there. And I have the route pass, which some of them don't. And I wasn't at max 12. So I might not even be there yet if I'm still doing that. And I sort of like, I reckon like there's they can have like a month or 2 months lag in terms of progress, especially without the route pass. Like that's completely, I know, like, because you could argue cutthroat that, well, it doesn't matter if they haven't got the route pass, well, if you're trying to win, then you don't have them and stuff like that, but, it's good with them. And it's fine. It's not. If they were doing substantially worse, then it would be like, okay, this is a problem. But they're not. They're doing like the thing is they're completing the events, doing their part. That's literally the requirement. And then they're obviously all doing various amounts on the leaderboard, enough that we're finishing, and we're one of the only 3 clans to have finished twice in the thing. So yeah, and it's so awesome that the 12 now. That's just awesome. So shout out to Manawatu, to H4 Loving, to Avuke, to Tango, to James, to Craney, and to Quinton for your amazing effort in the clan. I really appreciate what you've done. I appreciate just the great teamwork and that we're just doing absolutely phenomenal. We're one of the only clans in the game to hit 200 stars. I think one of only 7 known clans to hit it. Or maybe 8, because I saw Albert had hit it. So yeah, I think we're one of 8 known clans to have hit it. So very few clans in the game have hit 200. We were like late starters by like a month, but we've managed to, we were one of the few clans that have just survived and just absolutely caught up. Done really well. Not caught up to the top 3 clans, but yeah, we've just done it staggeringly well. I'm just amazed. I'm just really happy with how we've gone. I really am. I really am happy. So thank you guys for your amazing efforts. With that. So the average of our clan level is, well, it'd be about 13 then, wouldn't it? It would be. It would be slightly under because the 13s will equal 13, then 12, 14, 12, 14, that, and then that's 7 13s and 1 12. So how, would that make it then a 7th of, well then, 7, so divided by 8, 12.5, so that make the average level 12.875. Let's calculate. I actually have never done a calculation like that before, where I've averaged it to figure out a decimal like that, in that way. Well, yeah, because 13 plus 13 plus 13 plus, sure, plus 14 plus 14 plus 12 plus 12 plus 12, oh, plus 12, divided by 8, 12.875. Let's go. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, because that's, yeah, that makes sense, because that one, and with it's not many, it's reasonably easy, but yeah, because that's then the 1/8 of the rest. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. Boom. You got it, Lynn. Great clan. A great clan indeed. I'm so happy with it. That's really good average level as well. You just calculated. That's really great. That's like super, like considering 16 is the max, and like no one, I don't know anyone that's hit even 15 other than one dude. One dude, and he like super rushed it. So there's only one, and he's overall he's better progress than I am, but he's like just one. So I don't know anyone that's even 15 or 16 in that. So 14 is sort of like the highest player really there is. Oh, Craney made it there as well. Wow. Yeah, wow, man, there was 3 level ups within a very short amount of time, which will become ultra rare going forward, because I mean, especially when 3 of them just leveled up, so they're not going to level up for ages. I'd say I just leveled up at the same time. It won't take us too long to go up again, but by the time we get the apple tree and that, if we're not insanely pushing again, it will take us a while. H4 Loving and Quinton could go up at some point. But yeah, overall, yeah, so at 14, which is basically, because the highest then on it, like, I'd say the average, like, there's hardly anyone's even 14, so, like, the max average clan really would be about 13, which is what we're at, because, yeah, I don't know any clans that have, I don't think there's any clans that, I don't know of a single clan that you've got majority level 14s or above in it. Yeah, I don't know any clan like that. And that if they did have that and it's possible, then the average would be like maybe 13.6 or something. But we're very close to that. Because yeah, there's hardly anyone with 15 or above that would pull it that way. And so yeah, we're majority level 13 and above, which is pretty flippin' impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. Oh, that's an annoying request. Hopefully we can get enough of this. We'll see what we can do. Oh, looks like there's quite a few. Go for the big clumps first. Brain is better than mine. Only in some areas. Only in some areas. How many views do you need to be monetized? Well, on all my streams are monetized in that. But to start off, you need 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time. This is super inefficient, and we're likely gonna miss. Oh, unless James is doing it. Go James. Go James. Okay. I am fine. I am 100% fine then if we don't get him. 4. 1, 2, 1. I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel now. It's another phrase. It's watch time. No. Nah, different. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, don't tap her. That would mess it up. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get them back here. Watch time is... So views is like, for example, if someone clicks on this stream, boom, there's a view. Watch time is the amount of minutes they've spent watching it. So if a person clicked on the stream and watched it for 53 minutes, I'd have 53 minutes of watch time. So you get way more watch time than you get views, because it's like total minutes, yeah, like total minutes or hours worth of watch time. So yeah, the average person watching the stream might have watched for an average of 10 minutes, although to be fair, I guess it's much higher because hardly anyone comes by, which pushes the average up a lot. I'm going to say 15 minutes is the average for the stream. No, I'm going to say 20 actually, which is really high, but that's because like most of my content it's like 2 minutes. Oh, did it just refresh? No. Oh, what? It's only 6 minutes. Oh, that's real low. Have we had a lot of people come by? Views. Oh, yeah, it's up to 83. And, oh, we just got like 9 more in the last, like, 15 minutes, which will have boosted it up a lot. Like, boosted down the average, but it definitely wouldn't have been at 20 minutes at that point. It doesn't show watch time, but yeah. SuperSight has more than 11 million views, which sounds way more impressive than it actually is. Because only about 20% of that amount of views for my channel actually watched most of the video, or all the video. Most? Yeah, I'd say most of the video, because the average is like 2 minutes. Most of my videos over 2 minutes. So that means like, yeah, how many? 11 million views. 11 million illegal immigrants. Yeah, that means that like 80% of that, how much is 80% of that? There's like 8 million of them. They're not actually really views. Like, sure, people clicked and watched a tiny bit. For my short videos it would, but well, I have hardly needed under 2 minutes. So, yeah, it then sounds like insane, but like realistically, I've got like more like 3 million views. Which, I mean, that's huge. That's like multi-millions of watched my videos. Or, but then lots of, like, heaps of them would be duplicates. Because, like, Baby Shark has more views than people in the world, so people have been rewatching it. I do indeed, Shard. I do indeed. Good Good noticing. Good old Yenny Laurel. I could revert that video to what it was. That made me like $2,000, which is that will have made me more money than all of the Rootland streams combined. All of the Rootland and Everdale and Clash Mini streams combined. Tens, if not hundreds of hours. Yeah, no, so all of the Clash Mini, all of the Clash Quests, all of the Rootland, and all of the... What's that other game I was just saying? We'll go all of the... Yeah, all of the Clash Mini, all of the Heyday Pop. Yeah, okay. All of the Clash Mini streams, all of the Rootland streams, all of the Heyday Pop streams, all of the Clash Quest streams, all of the Risk streams combined, which I'm pretty sure is hundreds of hours of streams. All of them combined, I made more money off that video that took me hardly, like, probably less than 2 hours to make. I would have made more money off that one video than hundreds of hours of streaming. Like, that's crazy, but that's the reality in that. Like, and that was just like super lucky. Like, that was just this viral thing that like 2 million people were like, whoa, we'll watch that. Got insane amount of money off that. Yet like hundreds of hours of streaming would be less than that, which is crazy. That's crazy. That yeah. And yeah, it's like 90%, like the top 10% of my content has made 50% of my entire live channel revenue, which is just crazy, but it's the case. So it's like, the top 10%. So it's like I could have like got away with not done 90% of my content, and well, that's still 50%, but it's probably not 50%. It's probably like more like 80%, and it would be like barely difference. But then it's because of that 90% that you find that 10%. But the vast majority of your videos make next to nothing. Vast majority of streams make next to nothing. And it's just those viral hits that make like huge amount of money. Like 20% of my channel's entire income, maybe not 20%, maybe slightly less than 20%, but that was from that one video, which was like less than 2 hours. Yeah, here I do hundreds of hours of streaming, and it makes virtually nothing in that. Or just hundreds of Heyday videos and Battlelands videos that get almost nothing in that. You know, that is what it is in that, but it's just crazy how you just make these videos like, oh wow, look, we just made $2,000 off that video, and like then we let's do another video, oh like nothing, another video, oh nothing, another one, nothing, and you do like 100, like oh man, like it's just crazy. It's just like hit and miss, except like most of the time, 90% plus of the time, you're missing. So it's real weird. Any Laurel one is the most views. Please revert that. I wish you would. I can do. Unless you get more hits on it now. I mean, not many hits either way, to be fair. I get like none now. But then the channel like really, you know, because I changed it before the channel thing, I think. But even before the channel thing, the other one had died off a lot. So it's getting like 100 views a day, which is still kind of a few. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
1 hour. Yeah, I should have done a 10-hour version. Someone ended up doing a 10-hour version and getting 2 million views on that. So I missed potentially $2,000 of revenue. Yeah. But you still just come to accept these things, and you're like, well, you know. Same with, like, Heyday things, if your video doesn't rank as high. But then you're like, it's, like, hardly any money. In the grand scheme of things, it's hardly any money. And the amount of, the amount of people that get, like it's in this case just unlucky, but it's like a lot of people like get actually ripped off in life of huge amounts of money. It's like, dude, like, okay, fine, I missed out on $2,000. It's like, it's a lot of money. It would have been nice to get $2,000, but realistically, it's not that much money, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I can get to 30, and then it'll be annoying because I'll have even more grass. 22. I reckon we get to 22. Oh yeah, that with that clock definitely can. 3 years ago. Oh wow, that's cool. 3 years ago. Oh, it's like, well, that was kind of early in my channel. No, it wasn't. It's actually like at the end of my channel. Yeah, I remember reading a long time ago, maybe back in 2017 or 2018, about something about why, like they said, both YouTubers and YouTube had an incentive for people to not share their earnings, which I thought was interesting. That was the case. I think maybe for YouTubers, because then it was like people said like, oh, you're rich, you get all this money and that. But then the reality is like vast majority aren't and don't get that much money. And even those that do, lots of them have shared a lot of stats about it. I guess we'll just get that one. And then it's also very interesting to see how much other YouTubers get, or how much YouTube. Well, because on one hand you could argue that it's toxic to try to, like, if everyone shows their earnings in that. Well, no, if some people do, but then it sort of would then reflect how much certain people are earning or whatnot. You could argue that, or you could argue that, well, why does YouTube pay people so inconsistently and so untransparently that some people earn way more money per, and you could say, well, it's just because there's more US viewers. That was like, well, then show all the data, show per US viewer how much money you're earning. Or maybe it does show that one. It might actually, but they definitely show more data. Yeah, no, like, why don't they show ads on a whole heap of things? And that, like, why don't, like, on videos that can be shown ads, and they don't show ads, and it, like, you'll say, hey, I want these ads, and they're saying, oh, like, no, we're not going to serve an ad there. It's like, well, are you personally targeting me, or is it because my channel's lower, and you're just showing favoritism to higher channels, or is it that you haven't got enough ads? But then if you haven't got enough ads, then why are you, like, did you change it to force channels that aren't monetized, that are under 1,000 subscribers, to have ads on them if you haven't got enough ads? And they don't say that information. So if you then have all the information out there, then people are like, wait a second, and people can figure it out better than that. But then I think it's more not to, like, make other YouTubers look bad, and I don't think it does do that. I think it's more hey, we're trying to expose and understand YouTube's system, which YouTube has not been transparent about, and why some people are getting paid way more, and why some people are getting given way more ads, and it's not transparent. I mean, they're interesting though, because on Rumble it's like, well, it's still not, but it's like so transparent that it even you get more earnings if you show your earnings. Like it's like this is kind of crazy, really. I think it's maybe because then people are like, oh, you can earn lots on Rumble, that's why I'll do it. But it's interesting that Rumble's the opposite, and it's like it's not even like not toxic. Not that it is. I'm just thinking perhaps it is, but it's not even not bad to, like, show other people, like, show how much you earn, which then would then give information about how others earn. Sort of like if you get a DNA test, then effectively your whole family's had a DNA test. But like it's like they're actively like, hey, look, no, we'll pay you if you show your earnings in that. Like, extra money, you actually earn like 5% extra for showing your earnings in that. Although it still doesn't tell you about, like, why it doesn't give you the ads, but it shows you, like, how many ads were filled in that, which is better than what YouTube does. Yeah. Oh, we were getting close to... We started the outro. Yet here we are. But yeah, I wouldn't say I've always said my... I don't think in 2017 or 2018 I did. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when I started being more open about it. But yeah, I have been for quite a while. Most people can make money flipping burgers. More money. Yeah, it's true. Takes much. Even like minimum wage in New Zealand, you earn way more than. Because I was like one of the top 250 most influential channels in New Zealand, which New Zealand's real small, so it's not really actually very impressive. But at one point, for a brief time, I think that was when Yenny Laurel came out, or actually maybe it was in November or December, where my Battlelands one's doing well, and it was like the algorithm was so noticing me, the Social Blade one, how much I was picking up. It put me as one of the top 250 most influential channels in New Zealand, which I was like, wow, that's incredible. But then it's like, I don't feel very influential. Like, I make like way less than minimum wage. And yeah, sure, you might get like 400 videos on your videos, but that's really not many. Like, yeah, and I'm being realistic. I'm not, like, complaining, like, oh, only 400 people watch my video. Like, that's so, like, why didn't they, you know, it's sort of like, well, no, like, that's just what happened. And I'm just saying, like, realistically, I'm saying so then people can realize that, like, no, this is not a good career path. You know, it's completely up to you whether you do it. I'm just saying, look, I've given it so much effort, and it has not worked out, and I don't see why it would be... Well, it's not like my channel is going to be the same as yours, but, like, as in, I put in a hang a lot of effort, and I was in it in 2017, which was way earlier than now, so if anyone's starting a channel now, the chances of you taking off are extremely low. Not impossible, extremely low. And also, YouTube treats you terribly, so, yeah. It takes much more time to build a channel, with the rare exceptions, yeah. Make money on YouTube. Make a cool gaming PC. I did end up buying an iPad Pro, no, an iPad Air 3 in 2019, which was a massive decision. And it was to do with Battlelands because the friend request thing was, and I was like, like there was a huge decision as to whether I invest in it because it ended up costing like 1,300. It was brand new. And cellular, so it was capable of doing the location-based games, which I intended to cover and ended up covering on it. But yeah, that was a huge decision in that. That was in 2019, I ended up doing that. And if this is the one, actually. Speaking of it, speaking of the iPad, this is the one. Which all these years later, it's like tatted as on the side, but it just happened real recently, and that doesn't actually affect it, that's just the case. But yeah, and I've used this to film what would be called Finland footage and that, though most of that I never actually released. But, yeah, all the Rush Wars was entirely on this, huge amount of that. We've done all the Rootland on this. We've done a whole heap of games on this. Huge amount of this. So we've used this. This one has got an immense amount of use wow, we've really cleared out storage. That's great. So yeah, it's been really good, I wish the camera on it's terrible, but it's overall works pretty good. Oh yeah, that's a good deal. Although we are kind of getting low on melons. How many can we do? You said it was like out. Oh no, definitely want to get lower than that many. Okay, back here. Remember, I wanted an iPad to watch you play. I wanted an iPad when I used to watch you play Battlelands back in the day. And now Battlelands is gone. But yeah, this has had an insane amount of use. Insane amount of use. I've used this immensely. I mean, the least used one is my Finland iPad, but that wasn't actually that expensive, to be fair. I'm not sure how much it was. Maybe it was only like $200. That seems real cheap, but it wasn't much. It wasn't much. Maybe it's 300. I'm not sure. It wasn't much. And I've used it for a few games. I used it for Heyday Pop. I'm pretty sure. I can't even remember. And the iPad Air 2, I like ran that to the ground, and I still use it to this day. Like that had insanely good value. I bought it, I think, secondhand for like $395 in 2018, and it's lasted so well. The iPad Air 1, I don't use it anymore, but that had an incredible run. Did such a good job. Love my iPad. Can't stand playing on my phone. Yeah, it's much better on iPads for sure. Tablet used to be laggy. Is it faster now, or have you got a new one? Oh, one got laggy. Yeah, eventually can't update. Yeah, my iPad at year 1 started. But I can't believe I used that for all those years doing Heyday, like the first year of my channel. It's actually kind of like just really cool as well. Just the history of your channel over time. There's so much time has passed that you're like, oh yeah, remember way back in 2017. That's like when I had my iPad Air and when I used this software or whatnot, you know, X software. Well, I'm trying to think of an example of. Well, yeah, no, when I used Air Server back in the day. Yeah, and it's sort of cool because you sort of go through those periods of those different applications and iPads and things change and the game changes and lots sort of changes in that. It's kind of cool because you're not just playing Heyday, but you're also playing the iPad market and you're playing the screen reflection market and you're playing the YouTube studio market, which then became YouTube Bad. So there's all these different things you're also simultaneously are changing and part of at the same time. And we went to iPad Air 2 in for 2018. And then in 2019, we then went to iPad Air 3, but we're still using the 2. And then to this day, we still use the 3. And is it Risk Streams? I think it's Risk Streams. Actually, no, technically I've stopped that. But I use the iPad Air 2 in a personal capacity, like, regularly. It's got the YouTube app on it, which now I often just use the Brave for YouTube. Because on my phone, which when my iPad 2 is out of power, which actually is quite a bit, because I don't charge it enough, then I just use my phone to watch YouTube. But then it's sadly not all my history of the good music I listen to isn't recorded on my Google account because I've watched it on Brave. But it's like playing a phone, huh? But yeah, this iPad has lasted me real good. Like it served its purpose for sure. It's not laggy, although it's been a dog of a thing regarding running out of space, which isn't its fault, but just the fact that it won't transfer to the Windows computer, and it's been like clogged up ever since I got it in 2019. Really, once I came back from the Finland trip, I could never get the stuff off, and it's just been that's a real dog. Oh, well, we got 60 of them now, so we've restored on that. But yeah, it's in terms of like performance, hasn't been laggy. It's covered what we needed to cover. But there's like a huge, like the devs would notice if they analyzed it, that there's always stuff on the bottom that people miss. You're like, why are people like always there's near the bottom like tiny bit of the screen, people keep missing it. It's like, yeah, because it's like under your thing. Yeah, location-based games. Yeah, and I briefly covered them when they came. It's cool because, like, yeah, you sort of have to make things when it happens. Like, you have to cover it when it comes out. Because, like, well, not like, you know, Minecraft Earth, like, it's dead now, so I couldn't cover it at all. But even once it's come out after ages, the initial reaction, like, there's only X amount of people that reacted to that game when it came out. And so all these sort of new games that I was wanting to do game review on, and that it won't be the same anymore because it will have changed and people won't be looking for the initial reactions will be different sort of thing because it's a different game now a little bit. So it's not the same, whereas if you react to something right from the start, it's quite different. It's quite cool. Okay, I think that will call it. Boom. Boom. Oh yeah, we didn't collect all that. We do have quite a bit of that. Oh, and then more sticks. Fine, I can go get the sticks. What? Oh, we've already got that other thing. That's okay. Oh, I think I should be using the one just now. That. What do you make? It's changed. And there's enough subscribers. How many is it down to? Like 100? Because I started a lot of things at They started a lot of things at 1,000 or 10,000 and gradually dropped them. But yeah, Lynn does have enough to stream if it drops it to 100. Yeah, you got so many subscribers, Lynn. It's interesting. I feel like it sort of is then, like, because I think it's like, since you're in a position of power, you are a mod, then people are like, like when I was like big with Rush Wars, people were like, oh, I want to be close to SuperSight. How can I be close to SuperSight? Oh, I'll be close to the mods. Also, no, I don't know that. I can't confirm that. But I think that sort of, there would definitely be some people's thinking regarding it. Oh, yeah, we're pretty close to passing the next two. Man, Ricky's one has stormed the base. But yeah, I think something like along those lines would definitely be a potential in that. No, yeah, I don't know that. It sounds very self-focused in that, but that is possibly why some of them would do it. Maybe a video of me with our new puppy. Hope to make videos soon so my channel will have content. Remember people were asking you for content and you're like, nah, yeah, anyway, finally. Yeah, and you're like, no, I'm not going to do content. And then here we go, finally some Lynn content. So listen, 10 of my subs are family. It sounds like not convinced, which then there's like a lot of subs family. Right, but that's then still, because how many are you on? Is it like 200 or something? 100? Do I show me or not? I haven't decided. Up to you. Up to you. Man, this refresh is taking ages. Oh, there we go. Oh no, that was just a missed one. We have 3 missed calls. $100. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
$150. Boom, boom. Technically, I could get a couple. It just seems like nothing to get 2 out of there. It's like, 2. That's not many, is it? That 2. How many of those have we picked up? Oh, we're up to 69 of them. That's pretty good, actually. Because we were like almost out, but we've just been picking up a few here and there. Boom. Birmingham. Oh, those. Oh, we haven't needed that for ages. Oh, I only have 25 of that left. We could do with more. Well, 9. Maybe not that many more, but sure.
Hey.
Quint P, welcome to the stream. Have you been going for 7 gold caps? Welcome, Quint. And thank you for being a member of the clan. I have not been... I've been streaming for 7 hours straight. Yes. I haven't been collecting gold caps the whole time. That reminds me, I will also... Oh, this guy's back. Congratulate. James. Craney. Was it Craney? Yeah. James, Craney, and Evu. Because there's not many levels left to go now. I mean, 14's kind of maxed, really. For, yeah. Meaning that there's only like 3 of us that we only have 1 level to go. And then the other, and not many. So yeah. Well, that was such a fast response, my goodness. Oh, it's respawned. I can't believe it's actually flipping 10 o'clock. No! I can't believe it actually. It's because of the flipping gold. It's 100% because, well, no, it's because I have chosen to do this. But if it wasn't for the gold cap event, I definitely would not have ended up doing this. It's just because it's the best. But then it's silly because it's like, dude, I'm not even going to be playing this game in 2 months. Why am I then going on for hour after hour after hour? And only Tango left. Yes, yep, doing well. And then we'll be, yeah. Hello, it does, Shard, it does. Working on charts. Yeah, I did. I'm glad you like it, Lib. It's most of the mushrooms, which we were particularly after. Maggie Spatch has just started following your channel, SuperSight. Thank you. I haven't got any live streams up, so that's kind of surprising that you just got a follower. I was going to, there was one of the other tasks I was going to do today, and last night there was tasks I was going to do, and I only got 1 task done. And today I only got 1 task done. Restarting the Rumble streams, which we've been meaning to do for, like, ages, possibly weeks now, with the main one. Because there's a new one I'm going to start up about 4K, like regarding 4K, and then there was so we already sold off maybe 100 gold caps. How many have we got now? 200. What? So we made like 30,000 just on the gold caps this stream. At least. And when we sell them off as double, then it's even more. So it's like, that's, yeah, it's over excess of 30,000 this stream. I mean, it's a hang of a long time to be playing. And that was with like hours of doing those charts. Glad you enjoy it too, Shard. We'll zoom to the area that has, oops, a bigger, that. Oh, we have huge, whoa, we have massive amount of those things. And those things. Oh, you're back. It's just, I don't know, it makes me sad, like, that I'm like, yeah, I'm probably done with this game within the next 2 months. Because, like, we're doing so well at it, and we've worked out such a good stream format for it, and it's just, like, such a shame that it's just, yeah, there's just hardly any interest in it. It's just a real shame, really. Because it would just been, it's a great game for me to cover, like, I enjoy it, I'm good at it, yeah, but it's just the interest isn't there. And even if it did go global, it's not a game that most people spend much time watching. The problem, because that's the problem with casual games, it's not really YouTubeable games. Or like streamable games. Like people, that's the whole point, is for people that like don't really want to commit to playing a game much. So like, oh, well, we'll just do this quick game and just do it in our spare time sort of thing. And it's like, well, they're definitely not going to start up a habit of watching streamers for just this minor thing. Alligator. Homegrown. Once Everdell. Twice Rootland. Everdell's returns. I'm done. That's funny. Oh no! Oh well. They said that Everdell probably won't return this year, if it returns at all. So, that's ages. That's like you're waiting 9 months or more. So this one here, we'll see what happens with this one. This is going to be the big game of, well, what happens. Well, I'm glad I've got this streamed and we got our board updated. Definitely didn't need to be an 8-hour stream, but look, we got a lot of progress done and I've said a lot of things. Do 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 do. Needs to run all the way back. It's annoying. It's got some interesting music. Shard. With you for a long time then. That's, yeah. That's so odd, and that's just terrible that YouTube has a bug, which, like, just shows that. I mean, imagine if heaps of people started doing that all at once, and then I wouldn't know whether to say, like, thank you so much, or if it was just this glitch that people were doing. That's just crazy that there's even a glitch that, like, that's weird, because, like, lots of people then could, like, exploit that. Yeah, I can't believe that they have a thing that shows it's like that when it's, like, a mistake, or not working. Just hope YouTube doesn't rip off Shard. Sure, but surely it would show both on Shard's end if it had charged and on my end if there was any extra members, which is not showing. It hasn't shown any new members. Unless it gave someone like, unless it was giving the same dude like months and months worth of subscriptions. But even then, at the first time it showed who it gives it to, and if it's gifted, it should be showing it every time. Oh wow, we've gone down to 8 now. We peaked at 10. Oh, we lost. Okay. I feel like we've lost an old one. But that all looks solid. Oh, and there we go. There we go. Rejoined a day ago. But then it's showing as a gifted one. Unless I gifted it to you. I'm trying to think who was the... It's 10 and then it's dropped. Anyway, thank you to Shard for being a member. And thank you to the Vietnamese dude for being a member. Thank you to Aligus for being a member. Thank you to Lynn, and Lynn. Thank you to FazeCast and Josh Winder for being members. I think, yeah, because I think Shard was on that side. But I'm trying to figure out... Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, then we did the cool ass chart with the super chats. That was a real cool chart. Oh, is that even on that? Oh, it's not. That's okay. Yeah, so we do, and then I was showing. Oops. Well, how? What if we go for like lifetime, or whenever it started? Oh wow! Wow! Just right when we came back, and then that's insane. It bounced back up. So a lot of people kindly resubscribed, like very fast after. Maybe it alerted them, but that's still amazing that they rebounded. And then we sort of that's weird, but it's pretty stable. 7. Oh, you know, so we had 7 for ages, even as recent as April. Oh, that's a long time ago though. And then since then, so 8. Yeah, so it's been very similar. It's been between, that's very consistent, being between 8 and 10 for over a year. Oh wait, no, that's June. I was thinking that's January. Yeah, for about a year. Well, yeah, or between 7. So ever since came back, it's been between 7 and 10. Very, very close margin for, yeah, like almost 2 years now. That's crazy. That's extremely close. Unknown. That's silly. That's silly. Anyway, so, yeah, so thank you to the members of my channel. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to show you the stats of the stream. So thank you for that. But yeah, I think I'll just finish. Doesn't matter that we could keep getting gold caps. There's the chat rate. We had a lull. So thank you, Shard, for being a member. Riplin. Off. It's broken. That's crazy. Oh, there we go. Did it work? I took my... Oh, well, thank you, Lynn, for the gifted subscription. Thank you, thank you. I don't know which one it counted for Shard for, but yeah. I don't know how it's working, but thank you both of you for memberships. And thank you, Lynn, for moderating. Thank you, Lynn, for being a part of the stream. Thank you, Shardlight, for being a part of the stream. Thank you, Quint, for being a part of the stream. Thank you for the 5 of you that gave the stream a like. Chat revenue. Yo! Thank you very much, Quint. Thanks, Shard, for the sub, and Super for doing these streams. Oh, there we go. So that worked then. So Shard gifted it to Quint. There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Quint. Very much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thanks for being part of the clan and being a top, yeah, a top member of the clan. Well, I mean, all 7, like, yeah, like, they're all good, they're all great members in that. You're all good members. Yeah, thanks for all your contributions and for always telling us the amount, which is incredibly helpful in figuring out how many we need each. So, yeah, thank you very much for being part of the clan. Thank you for the super chat, Quint. SuperSight, do you have to turn something on? Nah, because remember it worked for Shard ages ago for that first one. I shouldn't have to change anything. On Rude Buzz will spend a Thank you very much, Quint. Appreciated. Thanks for being part of the stream. Well, we're getting near the end. We're getting near the end of the stream. You know, we've done a solid run, like a hangover solid run. I'll just put the super chats on screen. The 2 gifted subscriptions. I don't know if the Shard... I don't know about the Shard one, though, if it's even working. I appreciate you trying. We'll bring it along. And then we'll do the Lynn, and then the other one, and we'll do that. And then, yeah, I'll just put my guys on stuff. Yeah, man the wheel. And we'll just, yeah. Shard. Oh, it's 2023, isn't it? Oh, that's a little bit off. Man, life Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you'll see what I mean. There's a mountain top that I'm dreaming of. Do 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 do. Do 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 some of that was a bit off tune. Anyway, maybe the whole lot was. Country roads. We did that one, and what are you doing, Miss Swamp? One of the, I even uploaded this a video. Okay. Queued up. Gotta go soon. Well, thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming by, Quinn. It was great to have you here. Glad you found the stream. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for always putting the thing for how much we need each event. Not sure it worked. Really? That's the song. Wow. It's a popular song. George Ezra is a popular guy with his music. Probably other things as well he's popular for. Popular. I know about popular. It's not about who you are, your fancy guy. That's all you ever need to know. Wait, so what is the message of that song? I've listened to it so many times. So they're arguing that that your popularity is not based on wealth. It's just like lucky, like you just. Or is it? Is it either they're saying it's lucky, or are they saying that it is like just sort of how manipulative you'll be, or like how much you'll like? Well, are popular people? Are they people pleasers? Because it could be argued either way. You could be like, no, they're populist. People please them. Or you could say, well, no, yeah, they're extreme people pleasers. Otherwise, they wouldn't be popular. But I feel like they can be popular despite being toxic and awful. Boom. Thank you, Shard. Oh, there's already these two up here. Yeah, so I won't edit, actually. But there you go. Thanks for that. And... yeah, anyway, so it's like a rather popular song. It's not about who you are, your fancy car. 2014, I think, was when I found that song. That's crazy. I don't know, it's really powerful and sort of like there's not that much I sort of like remember about 2014, even though for like people like Biden and Trump and like everyone born pre like yeah like born like 1960s or earlier, like they're so long ago they're remembering. And it's like, mate, this was just like, but for me, relative to my life, that's a huge amount of time backwards. But it's only 9 years. But you can see why people forget stuff. You know, they're like, oh, I remember back one day I did that. And I'm like, I always ask what year. They're like, oh, I don't know. Just like, you know, 2000s or, you know, 90s. It's like, oh, wow. But for me, it's so chronological years is so important in my mind. Boom. Thank you for that. Put this over here. And I don't think I'll forget, like, in 10 years, stuff that happened in 2014, just because my mind works and how much I value what year stuff was. I can do, like, 3 different colors. Like that. Boom. That's massive. Yeah, it was massive. Oh, what? How we... No. No. Oh, it's the worst. When they're all grey. Like, oh, get rid of 4 of that. That's so... oh, wait, we could do 100 for them, but don't really want to do that. Oh, this is bad. What do I... and I'm going to have to sell something. I don't like this. Give me 10 of them, I guess. Doesn't really help much. Oh, we don't have that much, but ultimately we'll need to have that. Oh, she's got 3 of them. Oh. Oh, there we go. Cool. 4,000 exact. Precisely as planned. No, I hadn't planned that. Okay, we're just done. Like, we're just not getting any more of them. Get rid of that one because it's more on the outer. There's a 3 there or a 4 there. I'll take the 4. What do we got? What do we got? There's always more. That's the problem with this game. That's probably how addiction machines work. Okay, what are we doing? You are going here. Yep. No, I missed it. You're going there. 7. Reasonable. 10. Very reasonable. Another 10. Cool. Doesn't really matter. Oh, actually, no, it does matter. We're really running out on reds. Didn't realize that. How low we are. Yo. Okay, let's get you on. Boom. No, I don't need those anymore. Thought I could get these things, but I don't need them. That was just for that frogs, which we've completed. 24. Oh. Nope. Oh, we missed one of them. Wellington. In floods as well in New Zealand. Lots of floods. Sure. Cool. Well, technically, I should leave it for tomorrow. Look, we're done. Our work here is done. And we've done yeah, there we go. Oh, so we've dropped actually only a quarter of the total contribution. But yeah, we've done a lot. Good effort. Doing real well on that. Really well. There's the player one. Cool. Cool potatoes. Well, hope you enjoyed the stream. 8 hours. 8 flipping hours. Who would have thought? That's insane. This was supposed to be like a 2-hour stream. You know, I'm like, maybe 3 hours or 4. And yet here we are. 10 a.m. What the heck? I was like joking when I said that. Anyway, look, we've done our good dash. So thank you very much, Shard and Lynn, for being part of the stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for the super things and for being part of it. Happy years to other things like that makes sense. All for a game that's probably gonna die. But hey, we've tried. We've done our effort. It probably wouldn't show up on the search results. That's okay. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Do people have to turn on membership gifting if they want to be gifted? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. Sus. Okay, yeah. Cool beans. Hey, we got 6 likes. I am hungry. So thank you for being part of the stream. Have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day. I'll see you all later. See you next time. Boom, boom, boom. Bye for now. Done a few streams recently. Hopefully we keep it up. We'll see. Have a wonderful, beautiful rest of your day. Oh, wait, in 10 minutes, Facebook dies. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Good night. God bless. Ka-chow.